The July 21st, 2010 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We make a cautionary announcement at the beginning of each of our sessions that this building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and then our marshals will advise you when it's safe to come back. As I say, this is just precautionary. We have no reason to believe that that would ever happen, but we do that as a matter of course. Before we begin with the agenda, I'd like to advise you that we're going to start a new policy, and I hope we never have to do it after today, to be quite honest with you. I hope that we start the policy today and we end the policy today of recognizing members of the U.S. military personnel with ties to Nevada who have lost their lives in serving our country. This was a suggestion that was brought to Councilman Ross's office, and Michelle Thaxton was given the responsibility by myself to advise me as to those persons so they could be recognized and honored during our council meetings. As I say, I hope we never have to do this again. In June and July, we lost 4 members of the military in Afghanistan. 3 of these men were airmen from Nellis Air Force Base and part of the 66th Rescue Squadron. These men were on a rescue mission when their helicopter was shot down in Afghanistan. Captain David Wisniewski, Lieutenant Joel C. Gentz, Staff Sergeant David C. Smith. And I'd also like to recognize Specialist Matthew R. Hennigan, who was a graduate of Silverado High School. He was a paratrooper for the Army and was assigned to the 173rd Special Troops Battalion. These men all made the ultimate sacrifice by defending our country, and when the pastor finishes his invocation, I'm going to ask everybody to continue to remain standing, and we'll have a moment of silence in support of these gentlemen, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. So at this time, I call upon Pastor Cause Alici of the Persian Church of Las Vegas to give us our invocation, and ask everyone to please rise.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Councilman. Eternal Father, we are thankful to be citizens of this great nation and enjoy the freedom and blessing that you have given us. We are thankful for our mayor and city council members. Lord God, in this economically challenging time, I ask that you help those families and individuals who are without jobs, homes, and necessities. You are Jehovah Jireh. You supply all our need according to your riches and glory. Holy Father, today our Mayor, Mr. Oscar Goodman, and City Council members will make decisions that may affect many lives in this city. Therefore, I pray the prayer of King Solomon, 1 King 3:7-9, which says, I am a little child. I know not how to go out or come in. And thy servant is in the midst of thy people, and that thou hast chosen. Give therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge the people, and I may discern between good and bad. Heavenly Father, I ask that you bless our mayors and city council members with discerning heart and wisdom, as you have done in the past, to deal with agendas and issues that you have set before them this day. Amen.
Amen. A moment of silence, please. be seated. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and the first item is to honor the July Employee of the Month. I'd like to ask Tim Shatler, who's the Department of Detention and Enforcement Deputy Chief, to join us here today. And we're going to announce proudly that the July Employee of the Month is Doug Towner. Doug? Congratulations. Doug is a budget analyst with the Department of Detention and Enforcement and has been with the city since 1996. Doug began as a parking enforcement officer and has been promoted through the ranks of the department to his current position. In 2007, he was tapped to serve as the department's acting budget analyst and was officially promoted to the position in February of this year. Working with the budget has been no easy task, as we all know up here in recent years, but Doug has handled his job with a calmness that cuts through problems and helps to start important discussions about how his department can be more efficient. He does it all with a smile on his face and always jumps in to assist with questions ranging from billing inquiries to contracts and grants. His dedication to being a public servant also extends outside of the workplace into charitable work. One example is that he has generously participated in helping to provide much-needed school supplies to children from low-income families. So, Doug, we want to thank you for being a good public servant on and off the clock and your willingness to meet new challenges. So on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to congratulate Doug on being named the July 2010 Employee of the Month, and along with this beautiful plaque, he has received a $100 I love this fact that these employees, they receive a $100 gift certificate and they share it with the mayor. No, it's a wonderful thing, and I appreciate your generosity, Doug. And that's the compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. Congratulations. And Tim?
Good morning, Mayor, Council, everyone. But he told me he was going to share it with me, Mayor.
Oh.
So,
Do I have the authority to fire him? No, just kidding.
Anyway, can't really say it much better than the mayor did, but I'll say a few things. Doug is one of the most positive people that I know. I know myself, as well as many people within our department and across the city, depend on Doug. Know that when they call on Doug, that he'll be there, he'll be positive, and he'll get back to them quickly and efficiently with a great product. But anyways, I'm just humbled to know Doug. He's an excellent person, and grateful that he works for our department.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much. This is kind of an uncomfortable moment for me because I do like to work behind the scenes and stay out of the spotlight, but it is an honor to know that my peers recognize the work I do and appreciate it. However, the recognition that we just had a couple minutes ago put this in a different perspective for me, is that, you know, what I'm doing is my job. We have a lot of people out there going well above and beyond what I've been doing. I wouldn't be up here if it wasn't for a lot of other folks with the city who work very hard. And just to name a few, I want to say that the great team that Chief Coyne and Deputy Chief Shatler have with detention, Mr. Vincent's folks with finance, Mr. Marcella's folks with IT, and Ms. Fretwell's folks in the city manager's office. If it were not for you, I wouldn't be able to do my job the way I do it, and I really appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
We're going to go a little bit out of order because some important people who are with us this morning have prior commitments that they have to leave earlier than later. And at this time, I'm going to hand over the mic to Councilman Barlow, who's going to recognize a group that's been working to improve the community. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. Today I have the honor and the distinct honor of recognizing a group of individuals, a group of men that have dedicated their life to service, uplifting of a people. And today I would like to recognize the men of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Would you all please stand? Thank you, gentlemen. You may have your seat. In 1906, Alpha Phi Alpha founders Henry Arthur Callis, Charles Henry Chapman, Eugene Kinkle Jones, George Biddle Kelly, Nathaniel Allison Murray, Robert Harold Ogle, and Vertner Woodson Tandy stood in solidarity behind themselves together to ensure educational survival in racially hostile environments. Their endurance, leadership, and tenacity began a legacy which evolved into one of the most respected fraternities in the world, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. And today, Alpha is celebrating their 104th anniversary right here in the city of Las Vegas, and we would like to thank you all for bringing the National Convention to Las Vegas. Let's give them a round of applause. Alpha Phi Alpha have made a conscious commitment to raise funds in order to provide scholarships for deserving youth to ensure that our youth are granted an opportunity to reach for higher educational and meet career goals at the same time. So at this time, I would like to recognize the regional vice presidents that are in town, as well as the regional area vice presidents that are in town, as well as the executive board for Alpha Phi Alpha. But I would like to call forward, if in fact they are here, the past general presidents. Joe Hayward, if you're here, would you please come forward? Past General President Ian Coleman, past General President Henry Ponder, past General President Jim Williams, past General President Harry Johnson. If you are here, please come forward. Good morning, General President. Good morning, General President. Good morning. And I ask these gentlemen to come forward so that they can stand on behalf of Alpha with our current General President, Brother Herman Skip Mason. Would you please come forward? Alpha Phi Alpha's National General President. Good morning. Today, we, the mayor and council, would like to declare that prosperity and abundance will be bestowed upon this brotherhood as you continue the path paved by the founders starting back in 1906. It is our hope that others will recognize their efforts and will strive to make a difference in individual as well as communities around the world. Thank you. We, the mayor and members of the Las Vegas City Council, urge all citizens to join with us as we do proclaim July 22nd, Alpha Phi Alpha Day in the city of Las Vegas. So this proclamation is for you, Brother General President, and we would like for you to share a few words on behalf of the fraternity.
Thank you. Mayor Goodman, members of this distinguished council, our brother Councilman Barlow, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the members of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, we are deeply honored and privileged to be with you today. We very much appreciate this proclamation, but even more importantly, we appreciate this great city of Las Vegas opening up its doors to us. Las Vegas was not our initial destination, though we've been here a number of times. We were headed to the city of Phoenix, but we decided that we would move out of Phoenix because of some concerns that we had. And we contacted Brother Councilman Barlow, the wonderful members of the graduate chapter here, and I would ask that they would stand at this time so that they could be recognized under the leadership of President Jason Beasley. And with their hard work and effort, they have allowed over 2,000 members of the fraternity to come and have a good time in Vegas and to conduct the business. We are deeply honored for this, and we know that the spirit of our beloved founders are with us, and the spirit of some of our illustrious members, Martin Luther King Jr., Thurgood Marshall, W.E.B. Du Bois, and others, share in this honor. We thank you very much from the bottom of our heart, and we invite you to come and share with us. We plan to have a good time, Mayor. And hopefully we'll take a little bit back to our families and homes to show what a great time we had in Las Vegas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother President. Okay. Thank you all so very much. Yes, we will get a group picture right outside. Okay, thank you so very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and I can promise you at 5 o'clock today I will make a toast to you. Our next item, we're going to invite Senior Citizens Advisory Board Chairman Lance Moran to join us to present the Senior of the Quarter recognition. Lance?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, members of the council. Your Las Vegas Senior Citizens Advisory Board every quarter names a Senior of the Quarter. We get these Seniors of the Quarter from our general public. So if you know someone who lives within the city of Las Vegas boundaries and does extra special work for the community in the way of involvement or volunteerism, contact the city's Neighborhood Services Department to obtain a short and easy-to-fill-out nomination form. It's a pleasure this morning to recognize an individual who has been volunteering at the Lebron Senior Center since 2003. Nikki Foster from the center nominated Alice Mercadante for her tireless efforts to make the center a home away from home. Alice, I know you've got family here. Invite them down. Come on down to the podium so they can watch you get this well-deserved honor. Now Alice is... While Alice is coming down, she's got great support this morning from a member of Leisure Services. Pete, thanks for coming down. Alice has a caring spirit and a fun-loving attitude. She is skilled at providing excellent customer service by her knowledge of programs and ability to participate in all of them. Customers and staff rave about her cooking skills, the training she provides, and the recipes she shares with them. Her presence is felt by everyone who walks by the front desk or participates in the fitness classes, food programs, and day trips. Alice has been actively volunteering since 1962. When her 3 sons were growing up, she was involved with the City of Las Vegas Mirabelli Community Center. She also contributes her time at the Church of Our Lady of Las Vegas. For all her community service, Alice was awarded the Governor's Senior Samaritan Award in 2007. Congratulations, Alice, on being named our Senior of the Quarter.
I'd like to thank everybody that had nominated me for this award. It means a lot to me because I do love seniors and I love working with them. And my 3 sons and grandson here to see me with this award means really a lot to me. And I'd like to thank everybody, all the council members and the mayor and everybody that had nominated me for this award. It really means a great deal to me.
Very proud. That's wonderful. Okay, now Councilman Wolfson's going to recognize a new technique being used by our fire department to save lives. This is very special.
It is very special, Mayor. Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you. I'd like to start off by saying that we have heroes among us. We have heroes that are both on the professional level and then just regular, everyday folks like you and me. Do you remember what you were doing last Memorial Day? Well, we have some people with us today who will never forget Memorial Day 2010. Valerie, is it Peely or Piley? Valerie Peely, her brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews, raise your hands, everybody, you're all part of this group. We're celebrating, hold on, wait till you hear the story. They were celebrating the holiday playing basketball in the park. They were having some fun and enjoying the great weather, a perfect way to spend a normal holiday. Then the unthinkable happened. Valerie, who by all accounts is a very fit and healthy person, started to feel dizzy and out of breath as she was running up and down the court. When she got to the other side, Valerie went down. She was in cardiac arrest. Her family gathered around her and realized that she had stopped breathing and had lost the color in her face. Her sister Becky, sister-in-law Lina, started performing CPR. They're part of the heroes here today. Her brother Wayland and other sisters Rosina and Myrna also helped and called 911. While on the call to the 911 dispatch, they were told to stop the rescue breaths to Valerie, but continue with the chest compressions. Twice during these efforts, her family described that they had lost her, and she stopped breathing on her own, but they didn't give up. They worked on her until the engine and rescue units from Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, Station 47, arrived and took over. Valerie flatlined, in essence, died twice while the paramedics were working on her. And I'm sorry if this upsets you, Valerie, but we're here to put a good light on this. Captain Aragon determined that Valerie was a prime candidate for the new therapeutic hypothermia protocol adopted by the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. Our firefighters have recently been through extensive training on how to use this protocol and increase the chances of survival in a sudden cardiac arrest patient. They immediately injected Valerie with the cold IV therapy and prepared to transport her to UMC, which is one of only 3 hospitals in the Valley that participate in this hypothermia program and will maintain the lower body temperature of the patient for at least 24 hours. This decrease in body temperature increases the chance of survival of the patient. Success and survival is defined as neurologically intact. In a few minutes, you're going to meet Valerie and see for yourself that she truly is a survivor. Thanks to her family, the heroes that I call them, who were trained to administer CPR, and to the highly trained professionals who administered this unique life-saving therapy, Valerie is here to share her experience with us today. Prior to the use of this hypothermia protocol, there was about a 5 to 6% survival rate for these types of cases. In less than 2 years, the survival rate has climbed to 40%, largely due to the introduction of this life-saving procedure. Not only did the team from Station 47 save Valerie's life, they also went back the next day to visit her in the hospital. Now, I want you all to pause for a moment and recognize that we have the finest Las Vegas Fire and Rescue team in the country. These men and women, on their own time the next day, who thought that Valerie may not have survived, went back to the hospital just to check on her and see how she's doing. At that time, they admitted to the family that they were afraid she wasn't going to survive. The firefighters from Station 47A Platoon are here with us today, and I'm sure they're going to tell you just how proud they are that their efforts and training resulted in the saving of Valerie's life. Valerie comes from a large family. You're about to see them. Some of them are here today. Although we want to draw attention specifically to the hypothermia protocol and the benefits that are brought to this community, I also want to highlight the importance of being trained to perform CPR, because that's what the family did, and the bottom line is that Valerie may not have lived long enough if it wasn't for this CPR that was performed on her until the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue arrived to implement this new protocol. So today, we are very fortunate to have with us Valerie. So Valerie, would you please come up here, along with your sisters Lina and Myrna and sister-in-law Becky. And I also want to recognize Eula. Eula, you are Valerie's mother who are here today. So why don't you three ladies please join me up here at the podium. Valerie is the beautiful woman on my right here. Well, let's have a round of applause for them. Valerie right here. Now, this is Lina and Becky, correct? And you are the two ladies. You're the sister-in-law. You are, well, but you're all family today, aren't you? And Valerie, your mother is here. And then the rest of the flock of the family is over here, right? And nephews and nieces. And they were all out there that day when this happened. Wow. Okay. Well, Becky, I think you're the chosen one to say a few words. Or if not, you just were chosen. Say a few words, and then I want to hear from Valerie, and then we're going to call the chief and the doctor up next.
So on behalf of all of our family, we're really grateful to be here. We're grateful for what we consider a blessing in Valerie's life. That day, as we look back and we talk about the whole thing, every piece, it was like a large puzzle that had to come together. And for Valerie that day, every piece just fell into spot. From CPR to quick 911 to all of our family being there, everybody pitching in, to the paramedics coming and thinking quickly that it was worth the time and the transport to get her to UMC for the new protocol. I mean, everything just fell into place. The doctor's hands, their knowledge, their talent that they've been given fell into place for Valerie, and we're grateful that day. And, Lina and I never thought we'd use CPR, and you just don't know. So everybody should be trained, for sure. And I'll just put a plug in for the school district. I teach middle school, and I know some of the schools start CPR in 8th grade, and I think the quicker we could get them trained, then when they're my age, they don't panic, like how we were all not sure what to do and how to get going, the sooner they'd be exposed to it, so that we have an awareness, all of us, and we're all prepared, should something like this happen, that we could be a piece to the puzzle of someone's survival or not. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, Valerie. You want to say a few words?
Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, please excuse me if I'm a bit too emotional, but I do stand here very honored and humbled for the opportunity that I have to be here. And when I say be here, I really do mean that. I'm grateful to my Father in heaven for all that He's blessed me with. I'm thankful to my family, all of my nephews and nieces, my mom, my brother Waylon and my sister Rosina, who are not here right now, my brother-in-law Eldrick, as well as Station 47, the doctors, the nurses, all the friends and family that visited me. That was where a lot of my support came from as well. So if anything, I have a big support system, and if anything, it's all of Las Vegas. I can see that right now. And so I do thank all of you for being supportive for the whole process and all of that. Thank you.
Chief, Valerie, bear with me for another moment. Chief, and Dr. Slattery, why don't you come up? Chief, why don't we go first? Touch bases on exactly what this protocol is, and then maybe let me have Dr. Slattery go first, and then Chief, I'm going to have you call up your folks.
Thank you, Councilman. Excellent job. So I'm very honored to be up here with Val, because the true hero is her. It takes a lot of courage to be here, especially after a very traumatic event, and we are very, very proud to be in your presence, and we're very honored that you're here today. So thank you for being here. Just a few words about the protocol, and before I talk about that, I think the most important thing is when Chief Gammon and I came to City Council back in August 2008, and then last month also, the recurring theme that we had was that improving survival from out-of-hospital cardiac arrest takes a community. It's not just the EMS providers, it's not just the hospitals, but it really takes a community. In Val's case, standing here today is really a testament to that approach that we've taken at Las Vegas Fire Rescue, in terms that it really takes a community. As was mentioned about the bystander CPR, huge importance. Just doing CPR increases your survival by 300%. So family members, even if you don't think you're ever going to need to use CPR, learn CPR. Kids in school, take the chance to learn CPR. It's so important. Trumps everything else. The call, the courage it took for Myrna to be on the call with the 911 operator, to get those instructions during a very hectic event, to keep the CPR instructions going, for the fabulous job that Station 47 did on arrival in terms of shocking her back and getting her heart started, and then to quickly recognize the importance of now saving the brain. Once the heart was saved, of shifting their gears in the field to start saving the brain. And they started the cooling process, which really, as Councilman Wilson really said quite well, cools the brain, essentially decreases that metabolic rate of the brain, and gives that brain a chance for surviving during that critical time of the first 24 hours. Everything came together that day. The physicians and nurses at University Medical Center, who have been well-trained on hypothermia protocol, as well as the nurses and physicians in the intensive care unit during those first 24 hours, which were very pivotal for that brain, all came into play. And the most important part of this whole picture that I'm not sure we touched on but really didn't mention is the support, love, and faith of the family to help her heal during that very, very critical time. Both in the hospital and now during this time, because this is traumatic to be here today and kind of relive this, but that strength of your family is going to really come into play. So it really does take a community, and I think the therapeutic hypothermia is just one piece of that puzzle that we were able to implement, and it all, like Becky said, it all came together during this event.
Thank you. Dr. Slattery, before you step down, real quickly, for the hundreds of people here and the thousands of people that are watching on television right now, if somebody wanted to learn how to do CPR, who do they contact and how do they do that?
So very important. I'm sorry I didn't mention that, but first of all, American Heart Association has CPR classes. American Red Cross. Most any fire station in the city of Las Vegas, you just want to call us or call the fire station. Certainly we can get you hooked up to community resources out there. Probably the simplest thing is just Google CPR training in Las Vegas, and you'll get lots of hits. So certainly very, very important. And again, as we progress in the city of Las Vegas, one of our goals is to increase CPR training throughout the city of Las Vegas for our citizens. And so we'll be working closely with City Council on that.
How many people in the audience can perform CPR right now? Look at the number. That's fantastic. Okay, Chief Gammon, how about introducing your folks?
Thank you, Councilman Wilson, Mayor and Council. First, I want to thank you all. 2 years ago, when me and Dr. Slattery stood before you to bring this new idea to the city, it was something that was new to our men and women. You embraced it, and you let us move forward with it. There were some costs involved, but we're seeing the benefits of you're allowing us to move forward right here. Here's a perfect example, having Valerie with us today. I want to thank the men and women of the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. They're the ones who went through the extensive training to learn how to do this and the importance of it and the way that they embraced it. We go through a lot of new types of training that sometimes it's just a new idea that somebody had and we'll try it out. But this was something that we knew was going to make a difference in the community in Las Vegas, that this was going to save lives. We've had, Valerie is one of over 30 survivors now since we've started this program of cold IV therapy, and we honor you today for being here with us and sharing your story. But I want to also honor our firefighters. We have a few of them here today that were on that call. We have paramedic Bill Dillon. I saw Captain Rick Lockery here. Captain Angelo Aragon. There may have been some more. I know that there was quite a few of our crew that was involved, and they wanted to come here today also. And so I thank them for the work that they're doing. And There's firefighter Matt Ortega also. But as Dr. Slattery said, and you've heard words up here, the difference that CPR makes, you never know. And there's going to come a time in probably each of our lives where somebody that you know is going to need CPR. So if you don't know how to perform it, it's easy to learn. Please go out, take a class. It's only a few hours. It'll save a life someday. I know that Valerie is very grateful that her sister and her sister-in-law at some point learned CPR, or this wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much.
Chief, thanks so much. Valerie, we have some certificates of recognition for you and your family, and just thanks for letting us share your story, because I'm convinced that we are saving a life by doing it today. Thanks so much.
Okay, now our Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, is going to recognize a special day for one of our local ethnic groups as part of the city's diversity initiative. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could I have Christina Martinez from Senator Reese come up also, please? Today we're going to recognize the Peruvian consul. Could I have Consul, I'm going to really throttle this, Ron Caglilio. He's made the trip all the way from San Francisco to come up to be with us today. If you'd please come forward also. The Peruvian Association was formed in November 18, 2009. The organization currently has 200 members, 30 of which are board members. The association estimates that there are around 100 Peruvian-owned businesses in the city of Las Vegas. They estimate that there are about 5,000 Peruvians that call Las Vegas home. They are actively registering them through their organizations. There's another association known as Peruvian Cultural Association. This is separate from the Peruvian Association. They currently have 50 high school and UNLV students involved with this association. Their function is primarily to perform their native dances. This association has been in existence since October 2005. As a result of the city's 100th anniversary, they formed in order to take part in our Centennial Parade and have been active ever since. So it was with great pleasure today that the Mayor and the City Council today also proclaim today Peruvian Independence Day in the City of Las Vegas. We present this to you, Council. And at this time, we have a representative from Senator Reed's office here today to also give you a senatorial recognition today. Christina?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Senator Reed, who would like to recognize the week's festivities coming up, I know that the Peruvian Association has been working very hard to coordinate a variety of activities for the week. So this is the beginning of the celebration. And so on behalf of Senator Reed, I'd also like to welcome the Consul General from California coming here to Nevada to serve the constituents here so they wouldn't have to travel, but so they can get to know you as well. So in the event they need your services, they know where to find you. So on behalf of United States Senator Harry Reid, we would like to honor and commemorate the Peruvian Association for their hard work and for promoting Peru's rich culture and heritage as you celebrate Peru's Independence Day. Thank you and congratulations.
And if we could, I'd like to have you say a few words at this time, please.
Can we call it? Mr. Mayor, Goodman, all the members of the Council of Las Vegas City, dear Peruvian citizens here. I've been in Consul General Peru in San Francisco with the jurisdiction over Nevada and also in this city of Las Vegas since 2006. And I have the opportunity to come before, and now I see how this Peruvian community grew up. We have a large community in Las Vegas. They are doing excellent work. We, as Consulate of Peru, we support this community. We come here 2 or 3 times every year. We organize mobile consulate, and we see how this community is working in this beautiful city. We appreciate very much this proclamation, Mr. Mayor. We think that we are doing the best effort in order to strengthen the good relationship between Las Vegas and Peru. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the difference between the Consul General, the way you do things, instead of the flags, I usually have 2 showgirls. But it's an honor to have you at our council meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that ends the ceremonial portion of the agenda. No, it doesn't. Oh, I'm sorry.
We have some.
Thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thank you.
No, Mayor, we're not done yet.
Okay.
We saved the best for last. You know, I say this every time I get up here to recognize somebody or something. Don't we live in a great city? Isn't this the best city in the world? My goodness. Councilman Wolfson, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you recognizing the efforts of our men and women in fire and rescue. As I look at these firefighters' faces, they were recognized in humility. They're doing their jobs, and we just have a great team out there. I want to recognize some great young people in our community today, but before I do that, I want to ask Principal Trent Day from Centennial High School to come down and join me, if you would, Principal Day. He's a good guy. He does good stuff. First, I want to recognize Centennial High School boys 4x800 relay team. Now, before I do that, hang on. We got some great kids in this community, and there's a whole bunch of them sitting right over here. And this is what we don't do enough of. We don't recognize the great youth and the great talent that we've got in this city often enough. So when I found out about these great kids from Centennial and Arborview, I had to bring them down here. So first, I want to recognize the Centennial High School boys 4x800 relay teams. As I call your name, come on down here. Dominic Lopez. Where are you at, Dominic? Come on down here. Kyle Merritt. I want to recognize Travis McDonough. He had to work today. Couldn't get time off. And Nick Hartle. Where's Nick? Come on down here. Now look how well dressed they are, too. Don't they look good? They got their ties on, look sharp today. These young men competed in the Great Southwest Track and Field Meet in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where they not only won the event, they improved upon their state record time by 4 seconds. Their winning time was 7 minutes, and kick me if I got this wrong, 7 minutes, 48.09 seconds. Is that right? Oh, come on, guys. It is the fastest time ever run by a team in the state of Nevada. So these guys are incredible. And they didn't do it by themselves. I want head coach Roy Session. Where's Coach Session? Coach, stand up, would you? There you are. Recognize Coach over there. And parents. You got your parents down here. How many parents we got? Parents, stand up if you would. Moms, oh, you're already standing up. All right, yeah, okay. We're not to that point. You guys stay right here. Now, I want to recognize another athlete from Centennial High School, Carly Johannet. Carly, come on up here. Not only you dress well, you're all good-looking young people in this community. Carly has been named the 2009-2010 Gatorade Nevada Girls Track and Field Athlete of the Year. She is the first track and field athlete in Centennial's history to be awarded this honor. In the Nevada State Championships, Carly won the high jump with a height of 5 foot 4 inches. Is that correct? And you're only about, what, 5 foot? 5'7". Okay, well, all right. Well, and also won the 300-meter hurdles with a time of 45.01 seconds, right? That's tough. I ran hurdles in high school, too. That was tough. Currently, Carly holds 3 school records in the high jump, the 100-meter and the 300-meter hurdles. Carly will compete in the USA Track and Field National Junior Olympic Championships on July 27th in Sacramento, California. Last year, she took second place in this competition. Let's recognize her and her coaches. Coach Hazel Germany. Coach, where are you at? Stand up. Oh, you got to look how good. Stay standing. And Sam here too. Sam Germany, the high jump coach in hurdles. These are great students we have at Centennial High School. Principal Day, come on up here and say a few words about these great kids.
Well, Mayor, Councilman, thank you. It's always a great honor to be invited to the City Council. And parents, your support of these athletes have been remarkable this year. The travel, all the evenings waiting out at the track meets is a true credit to the parents. And, of course, our athletes. I was up in Reno when you set the state record there, and Carly was up there and won. You guys were outstanding, not only athletes, but outstanding students and great people. And it's a pleasure to be able to be your principal, so it makes my day easy. So keep up the good work, and thank you.
Thank you, Principal Day. He's a good man, folks. And you got kids over at Centennial, you know how good he is and how much he cares about these students. All of you did a great job. Go have a seat. All right? Now, the last athlete I would like to recognize, actually, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. This year, read my notes. The next student I want to recognize is Gabe Faulkner from Arborview High School. Gabe, come on up here, buddy. Gabe, you look good too, by the way. Gabe has been diving since he was a sophomore in high school. In his sophomore year, Gabe took 4th place in the state championship, and as a junior, he took 2nd place. Participants in the dive competition are graded on the difficulty of the dive and their performance. This year, as a senior, Gabe won the men's 1-meter diving state championship and received a score of, check my number here, you got that memorized? 436.85. Is that a high score? Yeah. Well, it must be, because Gabe, it must be because you won, and that's pretty significant. So, Gabe, you did a great job. Now, Gabe will be attending UNLV in the fall and plans to continue diving at UNLV. Is that right? Gabe, you didn't do this by yourself. Your coach isn't here.
No, I think he's on vacation.
Okay, how about your parents? Can your parents stand and grandma stand too, be recognized? Give Gabe a round of applause. He doesn't do this by himself. It takes great parents. Takes great parents to get behind him. Gabe, you want to say a few words? Great things about the city, of course.
I just want to say thank you to all my family, friends, and coaches that helped me, because there were some of those nights that I came home completely angry because I was doing bad at dive or I was just tired. So I just want to say thank you for supporting me and being there for me. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Thank you, Gabe. Now, saving the best for last? Now, all of you are doing great. The last athlete I want to recognize is Mackenzie Karras. Mackenzie, come on up here, please. Mackenzie has been named the 2009-2010 Gatorade Nevada Girls Soccer Player of the Year from, of course, Arborview High School, right? Right. Usually, this honor is given to a high school junior or senior. Mackenzie is the first high school sophomore to receive this award. Now, as the sophomore defender, she led the Aggies to the Class 4A state championship, recording 10 goals, 4 assists, and as a goalkeeper for the U.S. Soccer Federation under 15 girls national team. Did I get all that right? She is the 2010 Northwest League Player of the Year. Did I get that right? Okay, I'm getting better. She is the nation's, this is important, she is the nation's number 21 recruit in the class of 2012 as rated by TopDrawerSoccer.com. Congratulations, you're doing a great job for this community. Now, before I let you say something, you've got your coaches here today with you. Coach Howard, stand up and be recognized, Coach Howard, and you got Coach Johnston. Coach Johnston, awesome athlete, very talented kids in this community. Keep up the good work. What do you want to say?
I I just want to say thank you to all my coaches because I couldn't have done it without them and my family behind me. And then I hope to look forward to college.
And where are you going to college?
I want to go to North Carolina.
We'll edit that. No. Just teasing, yeah. Congratulations. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you later. Thank you, everybody. Now I think we're done. Now we're done, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you.
It's only about this high, but that's for high school. Yeah. That's a tougher You get to go slower, yeah. What's your best time? Right now I'm working on my 3.5. Thank you.
Jim, Scott, you grab the mayor. Everybody wants to get a photo with him.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. That's my son today. Hi. Be back. My pleasure. Nice to meet you. How can somebody who's 5'5" jump 5'4"?
She's actually just fighting about she was less than 5'8". I just had, it was like snowing up in me and it was windy, so.
Do you do the as a flop? That's what you got. What time is that? Second flop. Yeah, that's so tough. All right, keep up the good work. Good luck to your college.
Thanks for coming down, you guys.
Yes. Okay, I understand it's going to be a very brief presentation without the models itself.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just one.
No. But I said, write me a letter, because if that's the case, it's outrageous. I don't know how we look at these kinds of things. And apparently they won't go through him. They say he's not qualified. He writes insurance for everybody else in this.
So you want to approve it today and then talk about it?
Yeah, I think that's what that's what. Yeah, because I don't want to just take his bald representation, but we can always bring it back. Sure. How what? He is awesome.
Okay. He's on the website. No, I'm not taking
One of them dudes said last night.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we'll start our regular meeting now and call item number 11. Any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one item. Item number 29 is a temporary burglar alarm service license. Security Service LLC doing business at American Video and Security Ltd., 1421 East Sunset Road, Suite 2. Staff would like that to be held in advance until our August 4, 2010 meeting. Are there any other items at this time? Seeing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we take these items, bring this item forward and do the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you very much. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of June 16, 2010. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. Make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
All right, let's vote. Post. You should know that voted. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Items 13 through 52, with the exception of 29, are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, Council, I would like items 23 and 33 brought forward, please.
23 and 33? All right.
Okay.
Council members?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would like 34 put forward.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve items 13 through 52 with the exceptions of 23, 29, 33, and 34, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 23 is approval of an extension of a temporary tavern license for a change of business name, a change of location, and change of ownership from Isaher, Inc., doing business as Odyssey Bar at 1930 Fremont Street, to Huavis Enterprises, Inc., doing business as Fong's Garden China Mex at 2021 East Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3.
Mayor and members of council, we would like to ask that this item be held in abeyance to the August 4th meeting.
Your Honor, I would move to hold item 23 until the August 4, 2010 meeting, please.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 33 is approval of a change of location for temporary locksmith license, subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes. A1 Locksmith, doing business as A1 Locksmith, Inc., from 2222 West Bonanza Road, Suite C, to 3201 West Sahara Avenue, Suite E, and this is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer?
We need to do a correction on the record. This should read A1 Fox Locksmith. The word Fox just got left off the final agenda. So it's A1 Fox Locksmith, Inc., doing business as A1 Fox Locksmith.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman, your motion, please. Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 34 is approval of award of bid number 09.1730.27-LED ITS Communication Infrastructure Corridor 1A located on Charleston Boulevard from Desert Foothills Drive to Montclair Street, on Montclair Street from Charleston Boulevard to Delray Avenue, and on Rainbow Boulevard from Sahara Avenue to Charleston Boulevard, and the construction conflicts and contingency reserve set by Finance and Business Services, Department of Public Works, and this is in Wards 1 and 2. Ms. Rainey and Mr. Cervantes.
Yes, I had asked and mentioned in our briefing the city manager if this might be moved forward because we had some citizens in Ward 1 and 2 that had an interest in this, and some of their questions related to is this one string only, one under each lane? What's the function of this? And will there be a reduction of lanes and how long? And this project, is it connected in any manner with federal level government? And the dollar amount and why it was not mentioned in the agenda item.
Certainly, Councilwoman. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. The scope of this project, Councilwoman, is to install fiber optic cable along Charleston corridor from just west of Decatur all the way to west of 215. This fiber optic cable is used to interconnect the traffic signals to get better coordination. It's also going to include the installation of some CCTVs to monitor traffic and some traffic counters in the pavement to monitor traffic flow. Same thing along Rainbow. It's going from Charleston down to Sahara, installing fiber optic cable to interconnect signals. Most of this work will be done at night because of the heavy traffic volumes both along Rainbow, along Charleston. There'll be some night closures of a travel lane as they do this work at night. It shouldn't interrupt traffic during the day. The funding is coming from the Regional Transportation Commission and is part of their FAST system of monitoring traffic.
So basically, this is being done to make the flow of traffic more efficient.
That's correct, Councilwoman.
And this is a new way with fiber optic that you're able to do it.
That's correct. We do have some copper cable out there. Copper doesn't have the amount of data efficiency that fiber has, and right now our copper stops at Fort Apache, so it extends the system out further to be able to interconnect and communicate to those signals.
And none of the funding is coming from our general fund, it's coming from RTC.
That's correct. It's all Regional Transportation Commission.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your taking the time to clarify this for citizens.
You're welcome.
May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I have to disclose, and as an abundance of caution, this company is an IBW, signatory to the IBW, an IBW member. I don't believe this will affect the membership in any way, shape, or form, or whether I vote or not, but in that abundance of caution, I'm going to disclose and abstain from this vote.
Very good. Let's vote then. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Before we proceed with item 53, I'm going to ask the young man who is from Troop 555 to introduce himself and tell us your name and where you go to school and anything else you think we'd be interested in.
Hi, my name is Marcus McAnally. This year I'm a freshman at Arborview High School, and I'm here doing the Citizenship in the Community Merit Badge.
And thank you and welcome, and we're happy to have you sitting with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate it. All right, item 53 is a report regarding the progress of the design and creation of a world-class Veterans Memorial to be constructed at Huntridge Circle Park, which is located at Maryland Parkway and Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. Today will be addressed by Bill Marion, who is working in support of this project. And to say the very least, the city's very excited about this project. The Mayor Pro Tem and myself had a presentation of 4 of the proposals for this beautiful memorial, and it is, in fact, no matter which one is going to be chosen, is world-class. And very exciting for the city. Mr. Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Marion, 3455 Cliff Shadows Parkway. It's a pleasure for me to bring to you a report on the artist selection for this world-class memorial. As the Mayor said, this will be a fantastic memorial. Las Vegas is the home of, probably the rapidest growing veterans population in the country. And yet we have no veterans memorial that speaks to those people. There are veterans memorials in every community in the country, but nothing really substantial here. So when you look at the military contributions that have been made from Southern Nevada, not just from our veterans, but from Nellis Air Force Base, the Nevada Test Site, Creech Air Force Base, services to the Tonopah Test Range, a new VA hospital, and our veterans population, it is time to have a memorial such as this. So the Las Vegas Veterans Memorial Foundation was established by a local group of Special Forces operatives and who also own a business here called American Shooters. They established this nonprofit organization, and for the past year we've been working in close collaboration with the City of Las Vegas, with the Las Vegas Arts Community, or the Arts Commission, with the neighborhood around Hundred Circle Park, and with the veterans population to make this project a reality. The site that's been selected, for it was Hundred Circle Park. It is a terrific site for this, primarily because it is a centrally located park. It has high visibility. Something like 60,000 cars a day go by this memorial, or go by this site, and will go by the memorial. And it's in the heart of historic Las Vegas. So to give you a sense of how the artist selection process began and how it arrived to this point, the Arts Commission was engaged to do a request for qualifications. So requests for qualifications were sent out via the Internet and via a variety of other artist selection programs. And we received more than 200 requests for qualifications from internationally recognized artists from throughout the world. In December, those were whittled down to about 34, and then an artist selection committee made up of 5 individuals, 2 people from the foundation, 1 representative from the Arts Commission, 1 representative from the neighborhood, and 1 representative representing veterans organizations, met and selected 4 finalists that we then asked to prepare maquettes and do a presentation on what their vision would be for a Veterans Memorial. So we selected Joan Benefiel, Dow Bloomberg, Cliff Garton, and the team of Eugene Daub and Rob Furman. And in June, they made a presentation to the city of their maquettes and of their vision. So I'm going to run through the 4 of them now so that you can get a sense, for those of you that haven't seen the maquettes, you'll know what it is that they're presenting and proposing. Joan Benefiel is from Brooklyn, New York. She is the director of the Excalibur Bronze Sculpture Foundry. She received her MFA from the New York Academy of Art. And among a variety of other internationally recognized projects, she was the designer of the Nassau County Vietnam War Veterans Memorial. The slide you're looking at right now shows how she's actually going to use the entire park for her vision. And in the very center of the park, and in the very center of this memorial, is a large bronze sculpture which features 4 heroic figures that are androgynous and timeless and speak to the veterans of all ages, from the past as well as from the present. And then also one final one, which is an empty shroud, which represents those soldiers who have fallen. Inside is an eternal flame. It won't be a flame, but it'll be electric lights that will change colors, but that will add that sense of the eternal flame to the memorial. And then the individuals, or the figures, are bound by dog tags that symbolize the interconnection between all of them. Dow Bloomberg is a graduate of the USC Idlewild School of the Arts. He has over 200 private and public commissions standing to this day. He is the designer of the U.S. Army Special Forces Monument, the New Jersey Fallen Soldiers Monument, and he was one of the finalists for the Ground Zero Arts Project. If you look at the top slide, that would be looking from Maryland Parkway north, looking at the south end of the park. That would be the walk entryway into it. In the back are huge granite slabs that would have sayings from military figures throughout the ages. And his central piece would be a central bronze sculpture showing several soldiers working in unison, saving a soldier who has fallen. They are being observed by family members off to the side. So this represents that, the relationship between the family as well as to the soldiers. And then in the background, in stainless steel, are haunting figures from every war in America's past, ranging from the Revolutionary War through the Civil War, World Wars I and II, the Vietnam War. So it is a history project as well as a memorial. The third is Cliff Garton, who has an MFA from the Rhode Island School of Design, a master's in landscape architecture from Harvard. He is the designer of the Public Art Master Plan for Calgary, Alberta, and the designer of the Fort Worth streetscapes. His project also uses that south end of the Huntridge Circle Park, and it is a combination of a wall with memorial sayings as well as a tribute to every sector of the armed forces. So there is an inscribed wall of remembrance. There is a great lawn, which becomes a public gathering place and can become a center for ceremonial activities. There is a court of honor, which you can see in the very middle of the top slide and on the upper right of the bottom slide. A court of honor with 5 sentinel columns, each representing the 5 different divisions of the armed forces. And then looking at the bottom, there's a grove of silence with granite benches, and each bench represents one of the armed forces, and on each bench is a commemorative sculpture. Here you see a ship representing the United States Navy. And then finally, Eugene Daub and Rob Furman. Eugene Daub is a graduate of the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts. Rob Furman has a master's and PhD from the University of Chicago. They are the designers of the Lewis and Clark Memorial in Kansas City, the USS San Diego Memorial, and the National Salute to the Military Memorial. Their design incorporates a 5-star pentagon, which is representative of our flag and of our country, along with a bell tower with a perched golden eagle on the top. There is a memorial wall that will recognize the names of, and this is a very interesting thing that they're trying to do. They are trying to put a compilation together of every surname of every fallen soldier in every American conflict. And they are about 90% there with gathering all of those surnames. So they want to include every surname, and I think it's something like 60,000 surnames that they've collected to date. And then there is a central plaza with flags representing all branches of the military. To sum up, we anticipate having a final selection in the middle of August, which we will then bring back at the appropriate time to the City Council for approval. This program is 100% privately funded. We estimate it to cost between $800,000 and $1.2 million. There will be individual and corporate contributions that will be solicited for it. There will also be opportunities for individuals and families to recognize their own family members who have contributed to the military. And then the memorial will be turned over to the City of Las Vegas following construction. At this point, I really want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Reese and his staff, Susie Martinez, for all of the help that they've given us on this project. Mayor, thank you for all of your help. And to other people from Public Works, David Riggleman from the Communications Office, everybody has just been so incredibly supportive and cooperative of this project, and we thank you very much. I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you for your presentation, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Mr. Marion, thank you very much for the kind words. Not necessary, but thank you anyhow. I certainly wish Mick and Mike would be here. I call them the M&M boys. And of course, that's me, Manuel and Maris. But again, these fellows first approached the city, and they approached Mayor Goodman, and Mayor Goodman called me and talked to me, and I met with them. And these people are very, very serious. They're wonderful, wonderful people to be able to be associated with. They're doing a great job. Mr. Marion, you created something that to me is going to be very, very worthwhile for the City of Las Vegas, especially Ward 3, and you're to be commended for what you've done.
Thank you very much.
You yourself. And again, I look forward to seeing what the committee picks. I went and looked at them a couple different times, and I have my favorites too. But again, we appointed people to make this selection, so I would appreciate that we support the decision that they make. I think it's necessary that we show them the support that they deserve. There are some great artists out there, and they've done a great job. The first rendering that we looked at, the first maquette that we looked at, I want it clarified, we can't use the full park. We asked them at that time to use half the park, the south end of the park, and you can see the final three that you showed us. That's what we got to look at. So I don't want anybody to think that we are going to take away from Circle Park. We are going to be able to use the park, and I want that understood.
And I can tell you that when we do make the final artist selection, there will be modifications to their designs, obviously, because Public Works may have some concerns, and we will make it clear that if that artist is selected, that it is only that portion of the park that will be available for use for the memorial.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilman Ross. Councilman Ross and Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Barlow. Mayor Pro Tem, I said this morning earlier, we live in such a great city, and the mayor recognizing our fallen men and women who have fallen in battle, and it breaks your heart, but we can't do enough to recognize the efforts of our veterans, especially this community, and Bill, you hit it on the head. Our veterans community is growing by leaps and bounds. It's a great city to live in. We need this, and I'm really looking forward to it, Mayor Pro Tem. Whichever design, I like them all. I think they're all great, and they're great artists. So I'm just looking forward to this getting done. And the fellows over at American Shooters and the private sector that are jumping in here and stepping up to the plate to help make this a reality. I'm just really excited about it.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I
Not
ask-
right now. I'm recognizing Councilman Barlow.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mayor and council, my father and brother are two veterans of the military, and both of them served in wars. My father served in Vietnam, and my oldest brother served in the Desert Storm. And I've had an opportunity to live back in Washington, D.C., and experience all of the wonderful monuments that exist in Washington, D.C., and I am very pleased and honored at the same time to know that we are going to receive such an honorable gift of a monument. I believe it's been about approximately a month or two ago that the designs came over to the Fifth Street School, and we had an opportunity to review the various designs for the monuments, and I'm with you, Councilman Ross. All of them look really, really nice, and I'm just really excited about the opportunity of moving forward, and I believe, Mayor Pro Tem, that the location in which you have designated this very special monument is a perfect location right in the heart of the community, and it will not only be an attraction for the residents, but for tourists alike to really come in and celebrate the great works that our veterans, not only in our community but around the world, have done for the sake of all Americans. So I wanted to put that on the record, and thank you for the opportunity of bringing this before us here today also.
Fine, thank you. Any other council members?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilwoman.
My dad served in two wars, two serious wars, World War II and the Korean War. And it was interesting to me that one of the possibilities had the family looking on from the side, because sometimes it's forgotten that children never know their father until they're almost grown up because of the situation of their being gone all the time, moving a lot and not having your father there. And I just know how hard Chris Christoph nagged us, pushed us, did everything he could to make us aware that this was a necessity. My father passed away last year, and I saw a lack of understanding and respect for these, what I consider each of them great men who fought for us, who did so much for us, who expected so little back from us. And it's getting forgotten in time. When I was on the school board, we were supposed to name Cimarron Memorial High School Veterans Memorial High School. It was in the district I represented. I pushed that very hard. We had youngsters come and say it was a ghoulish name to have a memorial. And I mentioned I graduated from Memorial High School, and none of us ever there considered it ghoulish. But it's forgotten. it's forgotten, and we can't let it be forgotten. We have to keep bringing it to the forefront, the great sacrifices, and I'm so glad that you were able to pick up, and with all the skills you have and the others with whom you're working to bring this to a fruition, and I'm extremely proud and pleased that we're able to do this.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right.
If I may make one final comment, and Mayor Pro Tem, to your comments, Mick and Mike both wanted to be here, but they had an emergency, so they had to leave. But I also want to mention that these maquettes have been on public display at the East Las Vegas Community Center off of Stewart and Eastern for the past 2 weeks, and they will be on display for public input for the next 2 weeks as well. So through the end of July, anybody who wants to see them can go over to the East Las Vegas Community Center and look at them and make comments on them.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Let's put the 3-minute.
Good morning,
timer on.
Council, Mayor,
Yes.
Pro Tem. My first name is Peter Christoph. I have property on city and county. I would like to pass these to each one with the city clerk.
Right.
So you have a moment to read what I will explain.
Do you need one, Bev?
Christoph, the clock's running, so we need to hear from you. We're waiting to hear from you, sir.
Okay. Prior to 6 years ago, Your Honor, I started this with organizations throughout the city and county on their support for such needed that we never had in our city and county over 61 years. Over those 6 years, I've seen people say yes and say no and forget about it. So I came to a decision when a wonderful woman who represents the Pro Tem Mayor came to me. She was the executive secretary and said, I wish we could do something about this park before it gets real bad. Well, it did happen. But everybody knows what occurred after, and I presented this within a period of 6 months later. Kept on it for approximately 1.5 to 2 years. Finally had an audience with the Mayor, Pro Tem Mayor, and the staff on how we could bring the value of that property to the community openly for the children and the parents, as well as at the same time put in there something that had never been given recognition for 61 years. Everybody thought at the moment, this is something good. I kept on it and kept on it for a year. Finally, the mayor asked me to come over to the office with the Pro Tem and present any information. He was very delighted. And for some reason, not to the fault of him, there is plaques at Red Rock. Out in Red Rock, area where tourists goes, there's plaques at Palms Mortuary. There's all little plaques, even one that's here. But there's no Veterans Memorial Recognition Park. That is a different meaning. And that is something that, as Councilwoman said it very clearly, that we should never, never forget our men and women who make the ultimate sacrifice for our country as well as our community. We should never put a dollar on what the cost is. When we discuss certain things, me and the mayor and the Pro Tem Mayor and the staff, we moved to another section, another time, where we, at the mayor, suggested as Pro Tem Mayor, so let's make it possible. Let's see what it could be done. Got a hold of Mr. Eastman, one of your top layout architect man, as well as other staff, and we put a couple of things together over a period of 3 months. Came down. I said, it's great. What do you think, Your Honor? And I think it's great, Chris. Great. Let's move with it. Now the price came up, $800,000. I said, and I will stand on that issue with this Bible under oath, that I never said I would pick up the full cost of $800,000. I said, Your Honor, I have people, and I still have statements on that fact, that will help support quite a bit of it. Well, somebody took it out of text and said that April the 15th of 2009, that Mr. Christoph we can't wait for you. We thought, as the pro tem man made it clear in a statement, that you were going to pick up the tab for $800,000. Well, to me, it was what we call united, bringing people together. With your leadership, Your Honor, and you've got a great voice and a great support of people, that we said, let's get the people involved. And that's all. But, Your Honor, I don't want to...
I have to move you on. I've got to be fair.
But the reality is this. I don't care who puts the money up, and we have in reserve. I could turn over $375,000. But my people who support said, why are they pushing you to the side? I said, they can do anything they want if they can come up the money. The organization that the pro tem man made it very clear. We got somebody who's going to come up with the money. The Officers Club at Nellis had the same concern, but they never went there when they were supposed to go there to meet the Officers Club. The important thing is this. It does not matter who puts the money up, but it was pledged 1 year from April 9 of 2009 that they would raise a total of $800,000, or they would put their own money up. Fine. I'm not questioning that. They're on a nonprofit status. But let's understand one thing. If you read this article, and I asked you a couple of weeks ago to submit it, I tried 6 times since last year, and some people said we don't want it. Why is a monument being called obsolete or has no right to be presented with the others? That's what I'm questioning. That's all I'm asking.
And my understanding was that it was considered with the others. And
excuse me? I couldn't.
My understanding was that it was considered with the others. That's what I've been told. And I was also told that the committee chose the 4 which are now being considered.
If you read this article at the bottom, not that I'm putting the words in your mind or anybody else, it is the people of the city of Las Vegas and the men and women, the fathers and mothers and the daughters and wives should have the right to vote for this thing.
Okay, well, I appreciate your position. And,
position is this. My right is to submit it.
I have to have you sit down because I appreciate it. As I said, I wanted to put the 3-minute timer on. We have a hearing that we have to conduct. This is not a public hearing at this time.
I know that.
It will be at the time that we are going to make our decision in August, and I'd be delighted to hear you speak on it. And that's the way it is.
I would like to have your word today, as well as the Mayor Pro Tem. Are you going to submit this one here that the city...
As I understand, it's already been considered.
Well, all I know is I talked to several people, and they said no.
Okay, well, I'll get the answer for you.
That's all I want, Your
Fair
Honor.
enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I can tell you that the artist selection and the request for qualifications went out universally. Anyone who wanted to present, anyone who wanted to respond was given the opportunity to do that.
All right. Fair enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counsel, thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to item number 54. I will say this, though. I made a speech yesterday to a conference which was being sponsored by the Pentagon, and there were 2,500 veterans there who were being educated as far as how to open up small businesses. And I was the welcome speaker, and I told them that the city of Las Vegas has put our money where our mouth is as far as our feelings towards veterans. We're the first city in the United States that makes up the differential between what the salary of one of our employees was at the time they were called up into the reserves against what they got as their salary while they were serving us in the military, so that the families wouldn't have any financial difficulties that they'd have to be concerned about when the service was being performed. The second was that when we had our Centennial Veterans Day Parade in 2005, where we had 80,000 people in our downtown, we were the only city, to my knowledge, that welcomed back, even though it was way too late, the Vietnam vets to show our appreciation towards them. And then the third thing I indicated is we are going to have a world-class Veterans Park here, and it was virtually a standing ovation at that point.
That's all I want to do is, like Paul Revere, saying the British will make you, not to criticize you, but make you aware as leaders, all of you, and the previous leaders that didn't do it, let's make it possible.
And we appreciate that, and we know that's why you're here.
That's right.
I know it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we have... Okay, 54 is discussion and possible action regarding an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada for the implementation of an electric bicycle program. Mr. Perigo. Oh, my goodness, what happened?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Tom Perigo, Deputy Director of Administrative Services and Sustainability Officer. About a year ago, the RTC approached us with this idea that Jerry Duke, the planning manager at the Regional Transportation Commission, had to implement an electric bike program. I was prepared to give the presentation, but fortunately for us, it's a rest day in the Tour de France, so Mr. Duke is here in his regalia here, ready to give us a presentation on the program.
Good morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning. Now, I'm going to stop you right off the bat. I never asked for anything, okay? I got to have that shirt.
Mayor, I can get you one. I served on the Nevada Bicycle Advisory Board, and this is the official shirt, so we will get you one.
Absolutely, and I just hear whispers from my colleagues here that you need 6 more. That's only 7. Only 7, but only 1 double extra large.
Oh, Mayor, that'll be 2 double X.
I thought, Mayor, you'd only be a medium.
Unlike the mayor, I'm willing to pay for mine.
Mayor, before we go on to the item, Mayor, before we go into the item, I just wanted to put on the record, and this is something for the rest of the council to take into consideration as we move forward with this item to talk about the electric bicycles. I rode my bicycle to work from home, and I was accompanied by O.C. White from our Public Works Department, as well as Jacob Snow from the RTC. And as I'm riding, and O.C. and I were huffing and puffing, we didn't realize until we got to approximately Ogden and Las Vegas Boulevard that Jacob Snow still had breath because he was utilizing his electric motor on his bicycle. So I thought that was very unfair and disingenuous of Mr. Snow to allow me to huff and puff while he sat back and relaxed and the bike did all the work for him. So I just wanted to put that on the record for your consideration.
And that is on the formal record, and I appreciate that.
He just thought you had a sense of humor.
No, absolutely none.
Okay. Thank you for having me today. I just have a 10-slide presentation, and as Tom said, this idea sort of hatched about a year ago because what we did was we looked at the downtown area with the gridded streets and the amount of public servants downtown, which exceeded about 6,500 at about 33 spots, that in fact people were taking their automobiles just to go to meetings. I know that city staff comes to the RTC, vice versa for me, and none of us had ever really thought of coming up with the concept of an electric bike. An electric bike is vital, and we'll probably talk a little bit more about it, because, of course, on a day like today, you really don't want to pedal. I made it over here without really huffing and puffing. It's a throttle-based. We'll talk about that in a second, and the battery takes it out for a while. But real quick, a bit of background. You know, the RTC, with all of the help of the cities and the county, have adopted about 1,800 miles of bikeways in Las Vegas, routes, shared use right lanes where you have curbside painting of a lane, and trails itself. Of that, we've done pretty well. We've actually implemented about 500 miles across the valley, and this is going to be a good, we think, addition to the process. So, you know, the intent too, and we hope the city abides by this as well, was not to necessarily just use this as a vehicle to go from one office building to the other. We believe that if you're taking the single occupant trip out of the environment, that you might even want staff to be able to utilize it for going on errands and going to lunch. We at the RTC, we're not mandating that you do that. However, we believe it's beneficial because of the air quality implications. The bike here today is a really low-end, old-generation technology. The bike itself is made up of steel chromoly. The battery is a nickel cadmium, and those batteries have a lot of problems. They can't deal in the heat, and they're inelastic in terms of their charge. The bikes that we're looking at buying, we're going to buy about 25 of them. 5 will come to the city. We call it electric assist. They're lighter. They're aluminum. The lithium-ion battery is lighter as well. This bike behind me is 44 pounds. These electric bikes that we're going to purchase are about 31, 32 pounds. So they're a lot lighter. They go up to 20 miles on the charge, and they go about 20 miles an hour. So that speed makes that bike compatible with downtown speeds of cars, which is supposed to be doing 25 miles an hour. We're also going to give to each one of the local jurisdictions bicycle lockers, make it safe for you to store it. This is just an example. We're probably going to buy the pie-shaped lockers that can be stacked or staggered in a variety of ways. It makes it very safe and keeps it out of the sun. You will, however, have to bring the battery inside because batteries are, the heat will actually zap those batteries, whether even the nickel cad or lithium ion, it doesn't matter. Just sort of, this is hard to see, but this is how the idea was hatched. On the right-hand corner are all of the governmental agencies, and I know that's not that big on your screen. We apologize, but it does show the gridded network in downtown. Looking at downtown, we went out and actually inventoried, and we believe that any facility that has a wide curb lane of 14 feet is applicable to share the road with a bicycle. However, the city, and we'll talk about that in a moment, and about this picture, anything in red is under 14 feet, and that's what the city is actually going to do. The city is getting some $350,000 of congestion mitigation air quality dollars to actually go in and sign and stripe many of the downtown streets. Okay, we are also, by the way, in negotiations with city to give you an additional $5 million because of the new transit directives that are going to allow us to improve sidewalks and bikeways from the Bonneville Transit Center to city locations and other places. So that's something that we've been talking with your Public Works folks about, and hopefully we'll be able to bring it back to you at a later date. What you have on your agenda today is an interlocal agreement which spells out what you're going to do. And I will tell you this is going to be a problem-free approach. The RTC is going to maintain the bikes. We'll have a mobile bike person who will come around and provide improvements for you. We are going to give you helmets. We're going to give you jerseys. We're going to give you the bicycle lockers. We're going to give you the bicycle locks. And the only thing that you're going to have to do is keep track of the miles. There'll be an odometer on the bike as well. Keep track of those miles. By the way, not only for safety features will you have a high-intensity beam light in the front, you'll have the strobes that move across that same continuous motion for safety as well. And the green jerseys, the mesh jerseys, will add, I think, a measure of safety to the process. We also created a bicycles knowledge base test. This came from the League of American Bicyclists. It's actually a 22-minute video presentation that we would hope that everybody would, in fact, embrace. Do this, and at the RTC, we've come up with a notification form, which we've given to everybody as well, so at least you know how to be an effective cyclist. Okay, we'll jump to. We also have a skills test that we want everybody to go through before they get on the bike, and I'll try to get down here. No. I had a video embedded in this.
Is that the one with Councilwoman Tarkanian riding the bike?
No, it's frozen.
No, I may surprise you. I can ride a bike. Well, we did that.
The bikes are going to be sort of unisex. We won't have the mounted bar on the top, so people will be able to get on and off. You don't have to wear this to ride the bikes. I just did it for fun today. Okay. We believe they have chain guards on it. We'll give snap ties to people if they want to put a bind around the bottom of their pant leg. But they're comfortable. The seats have a spring on a shock-absorbing system. The bike is broad and it's very, very comfortable. So all those specs we're going to write into the process.
How far will it go?
It'll go 20 miles on a single charge. So we believe that that's sufficient. So our participants are the agency, the RTC, you, the City of Las Vegas, Southern Nevada Health District, Southern Nevada Water Authority. By the way, though, the Water Authority is postponing their implementation and moving the bikes over to the Las Vegas Valley Water District, so we didn't add them to the process. And then the Department of Air Quality and Environmental Management at the county is doing it as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
now, as I understand, that 20-mile charge would take you to and from work from Scott Jady's, as it would me from Rancho, Nevada. We could see who could make it.
Are we allowed to take them home?
You know, we We at the RTC are not going to prohibit that. Okay, I think in the interlocal agreement it does say, hey, if one gets stolen, you're responsible to cover the cost, but bring it in the house.
How much do they cost?
They're going to range right now. We're getting a bid between $1,800 to $2,200, and we would buy we're buying extra tires. Oh, by the way, the tires are the slime type, so we could get a flat. It should just puff back up. Oh, and for the first year, the RTC will give you a hotline number that if you get stranded on a bike, we're just asking you to lock it up somewhere, use your cell phone, call us. Our facilities will come and gather you up in the bike, get the bike fixed, get you back to your office, okay? So it is pretty, you don't have to commit a lot. One of the things we will be doing, though, is sort of meeting as a group, all of us, and brainstorming on other ways to use the bike so that we get better mobility. And I forgot to tell you that the downtown improvements that we're working with you on and propose to work with you on CMAQ dollars, they're going to be beneficial because in the Bonneville Transit Center, we're going to have a bike station, 75 cruiser-type bikes that you can take out with a credit card and bring back and get your. It'll be nominal like $1 to use the bike, so it's just nominal.
It's terrific, Councilor Ross.
And I'm glad he mentioned that, Mayor and council members, and Councilman Barlow, you've seen that, and possibly many of us here on the council have seen in many cities where they have just that. They've got bike stations located throughout the downtown area of those cities, and they make it very convenient for someone to grab a bike, go to your next appointment, park that thing, swipe your card, and ride back to where you came from. And I think we're getting there. As a city of Las Vegas, we're getting to that point where we're really recognizing transportation needs, transportation trends. Mayor, I think you and I serve on the Regional Transportation Commission. I think that it will only be a matter of time until you and I are required to don a helmet, the jersey, and ride the bike from here over to the government center.
Well, if anybody smiles at that, I'm going to hold them in contempt. Okay, that's...
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask, what's
Yes.
your target group for these electric bikes?
Well, it's we're trying to bring on the 5 jurisdictions, the 5 government agencies, but we're not going to.
Well, by that, when you say you're trying to bring on the 5 government agencies, what part of the 5 government agencies?
Well, Department of Air Quality and Environmental Management at Clark County. They have 2 locations, one at the Public Guardian Building, one at their building.
For their workers, any worker, say you'd have 5 for the city someplace. Is it for any worker within the city? You're not targeting the council, you're not targeting any particular group. It's anyone who works within the city would have the possibility to be able to utilize these.
That's the theory.
That's
the
what
idea
I
of the
wanted
concept.
to make.
That's right. But you really have to make sure you take that written test and take the skills test and then give that person a card, because I've actually turned 2 people down at the RTC. I've been managing the skills test, and they've fallen. So we want to make sure at least you can balance.
We might be in trouble on that one. On the skills test, we'll have to really practice.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just got one comment, sir. Thank you for your report. If we do allow this, we're going to have the city manager make sure she wears leathers on her upper shoulders and elbows and stuff.
That is for sure. Okay. We're going to make city manager wear leather to make sure that she does not bruise herself. Did you want to be heard? Yes, okay. Could we please come on up? Put the 3-minute timer on, please.
Thank you, and we agree that this is really a fun thing. We're just looking at it from a little more.
Please
practical.
identify yourself for the record.
Juanita Clark with Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. Let me pass these out here too. These are 2, and here's one for you. We had noted that there's insurance there for the people, and so we're asking the council to please vote no. We feel that this plan it does have levity, and that it is. But we feel that it's an experiment. It's to force an experiment to see whether insurance costs or injuries will balance with the fuel upon government employees at taxpayers' expense. And we would suggest that the RTC focus their time, money, and energy to getting bus seats for riders in areas. We listen to the commercials about the wonderful buses that are available in downtown Las Vegas, and we have people, and I have it listed on here. They're sitting on rocks, on market baskets, on dirt piles, leaning against poles, standing in the cold, the heat, the dust, and the rain. And we feel that this is just an insult to our riders who do buy tickets and contribute to all of these costs, and yet they are in this very the lowest level of comfort as they do wait to use their tickets to get wherever they're going to go on the buses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just
Yes.
ask, you said that you would say vote no because why? I didn't understand
Well,
that.
because of the insurance, if someone gets injured on these bikes, there's insurance mentioned in the backup materials. And so we presumed that the insurance was for if you would get injured while riding the bicycle, that insurance would be for that injury. And then maybe you wouldn't be able to ride a bike again or whatever, but we just feel that that is versus the cost of gasoline to transport to your
I
meetings.
know that the bike situation is being pushed very hard throughout the country, and that they've had success. Could you answer that question she has about the insurance?
The way the RTC is dealing with this is we're just taking riders on our existing insurance policy for the cars and transferring it over to the people with the bikes.
So it's your insurance policy that would cover the others? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, too.
That's not, I don't think
No,
that's
well,
quite
no,
accurate.
mine's not covering, no, the city has to indemnify yourself.
Mayor, Council, John Rodilla, City Attorney's Office. We've been working closely with Tom regarding, we had a lot of questions about the insurance. There's an option in the agreement, as the city is a self-insured entity, we will not provide an insurance policy. We're self-insured. Our workers using the bicycle during work hours would be covered under workman's compensation. If they were injured, we would have the liability cap of NRS should our riders hurt any other third party. There is some concern about the riders using the bicycles to go home or to use it for non-work related activities, and we've been working those details out with Tom before we roll out the program to our employees.
Okay, thank you. All right. Can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to follow statute regulation to approve this item, please, below conditions.
All right, let's vote, please.
Could
Yes.
I just ask now, all of this insurance business that we're talking about would be worked out before we started utilizing this?
Absolutely. Yes.
Absolutely, okay, because there are some questions there, and I thought would be, but I wanted to have it on the record. Thank you.
Okay. All right, please vote. Post. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Okay, item 55. This is a hearing, discussion, and possible action regarding complaint seeking disciplinary action against RAN Oriental Therapies, LLC, doing business as Oriental Angels Massage and Jinli Ran at 2600 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 115, Las Vegas, Clark County, Nevada, for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code, and this is in Ward 1. Yes, sir. Mr. Burns?
Morning, Your Honor. Philip Burns, Deputy City Attorney.
All right, and is the licensee present?
Yes, Your Honor. Jim Lee Ron is right here. My name is Conrad Claus. For the record, I represent her and also Oriental Angels.
Very good, thank you.
Your Honor, if I could, before the hearing begins, Mr. Burns is going to be presenting on behalf of the city. I'll be acting as board counsel. Mr. Burns intends today to call a number of undercover vice officers with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. We've discussed this with Mr. Riggleman, and the Channel 2 people will not be showing their faces. I know that there may be private media here today for one of the local networks, one of the local television stations. If they intend to videotape any of the officers, we just ask that they, if preferably, don't show them at all. If they're going to, if by the time the piece airs, that they digitize their faces and any part of their body and their voices. Some of them are undercover at this time, and we don't want to compromise their investigations.
Okay, well, you made the request, and it's going to be up to them to determine whether or not they want to adhere to your request.
And, Your Honor, my client actually makes a similar request.
Well, then you could stipulate to it. That's fine with me. I'll accept the stipulation, and there won't be any photographs which will depict the undercover officers.
Well, my client as well does not want to be pictured, so...
I don't know whether... that's a new one on me.
She's finding this an embarrassing proceeding.
I appreciate that. I don't see any reason why she has to be depicted.
We certainly have no problem with the undercover officers not being on camera.
I have no problem with that. This is not for purposes of embarrassment.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we begin, I have a set of exhibits I'd like to submit.
Wait a
to the
second, I
clerk.
can't hear what's happening. Speak up, please.
Before we begin, I have a set of exhibits I'd like to present to the clerk.
Okay.
I've already provided a copy to Mr. Klaus, and I provided copies to each member of the council this morning.
All right, we'll receive that.
Your Honor, if I can just add some preface. I just got that this morning. Now, I did because we were in the process of some negotiations. We actually thought this was negotiated up till about 4:50 or so last night. So that's why I didn't get this till this morning. But I may be a bit clumsy on answering some of the material here. I just went over it a few minutes ago. And certainly at some point I'm going to be making a plea to the council to basically go forward with that negotiation with a small change.
All right.
Except, Mr. Mayor.
A chance of a hearing, and they need to do that right now.
Okay, the Mayor Pro Tem makes a very good point. If this case can be resolved before we go through the hearing, let's resolve it. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to resolve it, because I know that this has been an ongoing discussion. If you can resolve it, we'll resolve it. Otherwise, we're going forward with the hearing.
I think I misspoke. What happened was we had an agreement that the license would be turned over and the business would only have a temporary for 30 days. And my client came to the conclusion after talking to some professionals that she needed 45 days to remain open. And I think that's where the city and I have a disagreement.
I really don't care, to be quite frank with you, sir.
Right, yeah.
That's between the parties. If you can work it out, great. If you can't, we're going forward with the hearing. If you need 5 minutes, tell me. If you don't,
We've already discussed this, Your Honor, so I don't think 5 minutes will be productive.
fair enough. Let's go forward with the hearing.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, this is a disciplinary complaint against Ron Oriental Therapies, LLC, DBA Oriental Angels Massage. The evidence will show that this operation has acted in a legal manner over the last 2.5 years. The evidence will show that there have been 5 prostitution arrests since January 2008. One arrest resulted in a conviction for obscene massage. Another arrest resulted in a conviction for solicitation of prostitution. 3 charges are currently pending. We have vice officers present who were the arresting officers at each of those incidents who will provide the factual basis to show that prostitution activities were occurring on the premises of Rand's Oriental Therapies, LLC. I believe the evidence will show that this business has been operated in contrary to the law. Prostitution is a normal activity on the premises, and it warrants the revocation of the license and also the imposition of a substantial fine.
All right, thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Briefly, Your Honor. As I said, I didn't see some of these police reports, but in looking at the complaint itself, we have a series of arrests with convictions and a series of arrests without at this point. However, with regard to every single arrest, with or without conviction, it's listed here. My client fired each of those people involved. We're going to have evidence that's going to show that she engaged in prospective matters to ensure there was not prostitution activity. To wit, she made all of her employees sign a contract. The contract provided for that they deposited $2,000 with her, and that they were arrested on prostitution activity and was borne out by the court or not, that they would forfeit that $2,000 and be fired. Of all of the cases here, all the arrests here, there was only one wherein she kept them on after the arrest itself, not even waiting for a conviction. In that one, the second time they had an arrest, she ended up firing that person. The evidence is also going to show that with regard to the other allegations, that is the employing of massage therapists without a license, that they actually fed under the OMD, the Oriental Medicine Doctor license, and they didn't have to be licensed. We're going to have vice detectives going to come in and presumably talk about the fact that he talked to 2 women who did not speak English very well, and that had a conversation with them with regard to the activities they were engaged in. They were dressed in white jackets, commiserate with somebody that would be working as an assistant, and as I said, the code calls for that. In that sense, Your Honor, and I think you've got all that evidence in front of you at this point.
All right, thank you very much. Call your first witness, please.
We'll call Carol Meyer.
Ms. Meyer, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right.
Ms. Meyer, where are you employed?
I'm employed as a business services supervisor with the City of Las Vegas.
And are you familiar with the business known as Ron Oil Therapies, LLC?
Yes, I am.
And is that business licensed by the City of Las Vegas?
Yes, it is.
And what category is it licensed under?
A massage establishment license.
That's all I have, Ms. Meyer.
Very good. Are there any questions on cross-examination?
When was the business licensed?
The business license was issued on December 13th, 2001.
Thank you.
Okay, any redirect? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next witness, please.
My next witness would be Detective Bressler. At this point, I think,
Here comes the gentleman.
Your Honor, at this point, the Vanessa, the camera is not
Okay, I
focused on
think
the
they
detective.
have their instructions. Officer, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good.
Would you state your name?
Detective Jane Bressler, Metropolitan Police Department, Vice Section.
On September 22nd, 2009, were you present at the premises of, July 27th, 2009, were you present at the premises of Oriental Angels Massage?
Yes, I was.
And what was your capacity there?
Conducting an in-call investigation at a massage establishment as part of my duties as a vice detective.
Were you working in an undercover capacity at the time?
Yes, I was.
Did you enter the premises?
I did.
Did you contact any persons on the premises?
Excuse me, we're going to have to speak up because some of the council members are unable to hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, upon entering the business, I was greeted by employee Maywan Kong, who is also my massage therapist while I was inside.
Did you negotiate to have a massage performed on you?
I did.
And were you taken to a private room?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive any instructions from Ms. Kong?
Upon being taken to the room, I was instructed to disrobe and lay down, face down on a massage table.
Did she perform a massage on you?
She did.
In the course of the massage, did you have any conversations with her?
I had conversation throughout the entire massage, all in English, which was understood and clearly spoken by both parties.
At a point in the massage, did she instruct you to roll over?
Yes, she did.
What happened then?
She massaged my face and chest area, and at the completion of the massage, asked me if I wanted her to quote finish me.
Did she say anything else?
Yeah, I clarified with her what finish me meant by saying big finish and making a hand gesture to simulate masturbation.
Did she touch your genitals at any time?
Yes, she touched my genitals over the towel that I was wearing in order to indicate where she would finish me. And before leaving the room, also had reached under the towel and touched my genitals.
Did she suggest a price for the act of masturbation?
Yes, she told me it'd be $50.
Did you then place her under arrest?
Yes, I did.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Detective, who's your direct supervisor?
I couldn't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry, Detective, who is your direct supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Sergeant Charlie Peck.
How long have you worked under Charlie Peck?
Approximately 6 months.
How did you arrive at the decision to visit this location?
I received a...
All right, everybody's going to have to speak up. The council is having a great deal of difficulty hearing.
Very good.
Is there any way we could turn up the mics, or is this it?
I just might be a little bit too tall to be.
If we can, I'd like to, because they are having a difficulty. Each one is telling me that they're having a hard time hearing everybody, so let's speak up, please.
I apologize to the council, and I'll speak down into the mic.
Right.
Detective, how did you arrive at the decision to visit that particular location?
We received a complaint, a citizen complaint on the business next door, which was a reflexology business. The time we arrived there, it was closed. Oriental Angels was open at the time we made the decision to go ahead and conduct an in-call investigation at the open business.
Who's we?
The vice detail or squad that I was working with.
Who participated in this decision other than you?
The sergeant.
At any point, did you see my client at the location?
Your client being the lady behind you?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Did you have a discussion with anybody other than the subject that gave you the massage?
No.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, next witness, please.
My next witness is Detective Saldana.
Which exhibit?
Detective, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name?
Detective Saldana. I'm with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I've been with the department for approximately 22 years.
Are you currently assigned to the vice detail?
I've been assigned to the Vice Narcotics Section for approximately 12 years.
On October 21st, 2009, were you present at the premises of Oriental Angels Massage?
Yes, I was.
Were you there in an undercover capacity?
Yes, I was.
Did you enter the premises?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak to anyone?
Yes, I spoke to the person who ultimately gave the massage.
Did you later identify that person as Zhu Fu?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe your conversation with Ms. Fu?
Immediately, Ms. Fu had represented herself as an employee or representative of the facility, as she asked me what I wanted as far as a half-hour massage or an hour massage. She pointed to the wall and told me they started at $50 to $70. I asked if I could negotiate the hour as opposed to $70 to $50 since it was so slow, and she said no, that the monies go to the business and that she works off a tip, so she couldn't negotiate that.
Did you agree to purchase an hour massage?
I agreed to the massage, yes.
Did you go to a private room with Ms. Fu?
Ms. Fu directed me to a room in the back, room number 3.
Were you instructed to disrobe?
I was instructed to disrobe, which I did so keeping on my boxer briefs. She also told me then to lay on the table as she left to get my change and then return.
Did she instruct you to remove your underwear?
Once she returned with my change, she put it on the chair, and to my shock, she asked me to remove my boxer briefs and lay face down on the massage table after she rearranged the sheets that I tried to conceal myself with. And I asked her if I could have a towel at least, and she said okay, and returned back with a towel.
Speak up, sir. Please speak up.
Did Ms. Fu then perform a massage on you?
Yes, Ms. Fu then started to put oil in her hands, and she stood to the front of the massage table and leaned over across from my head toward my feet and started to massage me with the oil in her hands. And then she kind of like went underneath the towel that at that moment had been concealing me, but pulled it off.
Did you have conversations with Ms. Fu during the course of the massage?
Ms. Fu asked me where I was from, and I told her where I was from, why I was in town. She asked me if I was gambling. I told her that I was. I tried to get a girl to massage me, one of the services at the casino, but nobody would go to casinos any longer, was her response that there was too much trouble. I asked her what kind of trouble, and she didn't go further into it, that it was just too much trouble. From that point, we continued to speak, and she continued to massage me.
Did she appear to understand the English language?
Since she was conducting the interview, yes, I thought she spoke English real well.
During the course of the conversation, did you discuss the performance of any sexual acts?
Yes, she said that for extra money, that she'd give me I'd be very, very happy. I asked her what that meant. She said, trust her. I said, well, how much is this trust going to cost me? And she said that her tips start from $60. And I had said that I already spent $70. I didn't want to spend more than $100 in total. Can I get something for $30? She said at that point that I was cheap, and she started laughing, and she wanted $100. I said, there's no way that I'm going to give you $100 for a blowjob. She said to be quiet, don't say anything, as she shushed me and put her fingers to my lips and to hers, that she couldn't talk like that in there. At that time, she then asked me some more questions, and I told her through the negotiations that the most that I would give her would be $60, but that was as much as I would get. And she shook her head up and down in the affirmative and said that that was okay. I wanted to clarify what I was getting, and apparently it was going to be hand masturbation for the $60 fee.
She informed you she would perform an act of masturbation for $60?
Yes, she did. And she went further. After she concluded with her massage, she told me to flip over. I tried to conceal myself again with the towel. Not too successful. She grabbed the towel, pulled it away from me. I used my hands to conceal myself and portrayed as though I was going to make myself turgid so she could finish the job. She was trying to aggressively get into me, so I asked her if I could at least get a condom or something, because as I suggested my hand up and down, that once I was fully excited and ejaculated, I would get all over. I asked her for a condom. She said no condom, and she reached around, picked up some tissues from a tissue box, and handed those to me instead. And I confirmed, you want me to catch it in this tissue? And she had confirmed that that's what she wanted me to do. And then she came at me again and wanted to get to my genitals. I had already called for the arresting officers to come in and stop the action so that she wouldn't continue to get on me. I did as best I could, and finally someone had arrived. She excused herself, said she would be back to finish the job, and that was when I had heard that the detectives had made entry, identified themselves as vice detectives. The action was stopped, and I was able to identify myself as the vice detective.
Did you have any conversations with Ms. Fu after the arrest?
She said I was a nasty man, and I asked her why was it that she was acting in that manner, where she had me disrobed fully and was massaging me, and then negotiated a price for this act of prostitution, and then handed me towels and tissues as opposed to a condom, and she had no response to those actions that she had. I gave her as much opportunity as possible.
That's all I have for now.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective, was there anybody else in the establishment when you went in?
I don't recall.
Did How did you arrive at the decision to visit that location?
I was told to by my supervisor,
Which supervisor?
Sergeant Signorello.
In that regard, was there anybody else in the room when you were having the massage other than you and Ms. Fu?
No, it was just she and I.
And you tried at one point, you said, to explicate, to explain what you expected her to do, the manual masturbation. And she shushed you and said she couldn't talk like that in there?
Correct.
Okay. Did she seem concerned that somebody might overhear her?
No.
Why couldn't she talk like that then?
I could come to some kind of
You don't know.
You'd have to ask her, I guess.
In that regard, at some point during this process, you summoned the other detectives. They came in, and Miss Fu left, correct? She left the room.
She had heard someone at the front door, and she had to excuse herself. So I had assumed she's the only one there at the time to handle the business, since she was the agent or the employee in charge of the premise.
We're guessing now, but it's potentially equally likely that she was going out because the owner had come through the front door. Is that correct?
Again, if you want me to speculate, I could do all that.
But it'd be a speculation as to why she went out.
Yes.
Okay. You have been at Oriental Angels more than once, correct?
It's possible. I go to quite a few.
Indeed, you got a massage from my client, the owner of the business, at some point during this process, a few months ago, correct?
A few months ago? No, that's not correct. That wasn't me.
Okay. You don't know whether you've been there more than once?
I've been in the vice section for 12 years. I've done a number of these investigations. It's very possible that I could have been there several years ago.
Why do you know it wasn't a few months ago, or sometime during this year?
Because I know I wasn't in there, otherwise there would have been an arrest report or some kind of contact or officer's report.
What if there was no reason to make an officer's report? What if there was no
Then
arrest?
there'd be probably an event number that would be associated with me going to the property.
Okay. And how can you say that there isn't such an event number?
Because you haven't been able to provide me with anyone.
So what you're saying is because I'm not giving you an event number, you're saying that this...
I don't recall one. You can't provide one. I believe that there isn't one within the last 2 months.
Okay. What about this year?
Or this year.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is council still having trouble hearing me?
Yes, we are. We're having trouble hearing everybody.
I apologize. If I can, certainly. And there's nothing about Oriental Angels in particular, other than this particular arrest, that you remember. It's not unusual in any way. You said you've been to many of these establishments.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
What's your question?
Is there anything, in terms of the number of arrests or the focus on this business, there's nothing unusual?
It's just a job for me. If they tell me to go someplace, that's where I go.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, any redirect?
Yes. Okay.
Certainly.
Officer Saldana, when Ms. Fu shushed you, was she discussing the provision of an act of oral sex or masturbation?
The discussion was both in reference to oral sex as well as the hand masturbation.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, you're excused, sir. How many more incidents do you intend to present?
One, Your Honor.
Okay, let's move it on.
My last witness is Detective Underwood.
All right, Detective Underwood. Detective, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
Would you state your name?
Detective S. Underwood.
Are you employed by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, I am.
And which detail do you work?
I'm currently assigned to the vice detail.
On February 19, 2010, were you present at the premises of Oriental Angels Massage?
That I was.
Did you enter the premises?
Yes, I did.
Were you in an undercover capacity?
Yes, I was working in undercover capacity.
Did you speak to a female employee at the premises?
Yes, I did.
Did you discuss the provision of a massage?
Yes, when I entered the Oriental Massage Parlor, I spoke with an unknown Asian female who asked me if I would like a half-hour or an hour-long massage, and I took the half-hour-long massage, and she charged me $50 for it.
Did you proceed to a private room?
Yes, she escorted me back to a private room after I paid the $50.
Were you instructed to disrobe?
Yes, I was.
Did you have any conversations with Ms. Fu?
Ms. Fu came in secondary after the first unknown Asian female led me to the room and instructed me to withrobe. Then Ms. Fu came in afterwards to give me my massage.
And did Ms. Fu perform a massage on you?
Yes, she did.
Did you have conversations with her in the course of the massage?
Throughout the whole massage, we had casual conversation, yes. And even during the massage, she even asked if I was a police officer.
Did she appear to understand the English language?
Yes, she did.
Did you discuss the provision of any sexual activities?
Yes. Towards the end of the massage, she grabbed my left hand and held onto my left hand to start circling around my stomach and groin area, at which time she asked me if everything was all right. Then I asked if I can get anything extra. She then said yes. I then asked for oral sex, at which time she says she does not do that. Then I asked if I can get manual hand masturbation from her, at which time she agreed to that.
Did you discuss the payment of any money for that service?
Yes. From the first time when I first came in and paid with $100, the first unknown female came and set my change down next to a table where I was laying on, which was 2 20s and a 10. And while Miss Fu, if I said her name correctly, and myself were in conversation, she gestured over to the chair where my change was laying, at which I made sure of it, and I said for the $50 change. At that time, she agreed to the $50 change for the hand masturbation.
Was Ms. Fu then placed under arrest?
Yes, she was placed under arrest after that.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination, sir.
Detective, how did you arrive at the decision to visit the Oriental Angels location?
From my memory, it was just a random pick of an Asian massage parlor.
Your report notes that there was somebody else there. Do you remember who the other Asian female was in the business?
No, I do not.
Was there anybody else other? Well, your report indicates that you discussed the upfront fee with the first unidentified Asian female, and then it was tips back in the massage room. Is that correct?
Tips was never brought up, no, but the $50 I originally paid was with the unknown female originally.
Was there anybody else there with Miss Fu when you and her discussed the act of prostitution?
No, it's just her and myself.
Have you ever been to Oriental Angels before or since?
No, I have not.
Nothing further.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused, officer. Thank you.
That's all the witnesses the city has, Your Honor.
Very good. The defense have any witnesses?
I'll have to call my client, Jimmy Ron.
All right, Ms. Ron? Hi. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
What can I say? I have this business been.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
Yeah, what can
Do you understand English?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, I'm asking you, do you swear to tell the truth?
Oh, yeah, I swear to tell the truth.
Go ahead.
Now, first, do you have an Oriental medicine doctor's license?
Yes, I do.
With regard to your business, that is Oriental Angels, do you make your employees sign a contract when they begin work there?
Yes, I do.
Does the contract prohibit prostitution or other illegal activities?
Yes.
Ms. Rand, you have to speak up. We have to hear what you have to say.
Yes, I do sign contract with the service.
Tell us about it.
most is no sex activity and dress for the city code and most just no illegal activity in the room. We don't need that kind of service, and we just want a really professional Chinese massage. And each one I hold. They pay me 2,000 for hold. When they leave, they do not do any problem. They don't have any sex activity. I will give them money back. If I find out, I will penalty them. Now give them this deposit. So many years, most therapists really work very well. They really don't do something. But I hire and fire, I think over 100 people because interview, they don't like me because I have contract. A lot of people don't like. And some, they don't want to work for me. And someone work for me, I find out, then I just fire them, And so I really control my business. I just want the people know what's Oriental massage, Oriental massage, just like a healing art, help people release them pain and reduce them stress, make them more healthy. That's why so many years I try very hard.
The contract that's for the record, with regard to our answer, that's Exhibit B, right? That's what we're looking at right here.
My glasses.
Make sure everybody keeps their voices up.
I forget my glasses, so some I can't.
If it please Your Honor and the counsel, it's Exhibit B in our answer. She doesn't have her reading glasses with her, so she can't actually confirm that. Let's talk about, there's several allegations, and while we didn't have testimony with regard to all of them, with regard to the allegations, Mei Zhao, did she work for you?
Yes.
Did you become aware that she was arrested for a charge of soliciting prostitution?
She worked for me at Oriental Angels.
Okay. Was she arrested for prostitution?
Yeah.
Do you know she was convicted for prostitution?
Yes, I do, because I saw the report. They said that she wanted to take a detector, go to the hotel, after massage, take to hotel, give some illegal activity, because she know I don't allow to do something illegal in my place.
What did you do when you found out about that?
I'd fire her.
Did you give her $2,000?
No.
Mi Wan Kong, did she work for you?
Mi Wan Kong, yes.
Okay. Did you learn that she was arrested for soliciting prostitution?
Yes, I do know.
And what did you do when you learned that?
I fire her.
What about Wei Zhuan Li?
Wei Zhuan Li.
Can you? This name.
Okay.
You have to speak up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just directing her to the spot on the page.
Right, but
okay.
You got to speak up.
Yes, she worked for me.
Did you learn that she was arrested for soliciting prostitution?
Yeah, I know.
What did you do?
I fired her.
Miss Fu, you heard testimony about Miss Fu. Did she work for you?
Yes, she did before.
Did you learn on October 21st of last year that she was arrested for prostitution?
Yes, I do.
Did you fire her?
Yeah, I fired her.
Did you fire her right away?
Yes. Then I used her again because...
you fired her and then rehired her?
Yeah, because she coming to me quiet. She said she can't find some place, and she said she go someplace. They force her to do something. She said she can't do, and she said she's a single mother. She has a son, need go to college, no money. She said give her a chance.
Did you give her a chance?
Yes, I do.
Did you learn that she was arrested again?
Yes, I do.
What did you do when you found out?
And no use her again.
Did you arrest her? Did you fire her a second time?
Yes, and I gave her 2,000 back because she said she don't have money.
With regard to your Oriental medicine doctor license, did you employ as assistants, legal assistants, two people who were licensed massage therapists in California?
2 people.
Yeah. Let's look at the names. Mike Chu and Sun Wei. Did you have assistants when you worked as an OMD?
Yes, I do.
Did you advertise as an OMD?
Yes, I do. Acupuncture, I do. Yellow Page.
Do you remember when they were arrested for being massage therapists?
No, they do not. They do not get arrested.
Well, they were cited. Excuse me. Do you remember when they were cited for having massage therapy, performing massage therapy?
They are just no, they do not get arrested. They get this which one? I look at.
You have to speak up, ma'am.
Okay.
Really, and it can't be a conversation between you and your lawyer. It has to be addressed to the council.
The name? I can't say the name.
Did you have 2 assistants when you were working as an Oriental medicine doctor?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember when those 2 had a complaint from the police?
They come in. Yes, they do, but they do not get arrested.
Did you talk to the police afterwards?
Yes, I do.
Did they inform you that because you were advertising as a massage establishment that they needed to have massage licenses in Nevada?
And I do, and I have an acupuncture license there. And according to the city law, at my acupuncture clinic, I don't need to hire people have a license. And they just wear the nurse address. They just assist me because some patients don't like pain. They don't like a needle. They preferred without the pain get release their pain. So I have a system for give them massage if they don't like needles.
Did you sit down and talk with the city and the police about having assistance as an Oriental medicine doctor?
Yeah, I do talk, and I have that code I showed to them, but they said you're not here. But I said, but they do not do anything. They just stayed there.
Why did you plead guilty on that case?
Because Bucky, he said the Bucky, I forget his last name. Bucky
Buchanan.
Okay, yeah, that time he's my attorney. He said just pay fine. That's all. That's the case over. They said you don't want forever because at the trial he said if you sue you appeal, then you forever come back. They said that's easy for this case closed.
Generally, do you tolerate illegal behavior on the part of your employees?
No.
What do you do to make sure that doesn't happen?
I tried before I talked to detective. I said, "Can I put the mirror on the window?" They said, "No, you can't." And can I put some camera? They said, "No, that's illegal." So I tried my best, and
who are you discussing that with? Cindy May?
Yeah.
Okay, so you discussed with Metro the idea of putting mirrors or cameras in the room so that you could watch what was going on.
Yeah, they said that's illegal.
How many times do you talk to the police about making sure that your employees weren't breaking the law?
Many times. I saw her a few times. I can't remember exactly number.
Do you tell your employees that they're not supposed to break the law?
Yes, I do.
Do you perform massages yourself?
Sometimes, because my place, not a lot of people want to work for me because they don't like my contract. So I can't hire a really good service. So sometimes I just have 1 or 2 person work for me. Then sometimes they're busy, like a weekend. So I perform the massage if they are not busy. They are busy.
Okay, so have you ever been cited for prostitution or anything yourself?
No, and a lot of customers ask. I said, no, this is professional massage. They all ask, this Las Vegas supposed illegal. I said, no, this is not illegal.
What about the Detective Saldana?
I thought I did one time because I can't because when I do massage, people want something. I always say no, and I never did. Most time they don't give me tip, and only people want professional massage, and only woman, give me tip. I can remember him because he keep asking this. I said no, professional massage. Then I finish massage at the lobby. I waiting for him. He give me $10 tip. So I'm surprised. I said, people, they ask this, they never give tips, but he give me tips. I'm so surprised. So I remember.
How much do you charge, or how much does a customer charge to get a massage?
If a normal price is $70 for 1 hour, and half hour 50. But right now business is slow. We do $50 for 1 hour, 35 for half hour.
Do you keep all of that, or do your employees get any of that?
1 hour I get 40, half hour I get 30.
How much does the employee get in that spot?
They do get $30 for 1 hour, $20 for half hour.
So you're providing them with money. They don't need to work for tips or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, they can. Yeah, yes, they don't need it.
Nothing further.
All right. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ron?
Yes.
You testified that you make your employees sign a contract, and you attached a blank copy of this contract to the answer.
I have a copy.
The copy attached to your answer is not signed, though, is it?
It's signed. Which one? Oh, this is just the no. I just give you example. I have in my folder.
Once again.
Okay, I have in my office. I have folder. Have this side. And the detector made she has one. She want I fax to her full, so I fax to her too. She has one too.
And do you make all your employees sign this contract?
Yes, I do.
And you referred it to a $2,000 penalty. Is that included in this contract?
What did you ask me?
You'd made a statement that your employees put up $2,000 that they forfeited if they're arrested for prostitution.
That is just a penalty. I don't give them. But actually, a lot of girls, when I fire them, they said, please give me money. I mostly give them, because I just fire them, I give them back.
I don't see any provision in the contract that refers to this $2,000.
Okay, counsel, the document speaks for itself.
Okay. All right, thank you. You were aware that Ms. Fu was arrested for prostitution in October of last year, correct?
Yes.
And you re-employed her, correct?
I fired her, then she tried to find a place. She can't, because she's really good massage therapist. I try her, she's really good. But because age, and so she's difficult. Most places they want a younger and skinny and a short girl. She's big and tall. And she tried to find a lot of places. She said, I can't stay there. They ask me to do this. They want I do this. And most places I can't find. Most people now hire her. Only one place hire her, but they want she do the sex or something. She said, I can't. So please let me come back because her son in the college.
So you rehired her?
Yes, I give you a chance. I say contract with God gives.
And she was arrested again?
Yeah, then I give her money back.
And that was in February of 2010? And you posted her bail for her, didn't you? You posted her bail for her?
Yeah, I bail her out.
Yeah. That's all I have, Ronnie.
All right, any redirect?
You fired her if you bailed her out?
Yeah, I bail her out, I fire her. And she give me the money back. I have her, I bail the money. She give it to me back.
Nothing further.
Okay. Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any rebuttal?
I have one question. I have one question for Ms. Meyer.
Well, then have Ms. Meyer come up. You're still under oath, Ms. Meyer.
Ms. Meyer, Does Ms. Ron have any license to operate an Oriental medicine business at the premises of Oriental Angels?
No, she does not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Do any of the council members have a need to ask a question?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Byrne, you signed the complaint for disciplinary action, did you not?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Please turn to page 3. For my colleagues' benefit, tab 2, and I'm asking Mr. Burns to look to page 3 of the complaint for disciplinary action. Are you there?
Yes.
Lines 8 and 9. After
Yes.
each arrest, respondent Rand was notified of the arrest of her employee for soliciting prostitution and of the violation of city ordinances regarding massage establishments.
That's correct.
What evidence did you present to support that?
That evidence is presented in the binder that I provided to the clerk and to the council. There are letters relating to each of the arrests and notifications from either Metro or business license.
Okay, so these were letters from the city of Las Vegas
And/or Metro.
and/or Metro to the lady standing before us, notifying her that one of her massage therapists had been arrested and/or cited for criminal behavior.
That's correct.
Okay. And did that happen as to each of the arrests or citations as testified by our detectives?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, and this is for your client, Mr. Klaus, after each of her massage therapists was either cited or arrested, first of all, when after those actions did she learn of the citation of the arrest? Within a day, a week, a month?
Same day.
Okay. And what action did you take after you were notified that these massage therapists had been cited or arrested for violating the law?
After I fired them right away.
Within a couple of days?
No, right away. Stop them work, fire them.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Very good. Any other council member have a question?
I got a comment if I could. Lois, if I could, please. Just one comment. You know, I understand when you hire an employee and you might sign a contract that there'll be no illegal actions going on at this location. But I also feel like that the owner or the manager is responsible. And so if there's any illegal acts going on there, then the owner who is present here today, she's responsible for their actions. And they may put up $2,000. She may keep they may forfeit the $2,000. And also, when they're convicted, she fires them. But it's happened not just once. It's happened a number of times. And so I feel like that we certainly are in our rights in doing what we're doing here today, having this hearing. And I just want to make that a point that I feel like that she is responsible for those people working for her during these times. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
I had difficulty hearing at the beginning, so could I just ask the names of the women who were found soliciting prostitution and the dates that we had testimony for?
Yes.
Today.
The first arrest listed in the complaint is January 8th, 2008, and the party's name was Wenjian Lee.
L.I.?
Last name L.I.
Mm-hmm.
The next, and that charge ended up in a conviction. The conviction record is in the packet given to you. The next arrest is December 24th, 2008, by Mei Zhao, Z-H-A-O. That also ended up in a conviction.
Counsel, she actually asked for those we had testimony towards, and I think you're talking about arrests.
That's correct.
Okay. As to the testimony, on January 22nd, 2009, the arrest was May, M-I-E, Kong, K-O-N-G. On October 21st, 2009, the arrest was Zhu, Z-X-U-E, Fu, F-U. On February 19th, 2010, it's again Zhu Fu was arrested.
I asked this because we had additional backup information as to activities that had occurred at this establishment all the way back to 2006. None of those that were presented today that I could hear anyway, and is confirmed by, what about what happened in 2006? You know, where there were spatters on the wall and things like that? I'm sorry I didn't save that page. As I was reading through, I would have marked it.
Well, just so the record's clear, Councilman, you're not suggesting that there are any pictures of me in this establishment as well?
I was going to say I thought there was a large one at the entrance, but I'll take that back.
All right, thank you.
I'm trying, there were,
We had individuals who went in there at 2006, and this was when it first came to my attention about this establishment, and it seemed to me the evidence was very strong then. Is there anybody from Metro here that might remember?
Councilwoman, if I could
Probably
interject as your,
someone else.
if I could interject as your board counsel, because we have provided notice through the process of service of a complaint, I think that regardless of whether or not there's additional information, you are limited today to the record
to these.
and the allegations in the complaint itself. Anything beyond that did not put Mr. Kraus on notice, and he would not be able to defend
Okay,
against
then,
it.
however, if I'm making a decision today, certainly my decision can take into consideration the other information I've received from
No.
there or within the neighborhood, only on this.
No, you're limited to the
No wonder
allegations.
we have such trouble with these types of establishments. But in any case, I refer you to page 2, tab 14, page 2, the letter from Sheriff Gillespie. And I agree with Sheriff Gillespie, and I believe that that was the same thing Councilman Reese was saying. He said, Sheriff Gillespie in the letter notes disciplinary action, notes problems that have been there, and his next to last paragraph says, be aware that you are responsible for all activities occurring at your licensed business. This letter is being delivered to you as a courtesy by the Metropolitan Police Department in order to inform you of the criminal activity mentioned above. I will tell you that I agree with Councilman Reese. Too many times, too many different people, too often, for someone who has a responsibility to run something. In my job, if anybody on my staff does anything wrong, it's my responsibility. And the same with running an establishment such as she is running, a massage parlor. I look at this, quite honestly, with great disgust. I really, truly do. This has operated a long time in this neighborhood. I guess I can't base any decision on what else has been told to me, but it has been a thorn in the side of the neighbors. You back up to a residential area, and there is a big problem there with what's been happening here. And based on everything that's here today, we have enough to establish that it's too often, too many different people, and that the responsibility is, as Sheriff Gillespie said in his letter of June 16th, 09, the responsibility of the person who's the owner and the manager. I feel very strongly about that. It's difficult. It's time to be able to prove these things. We've had a metropolitan operation that obviously has worked very hard on this, has collected a lot of information on this, and it all comes back to the primary issue of who is responsible. And the responsibility is the manager.
All right. At this time, if you have a closing statement, so I'm going to limit you each to 3 minutes. You don't have to use all 3.
Your Honor, before we do, I think there may have been some misleading information, and I didn't have time to cross-examine the rebuttal witness. But I think if we bring her up here...
With all due respect, it has to end somewhere.
Well, I understand, but...
Do you want to make an offer proof?
I will.
Go ahead.
She did have an OMD license. She doesn't have it now. She gave it up at that location. It was licensed at one time, according to my conversations with my client.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Byrne.
Your Honor, the council has seen evidence of a continuing pattern of illegal activity at Oriental Angels. the numerous arrests for prostitution, convictions for obscene massage, and a conviction for soliciting prostitution. Under Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.02. Citation. 6.02.350, the licensee, Ms. Ron, is responsible for any activities that take place on the premises. I think this is a clear-cut case. I would urge the council to revoke the license of Oriental Angels and impose a substantial fine. I would suggest $50,000.
How much?
$50,000, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Klaus?
Thank you.
3-minute timer, please, Ms. Bridges.
Your Honor, and council people, I do agree with the proposition that the owner of a licensed business has to have responsibility. However, the responsibility is being exercised when an employee who's arrested, not convicted, but arrested, is being fired immediately thereafter. With regard to a business of this sort, what you're trying to encourage is people to display the sort of behavior that was displayed here. I don't know what sort of information Councilwoman had with regard to where this is backing up to or the sort of complaints, but what I can say is you have evidence here today of 3 arrests and convictions over the course of 9 years of being in business. And during that time, you have various steps, both proactive and reactive, to make sure this business complied with the law. We don't have a situation where somebody is sitting by and letting this happen, nor do we have a situation that we often have in these establishments where somebody's charging a cover charge or some fee up front that they keep, and at the other end of the process expecting their employees to work off of tips. So I can't agree at all with the proposition that there's not responsibility being exercised here, unless you're going to get rid of the business as a category. Any license with regard to massage establishments, I would think this is the sort of behavior you want to encourage. And indeed, my client is working to get out of this business because she can't make money complying with the law. According to her, she's in the process of trying to sell it. And we tried to negotiate this already, tried to negotiate it for a fine, turning over the business license, and having 45 days remaining in business so she could find a new buyer for the business. And that's where we fell apart in negotiations. We started with 30 days, and she couldn't sell it in 30 days. She needed 45 days to get it through escrow. Doesn't want to stay in this business because all the efforts she's been making to stick to the code and do what you want her to be responsible, it turns into a situation where there are people who are not, who are pulling the massage therapist out, making the money, pulling the customer. She can't even maintain a customer base because she's complying with the law. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I say something, please? I just wanted to say that we weren't going over the full time that she's had her establishment open because we've had presented to us in the past things that happened in 2006 which we can't consider today. So the only things we were considering were the times of these arrests, which was 2.5 years. If we go back further, we're going to find more arrests and more other problems that were brought forward. But there are many massages places that have been established in that area, been there for a long time. We don't have one near there or any place else within that ward that has had this type of trend in it with so many in such a short period of time. This is 2.5 years we're talking about of these arrests. You're talking about 6 years. If you want to go back to the 6 years, I'll be glad to meet with you any time, if legally I can, to go over that.
I'd
he
love
says
to.
I can't.
I think all we've got is evidence of 3 arrests over a 2.5-year period of arrests and 9 years of being in business with no other, with nothing else. So
but you don't know the nothing else, you see. You don't know if there were any other investigations or any other arrests.
Councilwoman, I hate to interrupt you, but we have to keep the record really clear on this. The vote and deliberation by this council is limited to the facts alleged in the complaint and the facts adduced by way of physical evidence, that is the book that Mr. Burns introduced at the beginning of the testimony, and the actual verbal testimony today. Anything beyond, if it is in the record that the council considered something or knew something or intuited something, is going to blemish the record and cause an argument on appeal. So I need to make clear that if you do make a motion, either for or against revocation or something in between, it has to be limited to the record before you.
And with all due respect, I think we've already got that situation. We've got a due process violation.
Right. Your record's made.
I-
Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Yeah,
Ma'am.
I just wanted to say, I'm not talking about the past. I'm trying to say, however, it's just the 2.5 years. You brought up that it covered all those years, and I'm saying we're only talking about the 2.5 years of the rest, and that's what we can look at, that's all.
Counsel, we have evidence that it's been open for 9 years and evidence of 3 arrests in those 9 years.
Okay, I make the motion. I move to revoke the license at a $50,000 fine.
Mayor, before the motion, if you will, I do have a question.
Councilman?
For council, what are we basing the recommendation of $50,000 on?
The fine is discretionary with the council.
So what did we come up with the number? How did you just come up with $50,000?
Essentially $10,000. The record contains evidence of 5 arrests. There are 2 that are referenced by convictions. It was $10,000 per violation.
Is that within code?
I
Or
believe
is that
it
just
is.
the number we picked?
I believe that's within the power of the council.
So, Brad, is that
Well,
within
let
code,
me ask this
or
question.
is that something that we just picked out of midair?
And that's a
Yeah,
good
with
question.
all due respect, can we fine her $50 million? You know, only $10 million for each arrest?
Now, let me
No, I mean, it has to be based on some rational.
There is.
And I make the assumption it is, so that's why it has to be based on something.
Right. If you go back in time, there's a number of ways the council can look at this. If you find that there's been a pattern of activity that has been, even though you have to show every day, that began on January 8, 2008 and continued to 2010, you could fine $1,000 a day for every day you think they were in violation in between. The Mr. Burns recommendation, I think, is a number short of what that number would be if you calculated it out.
But there's no evidence to that.
Correct.
That this happened every day.
It's correct.
That is purely within the discretion of the council. You just said it
Well,
only happened on
no,
5 days, and there was nothing in between. I think that Mr. Burns' argument before you today was that the reason this establishment should be closed is because this isn't an isolated incident, it's a continuing pattern of conduct. If the council wants to impose just $1,000 for each of the 5 incidents before you, and then another $1,000 for each of the violations involving not having an establishment license, that's within your discretion. But I think Mr. Burns' record has been made, and we can defend it.
Right.
Anything in between is within your discretion.
Mayor, if you will, Brad, I understand what you're saying. However, once again, getting back to the basis, I mean, then what did we base it on to basically select the 50,000? Where did you start?
I think in Mr. Burns' case, he's starting with a fine that I think reflects, and I don't want to speak for him because he's the advocate today, I'm board counsel.
Well, I asked him,
Yeah, that's,
and he said
I believe that
he didn't know.
reflected the pattern going on over a 2-year period.
What pattern?
Repeated arrest for prostitution.
Okay, well, Mayor, just so that you know, I'm uncomfortable with this number, this arbitrary number that has just been tossed out here.
And Councilman, I'm uncomfortable with it too, and I would ask the Councilwoman to perhaps.
And I understand that. I thought that was a good point. I think his question was excellent, because when you give a recommendation, I agree with you on the basis that you have the basis for that amount of money. So if it's not concrete as to how much, then certainly it shouldn't be that high.
The most conservative the council could be would to say $1,000 for each violation or $5,000.
That's the most conservative.
Correct, $1,000 for each violation.
Well, I think it should be more than 1,000 for each violation. I'm sorry, I may be disagreeing with my.
Well, I think the law says that $1,000 per day.
$1,000 per day for every day you find they're in violation. If I could just for a moment, you may recall a couple of years ago we had a case involving Crazy Horse 2, where there were a number of incidences. There wasn't an incident each day, but there was a pattern of conduct that led to the conclusion of the authorities that it had been ongoing criminal conduct for a period of time. That's the basis for Mr. Burns' request for a $50,000 fine. If you're uncomfortable and you don't believe a pattern has been shown, you're the judges in this case. And you can say, I don't believe, I feel comfortable with that, but I do feel comfortable with the fact there are 5 distinct violations that may not of themselves equal a pattern of conduct over a 2-year period, and that would be a $1,000 fine for each of those individual incidents. That is totally within your discretion.
Councilor Wilson.
Thank you. Just real quickly, if we impose a fine, Mr. Jerbick, she's going to be out of business, assuming Councilwoman Tarkanian's motion is approved. what teeth do we have to collect this money? Let's say we impose a $50,000 or a $5,000. What happens next?
Just like everything else, if she doesn't pay it, we'll take her to court and sue her to enforce the council's order.
I'm not sure you can. It's a corporation.
Okay, let's not get involved in this kind of discussion.
Your Honor,
there's a motion.
Well, I'd like to pull that motion back
Fine.
because I thought it was based, quite honestly, on something that was precedent or something like
May I
that.
make this suggestion, Councilwoman, that the
Yes.
motion be in two parts? One regarding the license, and then the second part regarding a fine, and we vote separately on each one independent of the other.
Okay.
All right, so the councilman's motion to revoke the license should be voted upon at this time. Please vote.
If I would also, before you vote, I want to make it very clear, I'd like the councilwoman to state it on the record that your motion is based only on the evidence contained in the criminal complaint and adduced here at the podium today.
I think that's stated the record at this point.
Yeah, that is stated in the record. I didn't word it well enough as far as why I thought there was a trend in the last 2.5 years.
The record shows Mr. Jervik said that.
There's a motion to revoke. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Now, the motion on the fine. Councilwoman?
Your Honor, might be heard for just a second.
No. With all due respect, no. We've got to end this.
Well, my fellow councilman can change this, but I would say $15,000, which would be $5,000 for each of the, no? 1.5?
The maximum is $1,000 per incident unless you find that there's a pattern which would give you justification for $1,000 a day.
So then do I have to go to $1,000 a day? I can't go in between? See, I think there is a pattern. So that's what my motion would be based on.
All right, that's the motion is 15,000. Vote on that, please.
I'm going to vote nay on this because I just don't think the record supports a finding of every single day. I don't disagree with the total. Let me finish. I don't disagree with the total amount. I just don't think that there's been a pattern to say that for every single day there's been a violation, so I can't support a total amount based upon a motion that says every single day there's been a violation, so we're imposing a fine for every single day.
Okay, but we're not imposing a fine for every single day. We're imposing a fine for basically 15 days. And
Okay.
is that too much to do? Where's our lawyer? I can't see you down there. Are you saying that I have to either do 1,000 a day if I don't think there's a trend?
Right.
If I feel there's a trend, then do I have to do $1,000 a day?
What I would state is if you believe that this is a pattern and that leads you to the conclusion based on the evidence that there has been a continuing series of violations at this place, then you have justification for $1,000 a day. If you don't believe the evidence supports that, or you believe it's there but falls short of the standard of proof the court's going to look at, then you need to impose only $1,000 a day for each of the incidents proved.
Mayor Goodman?
Those are your choices.
Councilman.
This is to Brad and to council. How many days total would you present to the council today as far as infractions?
I would present to the council from, let me get this exact, from January 8th, 2008 through at least February 19th, 2010.
But I'm not saying January 1st to February 28th. I'm saying days total. In between that time period, how many days total?
Council,
period.
let me answer the question and then make a recommendation,
Right.
just because I think the record is getting really skewed right now.
It really is.
The answer to your question is how many days, if you started from January 2008, there's 365 days in a year, times 2 plus half a year, you're probably up around maybe $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 potentially if you found a continuing pattern of violation. I would recommend at this point in time, because we are all over the board on this and there has not been a consistent motion made or a finding made in a motion by the council that there's a continuing pattern, out of an abundance of caution, I would recommend a fine of $5,000, $1,000 per incident for each incident proved, and I think that we will avoid a substantial issue on appeal.
Thank you.
All right. Councilman Ross.
I'm really trying to keep my mouth shut, Mayor. But the fine. I mean, this is ridiculous. I support this $50,000, Councilwoman. I'm going to support your motion, but I support it. I'll tell you why. We need to send a clear message to this industry that we're not going to tolerate this in the city of Las Vegas, and I think that's what it all comes down to. Whatever legal counsel says or whatever Councilwoman would like to do, I just want that message to be clear in regards to this fine issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Now, your motion is what, Councilwoman? Was it, did you say 15,000 or 50,000?
Well, I would like to go for 50,000.
All right,
That's
that-
why I made it. But Mr. Mayor, I am being told that legally I'd have to know it was going every single day to do it 50,000. I agree totally with Councilman Ross. This is the time to send the message. This is the time to say, we don't want this in our neighborhoods anymore. Let's get rid of it. So you know what? I'll go back to my 50,000 and then you can vote it down.
Fine.
But I agree very strongly, the toughest, the hardest we need to do. I know that area and I know this last 2.5 years, and that's what I would vote. And if I lose that, that's okay.
And I appreciate that, and that's what the vote, we're going to take a vote on that, but we also have to follow the law. We're the example in following the law, and we're being advised by council that the law would suggest a $1,000 fine for each day. 5 times 1 is 5, and that's what he suggests. But let's vote on the 50,000.
But wait a minute now, you're confusing me now. If I could, please. We also, we know this has been continuous, and she's basing her $50,000 on $1,000 a day. And we figured out the amount of days, and it could be $700,000 if she could be fine,
If you find a pattern that it happened every day, that's correct.
That's right, and that's what she's doing, so I'm a supporter.
Okay, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, item 56 is Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before you get on to that, could I just, I thank you for appearing and for your taking time to understand, trying to understand all of this, too. Thank you very much.
Right. Well, thank you, Councilwoman.
And I also want to thank Metro, because I know they work hard, and oftentimes these things that they spend a lot of time and effort on don't come to fruition from their efforts, and I just want to say we appreciate it.
And I will say this, Mr. Klaus and Mr. Burns, the pleadings and the booklet were first class. Okay. Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, Tenant Commissioner. Ms. Bridges, does the backup have the rating that took place by the Housing Authority? Who had the most? Because I spoke to the Housing Authority and they suggested that I appoint the person who had the best score. That's right. At this time, I would move to appoint Ida Lamoureux to the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority as the Tenant Commissioner. Could we vote on that, please? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 57 is Bill Number 2010-22, updates the city zoning and licensing regulations that apply to community residences, commonly referred to as group homes and similar uses. Councilor Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-22, an ordinance to update city zoning and licensing regulations that apply to community residences, commonly referred to as group homes and similar uses, and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval?
No. I believe that, I don't blame you, but Mr. Lewis has
Oh, I didn't see Mr. Lewis.
about
I'm
a
sorry.
4-hour presentation.
Okay, then I'll withdraw my motion at this time until Mr. Lewis presents us with this 4-minute presentation.
Just a minute. The mayor's not here right now, and so can we have a 4-minute clock, please?
I'm going to go ahead and lead off. Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. At your June 16th meeting, this item came before you, and you expressed a great deal of concern over a number of issues relative to this proposed ordinance change. Those are issues related to the definitions, approvals, enforcement, a whole myriad of issues. We bring this matter back before you, recognizing both the consequences legally and financially of not going forward, but at the same time trying to create, walk that fine line along enforcement and putting in place some new regulations that will give us the ability to enforce but also stay in compliance. It's something that we feel in the manager's office is important, that we move forward with, recognizing the consequences, and we think we are coming back to you with a presentation that will address most of the issues that you raised at the last meeting. So I'm going to introduce Jim Lewis, and then he'll be followed by Lisa Morris-Hibler, who will kind of outline some of those issues that you brought up, how we would address those issues going forward.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, can you hear me with this? Okay. Well, I'm going to try to keep this fairly brief. The last hearing was longer than I think we all expected. What we're going to do here is we're going to talk briefly about we're going to talk very briefly about the login. We're going to talk very briefly about some of the concerns you raised. And I think the most important part of what we're going to talk about today is the enforcement piece of this. Because what I heard last time, and I went back and I re-reviewed the last hearing. What I heard the council say is we have concerns about the enforcement of the rules that we have with regard to multi-population facilities. So, a house or some sort of structure that has some number of people staying in these facilities. I think what I heard was from some or all council persons that there was a belief that any and all types of multi-population uses would be permitted to encroach into single-family neighborhoods if the proposed ordinance passed. And I think what I heard council say, some or all, we're really concerned that we're going to have no ability to enforce the laws that we have against any and all multi-population uses. I want to make sure I clarify this right off the top. That's not the case. What we're here to do, what these amendments will bring to the city is that those multi-population single-family dwelling uses that house the disabled are protected pursuant to federal anti-discrimination laws. These amendments that we've proposed in no way alter our ability to enforce our Title 19 rules and Title 6 rules against those multi-population uses in residential neighborhoods that shouldn't be there under our law, such as a facility for transitional living for released offenders. Our proposed ordinance amendments doesn't make it easier for a facility for released offenders to enter one of your residential neighborhoods, or boarding houses for that matter. So let me just remind you which three laws that we're talking about here. Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988. That's the amendment of the Fair Housing Act of 1967, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Federal Rehabilitation Act of 1973. These three federal laws say that we must treat the disabled similarly to the non-disabled when it comes to where these folks may be housed. What I think is really important after re-reviewing the last hearing is to describe the persons protected by these federal laws and the persons that are not protected by these federal laws. Those people that are protected are those where courts have found over the last 30, 40 years that their affliction constitutes a disability. Persons with severe depression, Alzheimer's, autism, those who lack mobility, and sometimes the stickler, those that are recovering from drug and alcohol addiction, but who are not currently using drugs and alcohol. The persons that are not protected by federal law are those that are not afflicted with a disability. So non-disabled people in a boarding house don't get an easier entry into a single-family neighborhood under these provisions. Those types of persons not afflicted with a disability are ex-felons, sex offenders seeking treatment and counseling, non-disabled released juvenile offenders, or persons that are currently abusing alcohol or drugs. Those folks don't get the protection of these amendments. They don't get the protection of federal law. That's really important for me to clarify, because I think for me, for Lisa, for enforcement folks, for you all, there is some necessary may be the wrong word, but there is some necessary confusion, because the law is confusing on this point. I want to just really quickly clarify the types of uses that aren't protected. We talked about the type of people that aren't protected. The type of uses that aren't protected are going to be listed in the PowerPoint here. Let's just go through some of them. Nursing homes, facilities for transitional living for released offenders, facilities to provide testing, treatment, and counseling for drug and alcohol abuse. That's an important one. These amendments aren't going to allow these facilities for the testing and treatment of alcohol abuse into residential neighborhoods. It's just not going to happen. If you're utilizing or currently utilizing drugs and or alcohol, you don't get the protection of these federal laws. Sex offender counseling facilities. Sex addiction is not a disability. They don't get the protection of these laws. Any other group living arrangement for unrelated individuals who are not disabled. That's just making sure that everybody understands that if you're providing housing for people who are not disabled, you don't get to come in under these new rules. There was a lot of questions about, can we regulate these multi-population uses at all? Well, the answer is yes. Multi-population uses for the non-disabled, we've got plenty of prohibitions as to single-family zoning districts and special use requirements for some of these multi-population uses. However, with regard to the disabled, we do have plenty of regulation. We've got 660 feet from property to property line. That these must be separated. You'll see that the operator of a transitional community residence, which would be one for a recovering addict, must require residents to be actively and continuously enrolled in an off-site support program, must prohibit the use of alcohol and illegal drugs by residents, and upon request with reasonable notice, must produce evidence satisfactory to our code enforcement people that the folks living in these types of uses are in fact complying with these regulations. You also see that you can't offer occupancy within a community residence to an individual whose tenancy would constitute a direct threat to the health and safety of the other individuals. That's an important one. Look, the fact of the matter is, we got some shady operators that are acting outside the bounds of the law, unlicensed facilities, bringing people in just to make a buck. What Lisa and I have found over the last 19 months is we have some operators that care about treatment, that care to not draw the attention and the ire of this council or our code enforcement officers. And having Regulation 9 is important because now the people that want to do the job right understand very clearly, if you think there's somebody that's going to be a tenant of one of your homes and you want to be on the right side of the law, you're going to make sure they're not a danger to individuals within that home or individuals within your community. And then one of the other conditions is the community residence must be consistent with the scale and architectural character of the neighborhood. You can't go into Section 10, buy an acre lot, build what looks like a hospital, and then expect to get licensed permission to your conditional use permission if you look like a hospital in a residential area. So let's move on very quickly to the specific requests this council made of staff. First, you asked me, Jim, can you go see if there's any legal justification to expand the distance relationship from 660 feet to something greater? The second one was, can you find any legal justification to continue to regulate our community residences pursuant to a business license, as opposed to under Title 19? As to increasing distance separation, the answer is our office cannot legally justify anything greater than 660 feet. Why? Well, there was a Nevada District Court opinion in 2008 that, one, accepted dismissal of a Clark County case when Clark County was sued over the same regulations. And that court accepted the dismissal with a 660-foot distance separation. We believe that this court is indicating that it will accept 660 feet. In his opinion, the court opined in dicta that he believed that maybe the correct distance relationship should be 0, but he accepted dismissal at 660. So my advice to you is 660 is about as far as we can go in the state of Nevada. The other thing that's important here is that we believe that 660 is reasonable and justifiable and defensible because the intent of the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 is to make sure that the city provides a community-like environment that's instrumental for the recovery and well-being of the disabled by preventing clustering. The 660-foot requirement prevents clustering. If you don't have it, you could have a cul-de-sac with 4 or 5 of these homes right next to each other, and then you've completely defeated the intent of let's make sure the disabled live in an environment with the non-disabled. As to continuing to regulate these community residents pursuant to the business license, we also cannot legally justify this continuation. I understand that this is an issue, but I think this issue is born from a belief that we have no other means to regulate these uses. The fact of the matter is we can. Lisa's up here today to talk more about how it is our process for regulation will work. But the fact of the matter is that for purposes of these anti-discrimination laws, a residential facility housing the disabled is not a business. Period. Couldn't find a case going back to '88 that would even arguably allow us to take that position. Basically, the government may not adopt a licensing fee or process that bases the imposition of this fee or process on a property owner based solely upon the fact that the owner is leasing or renting to the disabled. And not that this matters, but Clark County doesn't charge a business license fee or have separate regulation for community residences. I just want to clarify, and I'm almost done, that not having a business license doesn't mean we don't have the legal ability to enforce our Title 19 requirements. The mayor talked about the operation of DECI, and the only way that we could shut DECI down was through our business license requirements. What I am telling you today is our Title 19 requirements will allow us to shut unlicensed operators down. We don't need the business license to do that. But to make it explicitly clear, the 3-week period between the last hearing and this hearing, the City Attorney's Office is recommending the following language be added to Title 19. I'd like to read that in now, if I may. So I'm just going to go ahead and read the whole thing so it's clear, so the clerk's office gets it. But you'll see it up on the PowerPoint. This is Title 19, Chapter 00, Section 70, Subsection C. It will now read as follows, if approved. Violation, administrative action. For any violation of this title or of any approval granted or condition of approval imposed hereunder, the city may pursue administrative action to 1. Review, modify, suspend, or revoke a zoning approval or permit issued hereunder. 2. This is the new language. Require the discontinuance of use operating as a conditional use under Section 1904-040, or 3. As an alternative to requiring discontinuance under paragraph 2 above, require that a use operating as a conditional use under Section 19.04.040 comply with additional conditions or limitations. So, to end my portion of this, the most important facet of this prior 19 months to me is, yes, offering compliance with federal laws, that's important, but 2, for this council, offering a new enforcement process that will allow us to rid the neighborhoods of the unlicensed. The unlicensed folks that aren't doing you guys any favors, we have the legal right to shut down. There are going to be some that want to comply with the law and want to be good neighbors. And so the law will tell us that we need to do so. But I want to pass this now to Lisa so she can talk about where we were with enforcement, where we're going with enforcement, and then I'll just close after she's done.
Thank you. For the record, Lisa Morris-Hibler, Deputy Director, Neighborhood Services Department. And I just want to take a brief moment just to talk about the current and proposed enforcement processes related to unlicensed multi-population facilities. Enforcement of unlicensed facilities is based on a complaint-driven process, and it's typically investigated two primary ways. One is with the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services Health Division Bureau of Health Care Quality and Compliance, which we call HCQC for short, and also the City of Las Vegas Code Enforcement Unit. The HCQC regulates 27 different facility types in accordance with NRS 449, and the types of facilities include halfway house for recovering alcohol and drug abusers, home for individual residential care, residential facility for groups, and a facility for transitional living for release offenders, just to name a few of them. Under NRS 449.210, it prohibits the operation of a facility regulated by the HCQC without first obtaining a license from the Health Division, and this is also a provision of our conditional use permit. The state regulates care for as few as 2 or more individuals, and that must be licensed by the state. The licensing process is rigorous. The fees vary for the different facility types, but typically range in cost about $2,000 upon the initial request, and then there's an annual renewal which averages about $1,050. The 17-page application contains various requirements such as background checks, letters of recommendation, surety bonds ranging from $5,000 to $50,000, state fire marshal inspection, and local zoning approval. The state also has a facility locator at the web address listed on the PowerPoint presentation, which allows us to search by facility name, facility address, city, zip code, location, and facility type. And Neighborhood Services is going to be working on a ward-specific map that of all the licensed facilities in your ward, and we will continue to distribute and update you on this information. Our current compliance process involves 5 city departments: Planning and Development, Fire Services, Building and Safety, Finance and Business License, and Neighborhood Services, which often have conflicting regulatory processes. And as a result, the enforcement process is often muddled and creates confusion and inefficiency. The enforcement is based on Title 19, which at times contains ambiguous language regarding facility types and licensing requirements, and this is often due to various interpretations and conflicts, including with the state provisions. And it requires unlicensed operators to obtain a land use approval, city business license, and state licensing. Our proposed enforcement process is streamlined and clarifies department responsibilities. And this process, based on our proposed ordinance, assumes a zero tolerance for noncompliance with state licensing requirement. Excuse me. City Code Enforcement Unit will work closely with our State Bureau of Health Care Quality and Compliance when complaints are received. The process that we're talking about now is that if we receive any complaint of an unlicensed facility, our code enforcement officers will go ahead and verify that, and then we will simultaneously notify the state so that they can start their proceedings. The state has the ability to regulate, and they also have the ability to fine, as we would do. It would fall under our typical nuisance process. If reasonable suspicion is found, a notice to cease and desist operation without a license would be issued, and a copy of the substantiating documentation would be sent to the HCQC. The facility operator at that time has the option to reduce the occupancy to 4 or less, or to shut down altogether until that licensing is obtained. When a vacate order is Issued, it can be anywhere from immediate to 10 days, depending on the circumstances. If there are life safety issues involved, it will be immediate. If an unlicensed establishment fails to comply with the cease and desist notice, staff will work with the city attorney's office to take the appropriate action, which includes filing administrative warrants in court and other actions. In closing, the new process based on the proposed ordinance is simplified and we believe upholds the state's requirement. The complaints will continue to be reported to the neighbor response hotline at 229-6615.
Did you want to add anything? You don't have to.
No, I was.
Thank God.
No, I was just going to close.
That's all. That's it. I'm sorry I asked.
That's it.
Are there any questions?
I've got some comments.
All right, there are comments. Councilman Roth.
Thank you, Mayor. While I'm not at all satisfied that the current bill will satisfy all of the issues that the residents of the city are having, facing the unlicensed, unregulated, and illegal group homes, this is a start in the right direction. And you heard us at the last discussion about this. Mr. Lewis, you are by far the professional person, the guy who knows everything about this, ins and outs, without a shadow of a doubt. But Lisa Morris, Hibler, you and your team have done a great job, and I want to express my appreciation to you for working with Assemblywoman Kirkpatrick and coming up with a system that will streamline this code enforcement and allow the city to expeditiously respond to constituent concerns regarding these types of uses. There are two key components of this bill that will allow me to support this. First, the regulatory license from the state, very comprehensive. I understand over $2,000 to apply for it. It's a 17-page application process. It's over $1,000 to renew it every year. And the strong enforcement arm that allows the state to fine in amounts up to $10,000 and even more for noncompliance. Now, Lisa, we're now going to have one contact for the state so we can streamline this process. And I know with Assemblywoman Kirkpatrick's help at the next legislative session, we should see more strength in enforcement when it comes to this, because we are dealing with this on a daily basis. There's also the online facility locator that you talked about. Second component is the change in structure on how these types of issues are handled. You call into neighborhood services, and I'm saying this because I want everybody to understand this clearly. You call into neighborhood services with your complaint. They will handle the item through our enforcement officers. You no longer have to deal with the multiple city departments. The process has now been streamlined to help those residents resolve these issues quickly. While we may be back in the future to having the same discussion, probably strengthening this ordinance, I would hope, what we have existing does not allow the city to adequately deal with the problem homes in our community, and you guys know that. This is the first step. I know that many of my constituents who are currently dealing with these problem homes in their neighborhoods, and I'm committed to working through this process with each of you to see what's working and what is not working. And if we need to come back, we'll come back. But we need to start somewhere. And right now I want to recognize Mr. Lex Anderson in the audience with us today. Folks from NARA are paying attention to what's going on. Lex has provided me with some historical documentation on what's happening in one of my neighborhoods, in his neighborhood, and the folks who live in that area. And I want to give this to the clerk, enter this into the record in case we ever have to come back to this, because I think it's significant. Thanks, Lex. Appreciate it. This is difficult. And I can't express to you how much I appreciate after the last tirade we had dealing with this issue. We're trying to take care of our neighbors, trying to take care of our neighborhoods. And I still feel, Mayor and council members, we're still bound. I still feel those handcuffs on. And I guess I'm ready to go ahead and move forward and support this.
Okay. Any other comments? Right,
yes, Mayor.
Did you speak last time on this issue? Okay, I'll take your representation. I'm not going to hear from people twice. We're not doing it. I'm sorry. If you didn't speak last time, I'll let you speak. Put a 3-minute timer on, please.
Thank you. Juanita from Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. This is to clarify. It's a question, and I will reduce what we have down here. We read a report to the County of Clark here in Nevada by Daniel Lauber, And on a page that is probably page 15, there's a box to be, this is an application for such places. There's a box to be checked, quote, if neither State of Nevada nor Clark County requires a license or certification to operate the proposed community residence. So our question is, are there any such operations in Las Vegas today that will need to have this box checked? In other words, they will not they do not have a license to operate, and yet they would be operating, I guess.
Mr. Lewis?
The question is, will unlicensed facilities be allowed to operate after this passes? The answer is no. If you are legal prior to the passage of this ordinance, you're licensed to the state, you've got the correct land use permitting, then you're grandfathered in under the old rules. But that means they were completely complying with everything that we required before. Nothing after passage of this ordinance will permit an unlicensed facility to continue. And our new enforcement efforts will do a better job getting us to that point. Does that answer your question, Mayor?
I hope so.
And your phrase "to continue" means that if they were licensed prior to that, if they were not licensed prior to that, they will need to be licensed, or they can stay unlicensed.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
No. To answer Ms. Clark's question, those that are unlicensed or improperly licensed prior to passing do not get the benefit of being open but unlicensed. Those facilities will have to become licensed.
Okay, I think that answers the question.
Thank you.
Did you speak last time, ma'am? All right. 3 minutes, please.
Hi. My name is Linda Dressel. I own and operate the Fawn Residence, a sober living facility for women here in Las Vegas. We opened up in 2002 by the late Judge John F. Clare and myself, a recovering alcoholic. We have been working diligently with James Lewis and Lisa Hibler, and they've been so generous in their time to help us through this process, which is so confusing. And we're not quite sure where we stand. Even to this point now, we're going back, it seems like we're going back to step one. And I'm not even clear on the business licensing. I'm a licensed nonprofit organization, recognized as a 501c3. Does that include us as well as We Care, Lynn from the coalition? And we also need to know if we're included in all of this. Is this part of the business licensing? I was told we don't need a business license. Also, the coalition would like to be a part of helping a little bit more in the regulation of the homes. You know, I think a simple process of having each community residence register every year, simple, pay a registration fee, get on board with the city and or county wherever the house is located, and the state register every year with a reasonable fee. So the city knows who we are. We're an open book. We'll let them in and we'll give them the appropriate paperwork, the documentation, how we run our houses, who we let live in our houses, our guidelines. You know, we have a lot of rules and regulations in my home. We don't mess around. We're a good, solid home. We're one of the best homes in this community. I'm very proud of it. We've helped out hundreds of women to stay clean and sober, become productive members of society. And we want to work with everybody to do the best of our ability to continue our process, as long as we can clear it up a little bit, because we don't know what's going on. It's confusing.
If you want to.
Yeah, I'll answer.
Yes, Councilman Ross?
Well, thank you. I know, Jim, you're going to answer a question, but ma'am, you got to understand something. It's not the good ones we're concerned about. It's
Right.
the ones that aren't doing anything, that are
Right.
just starting something in a house and calling it legit. Those are
Right.
the ones we're having the big problems with.
We understand that.
Those uses that are going on that are legitimate with your group or that are doing great things in the community, they're almost invisible. And that's a good thing, because you want it to be that way. It's the problem homes that we are kind of really dealing with here. And I think, if I can, Jim, I'd certainly like to see this PowerPoint presentation available to anybody online at LasVegasNevada.gov to go and find out, so she understands, you know, what's changed, what's going to change, how it affects her.
Sure.
So, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to answer those questions?
I think you could answer them off the record.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I do have a question for Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
two questions, as a matter of fact. For those residents who are paying very close attention to this item here today, and as for background, my office has been inundated over the years in relation to renegade businesses such as this. What do you recommend those residents who believe that they have overnight setups as far as homes next door or in their neighborhood? What do they do? What do a resident do?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, immediately call the neighborhood response hotline at 229-6615, and one of our code enforcement officers, I probably should let Lisa answer this question from here, but one of our code enforcement officers will be out the next day, right, or soon, and we're gonna go and ask one simple question. It wasn't like this before. You're gonna be knocking on the door. Let me see your state license. We believe that you are a home that would be regulated by the state. They can show us a license. That means they also have the proper permitting from the city of Las Vegas. And we call you up and we talk to your constituents and say they're legal under the laws of the state of Nevada. If they're not, they either become compliant or they close.
Okay. And secondly, Mayor and Council, we all know that when we go into restaurants, there's a grade in the restaurant as far as a grade A, B, C. Hopefully no one gets C's and D's. I don't even like B's, going to restaurants with B's. But as a suggestion, is it something that we can impose, and maybe this is more so for council, as far as any business that is appropriately licensed by the state, and of course, if you're appropriately licensed by the state, then you will more than likely be appropriately licensed by the city. For them to place that grade or that license in a visible place from the outside, which will also, whether you knock on the door or not, in a visible place where one could say that's a legalized home. And I don't foresee anyone from the industry that are doing the right things, I don't foresee them having a problem with it. And if so, I would like to hear from them as well. And I believe that will also assist us as far as being able to address this more rapidly in regards to some of the complaints that have been riddled throughout all of the council offices. So that was a question.
That was a question. This is not working very well. Well, I think the question was then, is this something we can do? The answer is maybe. And so the question would be, would requiring the state, would a local regulation requiring the state license be attached in a place outside of the home, would that impinge on the state regulatory process, which already requires a place for the license to be? I don't have an answer for you today, so the answer has to be maybe. But that's certainly something that I would be happy to look into for you.
Right, and I'm not necessarily saying outside the home. I'm just stating in a conspicuous place, whether it be in the window.
Certainly. I would be more than happy to look into that for you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman.
I just wanted to say that I sort of feel the way Councilman Ross feels, that this is something we need to support at this time, but perhaps we can make some needed changes in the future, somehow work out the problems. But this is based upon the fact that the state had to change their law, which made us have to change our law, and that's based upon the ruling of the courts pertaining to the federal anti-discrimination laws. Right. And the thing we have right now that helps us is that the types that are not protected are the drug and alcohol, the ex-felons, and the sex offenders. And I mean drug and alcohol that are still using drug and alcohol. Right. My concern is, and I voiced it to you before, that somehow the state helps us, somebody helps us determine how we're going to check if they're not using drug and alcohol. We don't get any information from the state.
We don't know where these ex-felons are. We don't know where these sex offenders are. And the drug and alcohol, we don't know all the time either. What I'm saying is, how do we know they don't? Because I get comments from residents that they're out in front drinking beer or something.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Briefly, please.
Very briefly, one of the new conditions for these community residents would be that upon request and with reasonable notice, the operators must produce evidence satisfactory to the city that residents are in compliance with this regulation. We're going to have to work out what that means. Do we go and say to the operator, okay, get 5 blood tests and submit them to us, and whether or not the operators will comply, I can't tell you today, but we are at least thinking about what you're talking about and hopeful to find a way to do that type of enforcement.
Well, quickly and just ending it then, as far as I'm concerned, and that is, it's the responsibility, I feel, of the state. If they set up these houses for drug and alcohol individuals who are no longer using drug and alcohol, I would assume that they have some method to test, because it's their responsibility to test to make sure that's true. And that's what I feel our neighbors want from the state, something that shows that what they're saying is based upon factual information. And I'm through, Mr.
All right. Any other comments or questions? I'll tell you this. I agree with the council members who expressed that there is a need to tighten this up and to work very closely with Marilyn Kirkpatrick as far as the state is concerned. She has to address it up at the Assembly and the Senate, and we have to address it down here. And I hope that you support it. I'm going to vote against it, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't agree with the district court judge, and if the Ninth Circuit affirmed the judge, I don't agree with them. And I feel that there are all sorts of problems in the definition of disability. I think people have to preserve their neighborhoods. They move into a neighborhood for a lot of different reasons, and to have an encroachment into their neighborhood without their consent, their permission, and necessarily their knowledge, I think is inappropriate. And I believe that all of those issues have to be addressed before I would support it, but I understand it's a step in the right direction. So, Councilman Barlow, your motion, please.
My motion would be to move to follow staff's recommendation.
As amended.
As amended.
Well, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Item 58, this is Bill number 2010-24, updates the zoning regulations pertaining to shopping centers and malls. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-24, an ordinance to update the zoning regulations pertaining to shopping centers and malls and to provide for other related matters.
All right, Councilman Barlow, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, I do. I would like to move for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 59 is Bill number 2010-25, amends the sewer service provisions to adjust the equivalent residential unit classifications for condominiums and apartment houses. Do you wish to have it read, Councilman?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Bill number 2010-25, an ordinance relating to sewer service charges, adjusting the equivalent residential unit classifications for condominiums and apartment houses, and providing for other related matters.
And Councilman, your motion, please.
My motion would be for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 60 through 65, which are bills 2010-26 through 2010-31, they're eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 66 and 67, bills 2010-32 and 2010-33 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, August 3rd, 2010. Mr. Chervick, will you please read those?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2010-32, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada Special Improvement District number 1513, via Oliver Avenue and Valdez Street, east of Cimarron Road, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of said improvements, assessing a portion of the cost of said improvements against accessible lots, tracts, parcels of land benefited by said improvements, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, and prescribing deals in connection therewith,
And finally, Bill number 2010-33, an ordinance relating to records, adopting the most recent versions of the Local Government Records Program Manual and minimum records retention schedules for local governments of Nevada, repealing sections 2.52.040 of the municipal code relating to the minutes of city boards and commissions and providing the related matters.
Thank you. Councilor Barlow, will you be available on August 3rd?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. And Councilman Anthony, will you be available August 3rd? All right, then I'll assign the two of you to review these at the recommendation meeting. Thank you, everybody. The morning session is in recess, and we'll reconvene at, let's say, 1:30? 1:30. Have a little bit of time left, I think. No, 1:30. Oh, Camacho's off? It is. Was it? No, I don't smoke. Don't smoke. Might be a lot worse than that. Then. Yeah, I see it. I had a lot of friends in this office. Okay, I'm about to start. Then we have everybody here.
Should I give the rest of the council people one now or give it during the meeting?
Okay. You want to start with you? All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. We had a long morning and tried to get back as quickly as possible. I'll call item number 68, which is any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 71 is a hearing regarding review of compliance concerning nuisance notice and order at 409 Santa Fe Street. The applicant wants that to be held in abeyance until our August 18, 2010 meeting. There has been a request to hold in abeyance until September 15, 2010. I want to hear that item today. It's on nuisance order to comply at 4561 East Bonanza Road. I want to hear that today, please. Item 8487 is a GPA 37599, rezoning 37600, special use permit 37601, and site development review 37602. Applicant Ovation Development owner Jimmy Lee on 1.77 acres located along the south side of Lone Mountain Road, approximately 158 feet east of Rainbow Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our September the 15th, 2010 meeting. Item number 93 is a site development review 37946. Applicant Resort Gaming Group LLC owner 220 North 4th Street, Las Vegas LLC et al. On 3.94 acres at 220 North 4th Street. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our August the 4th, 2010 meeting. And item number 99 is special use permit 38211. Applicant Walgreen Company owner PP Land LP 7755 North Durango Drive. Definitely like that to be held in advance until our August 18th, 2010 meeting. Council members, are there any other items? Okay, Your Honor, making a motion. We bring items 71, 84 through 87, 93, and 99 forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 69 and 70. 69 is HPC 38520. It's going to be a public hearing and possible action regarding an appeal from the approval by the Historic Preservation Commission of a consideration of application for certificate of appropriateness for demolition of the historic guard shack, facade, and tower at the Moulin Rouge located at 840 West Bonanza Road in Ward 5. Number 70 is a hearing and possible action regarding review for the vacant or abandoned buildings located at 901 West Williams Avenue, units 101 to 104, 106, 201 to 202, 205 to 206, 301 to 306, 401 to 406, 501 to 505, 601 to 606, 701 to 702, 704 to 706, 801 to 803, 806, 808 to 810, 902 to 904, 906 to 907, 1001 West McWilliams Avenue, 840 West Bonanza Road, and 920 West Bonanza Road. The property owner is Las Vegas Apartment Lenders, LLC. This is in Ward 5, and these items are now subject to public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the appellant here and the property owner or the property owner? Yes, sir? You are whom?
I am Jory Scholl. I'm here on behalf of Olympic Coast Investment and Las Vegas Apartment Lenders, and we are the actual parties who petitioned the Historic Preservation Commission for the permit to conduct the demolition on the property. I believe Ms. Hershwitzky, yes, is the appellant.
Oh, okay, very good. Ms. Kershowitz, we'd be happy to hear from you. Ordinarily, at a public hearing, I would give folks 3 minutes. However, because you went to the trouble of making an excellent PowerPoint presentation, if you could do it in 5, we'd appreciate it.
That would be fine. Is
Be
it
happy
not
to hear from
loaded
you.
up? I don't know.
5, please. Yes. Are you all loaded up?
I can start off with saying good afternoon and thank you for your attention to this urgent matter. The possible demolition of one of Las Vegas's most historically significant sites. I stand before you wearing 3 hats. Secretary of the Moulin Rouge Museum and Cultural Center, which is a voluntary position. An historian and world traveler who has been blessed to see the benefits of historical sites firsthand, comfortably complementing more contemporary structures and settings. And as an educator who fully understands the necessity of firsthand, tangible historical settings and artifacts. Aside from the presentation, I do have some supplemental materials I would like to hand out They include a letter from a gentleman and doctoral candidate whose emphasis was on the West Las Vegas area, a copy of the engineering report alluded to in the PowerPoint, and which speaks to the structural integrity of the Moulin Rouge that is still remaining, and documentation that raises serious questions about both the historical designation of this property if those remnants are removed or destroyed, and a possible cloud on the deed, which I do not have full legal understanding of, but there is a report available.
All right, make this
Usually I
part
don't
of the
use a
record,
clicker,
please.
so which one do I
Ms.
use
Clerk,
for it?
we'll make this part of the record.
This one? As you can see, preserving the Moulin Rouge, I realize that a lot of people see things that are negative. I think we need to see the positive. The Moulin Rouge, I think that's a recognizable photo. It was interesting that in June of 1955 that Hank Greenspun, at that time, wrote, and the Moulin Rouge had only been open about a month, that there were forces or factions in that town that will not stop to wreck the experiment of the Moulin Rouge. For 6 months, though, we do know that it was quite the success internationally and locally. It was not only the first racially integrated casino hotel in the United States, it drew the megastars as well in international attention. It was the largest showroom, and it had a great 2 a.m. show. In less than 6 months, the doors were closed. But we do know as well that it was a successfully, it had superstars like the Rat Pack, Milton Berle, and scores of others. It was not on the Strip, and we realized that the economy was weakening then in Las Vegas, and that may have been a factor. In 1960, it was the site of the historic announcement to desegregate the Strip, and other events took place there as well through the 80s and 90s. In the 80s and 90s, Sarah Ann Knight-Preddy and her husband Joe brought back the Moulin Rouge, and in many ways the lively entertainment, the good food, and global hospitality. And he kept it at the forefront of Las Vegas nightlife for 13 years. They also proved that the Moulin Rouge could still compete with the Strip's major money and power, and they brought a lot of celebrations, including Martin Luther King Jr.'s son, birthday parties, weddings, and so forth. And then, of course, we know the fire struck, and it destroyed much of the showroom, but it did leave some special symbols intact. And by the way, as of 2003, what is remaining on the site, there is no evident structural safety according to one engineer's report. This tells you that it nearly lost its historic site listing in 2003, and there is a warning that if there is proposed redevelopment adversely impacts the historic integrity of the remaining elements, delisting will be considered, and the sign is not sufficient to retain that historic listing. There was another fire in 2009, but that did not affect the property in any significance that is still remaining there. We believe there's still a lot of potential for it, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide because there's some other things I would like to point out to you. I did notice that in your documents given to the city, the photos that you were provided tended to be grainy, ashy, and a bit disproportionate in the way the tower and the sidewall were set side by side. And that in Exhibit A describing the work, I did not mention, is that my 2-minute warning?
No, that's a 5 minutes are up, but take another minute, please.
Thank you. These were photos taken by Don Walker the day of the Historic Preservation Commission decision. We believe that there's still substantial structure there to be saved and renovated. There's the starburst facade that we had talked about that was part of the initial building. The tower, as you can see, certainly does seem like it could stand alone. In here, you can barely see it, but there is the impression of the Café Rouge impression of lettering on that particular metal awning. There's one of the pillars, one of three, that are still intact and structurally sound according to that engineer's report. The other two are tucked inside the building. You cannot see them there.
I'm going to respectfully
That's fine.
hold you to this.
If I may just close with this, Mr. Mayor, as you can see, there are rooms around the world, and there's one even with a cafe in front of it. We can certainly complement the two and draw a lot of tourist attention to this.
Well, I certainly appreciate the fact that you went to all this trouble, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct that this be made part of the record, and that the entire PowerPoint be made part of the record, so that if anybody wants to make reference to it, that they'll have the availability to do so.
Thank
Will
you,
be
sir.
able to do that, Ms. Bridges? And it'll be online as well, so that's
Thank
good.
you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you.
And I hope you will consider at least a stay until we can save those remnants. Thank you.
All right, would anyone else like to be heard at this time?
As the owner, I would just like to briefly respond to some of the issues, as the representative of the owner, the issues raised in the appeal,
Okay.
if council feels that that's necessary.
Well, you're more than welcome to speak up.
Sure. First of all, I'd just like to point out that a lot of the things that were introduced in this slide presentation were not included in the actual appeal that was filed from the Historic Preservation Commission. Therefore, some of this information we haven't had an opportunity to respond to or to go through. Briefly, however, I want to respond to some of the points that were raised in Ms. Hershwitsky's letter that is the actual appeal. First of all, she references the fact that there was an erroneous address included in the application. The address, she said previously the address was recognized as 900 West Bonanza. That address at some point was changed on the county's records. It's actually 840 West Bonanza, so that's the address as used in the application was accurate. Also, there's reference made to a 99-year lease on the property. No one, to my knowledge, has produced a copy of that lease. I know that my clients didn't have any knowledge of this lease when they foreclosed on the property. Therefore, if there was a lease, or if it did exist, it was extinguished by the foreclosure last year. Also, we are advised in this appeal that proper notice of the hearing where the city ordered the demolition of the property, that proper notice was not given. We would like to point out that if an individual desires to demolish something on his or her property, they merely need file an application with the city. If all of the requisites are fulfilled with regard to that application, then the city issues the permit. That's exactly what happened here. Whether the city properly noticed the meeting where it ordered the demolition of the Moulin Rouge is irrelevant to the issue of whether or not the proper procedures were followed for the request for the permit. There are a few other issues that are raised that I'll just briefly touch upon that I'm not sure how they're relevant to the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission. There was an issue raised with regard to the fact that Ms. Duncan abstained from the vote when the matter came before the Historic Preservation Commission. I would just point out to the council that all members of the Historic Preservation Commission, except for one, supported the issuance of the permit for the demolition of the Moulin Rouge. Therefore, the support was overwhelming, and it's not apparent that it would have made any difference whether or not Mrs. Duncan would have spoken at the hearing. Finally, there has been a lot of discussion about the fact that the property might be delisted as a result of the destruction of these, or the demolition of these structures. From a procedural standpoint, I am not aware of any law that would allow the delisting of the property without motion being made by the owner or by someone within the city itself. And to my knowledge, there's no one that desires the property to be delisted as a historic site. And whether you knock down these structures or not, it doesn't change what's happened on the property or the fact that it's a historic property. If you knock over structures that are, as I think everyone would agree, not everyone, but most would agree, are an eyesore, it's hard to imagine how that would affect the historic nature of the property and what happened with regard to the property.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Anyone else like to be heard?
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. You know what? I live in West Las Vegas. I go down Bonanza Street and I have to look at that. You know, whoever the owner of the property, if I own that, you would make me clean it up. So whoever own it, they do need to clean that up. Talking about let's let this carry on for another year, no. Look how long we have looked at that. They own it, let them clean it up so some kind of development can come there. If you ride through our community, you see all this dilapidated stuff in our community, and then folks talking about, ooh, let's save it. If we're going to save anything, we need to save Jackson Street, because there ain't nothing we can do for the Moulin Rouge. Those people own the property, that's their property, and they clean it up. You know, and how folks come out the woodwork don't own that property, gonna say what them people need to do for their property. No, they need to clean that up, because if I owned it, you would make me clean it up. So make them go and do what they need to do.
Would anyone else like to be heard?
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I have two questions. The skeleton on that tower, is that wood or is it steel? That's one question. The second question is, Councilman Barlow, do they have a set plan of the new owners on what they're going to do with this, or are they just going to let it sit as a vacant lot? Thank you.
Councilman, do you wish to respond to that?
I will when it.
Okay.
I'll answer your question once.
Right, with the motion.
The mayor
yes.
asked me for the motion.
Very good. Yes,
Hi, I'm Barbara Crockett with the Las Vegas Advisory Board, and I have went out and talked to the owners on Bonanza, the different businesses, and we have quite a few of them, about 25 of them that I spoke to that are in favor of renovating and remodeling the Moulin Rouge to bring business into that area. Now, I could have went and talked to a lot more, but I'm like this. We only have two beautiful things over there to save, and that's the West Las Vegas and the Moulin Rouge. They're historical sites, the West Side School. And I would love to see us save the Moulin Rouge and build around it, you know, and bring in the business and the money. We could have at least 500 to 1,000 new jobs in that area by rebuilding that property and making it another hotel. And give us time to try to find a buyer for it. But here's a listing to be given to Ricky Barlow of the people I talked to.
Okay.
All right, God bless you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard?
Jory Scholl, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway. I just briefly wanted to point out as well that at the April 21st hearing, when the council ordered us to take certain actions with regard to the property, all of those actions have been performed. A significant amount of cleanup was done. Several of the buildings were painted, and this is the last item that we need to get taken care of, the demolition of these structures. Thanks.
All right, anyone else like to be heard? Councilman Barlow, if I may have a remark or two before you make your motion and your remarks.
Well, Mayor, I believe that Ms. Duncan as well as Ms.
Well, that's why I keep on asking whether anybody else wants to be heard.
Okay.
Want to be heard?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
My name is Catherine Duncan, and I've been with the Moulin Rouge Museum and Cultural Center since its inception. And it's my understanding that the same procedures that were used to place a property on the National Trust for Historic Properties, on the National Register for Historic Properties, need to be taken. The same steps that we use to get it on the register, as far as public hearings go, need to be done to get it off the Historic Register. And we understand that after the 2003 fire, if the tower and the facade are demolished, it stands no chance of being on the National Register of Historic Places. That's number one. That's the most significant. Secondly, the state of Nevada, on behalf of the citizens, paid $48,000 taxpayer dollars to establish a museum on that property. There was a funding agreement that's attached to the deed that has mysteriously been removed from the deed. Now, a 99-year lease, it's hard to erase a 99-year lease from a deed. It hasn't been 99 years. So we need time, Your Honor, and City Council to research what happened to the state's funds to establish the museum on that property, because the museum was due to be located directly beneath the tower, which is the area that you're ordering the owner to demolish. We don't believe that area actually belongs to the owner. We believe it belongs to the Moulin Rouge Museum and Cultural Center. So we beg of you today to allow us some time to investigate the actual what happened to the state's money and why the museum is being torn down, without giving us an opportunity to at least talk to the owners, work with the owners to come up with a new development plan, and to investigate not only this taxpayer funds, but what happened to the cloud on the title with that 99-year lease.
Mayor, a couple questions for Ms. Duncan, if you don't mind, please.
Go ahead, Council.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Duncan, you bring up 2 points. One being that you don't believe that the current owner of the Moulin Rouge property owns the site. That's the first question. If you can elaborate as to why you believe that, and if in fact there's any documentation to state otherwise, this council would appreciate it. Secondly, you mentioned that the state allocated $40-something odd thousand to the Moulin Rouge Museum. What year was that?
I don't have all of the data in front of me, and that's why we're requesting more time so that we can.
Approximately
It was
year.
approximately 1994, I would say,
And
1995.
who received the $40,000+?
It was during the Sarah Ann Knight Preddy James Walker ownership.
Who received the monies?
The funds were awarded to the Moulin Rouge Museum and Cultural Center.
And who was
we
the
and then-
executive director or the board of
I am now.
directors?
It's changed since then, but I was at that time, which is why I'm
So you
knowledgeable
were at
about
that
these.
time?
Yes, sir.
So did you receive those dollars at that time?
Yes, we did.
Okay, then where did the money go?
We wrote a check in the amount of $48,000 to the Moulin Rouge Hotel Casino.
And you have documentations to
Yes,
show
sir, we
that?
do. We have gone back to try to find the Attorney Curtis, who was with Diener, Scanner, and Curtis at the time. He's since left that firm, and we have to get with him and pull the records together, but we just need some time to investigate, Your Honor.
Okay, and back to my first question. Do you have any documentations to demonstrate the fact that the current owner should not or is not the appropriate
We
owner?
believe that he is the appropriate owner, but we do believe that we have the rights to the area that's underneath the tower, and that it was subject to a 99-year lease.
Okay. Now, this question is for counsel. It sounds like to me that this is a private matter between two parties and not the city of Las Vegas. Would that be accurate?
That is in fact true, Councilman.
Okay. Then the only thing that I can suggest to you, Ms. Duncan, is to seek whatever counsel you deem necessary in order to address that concern with the owner in question that you have brought before this council today. That's not something that I nor the council can address.
May I, Your Honor?
That question is.
And
that you
speaking
brought
with
before us.
the private property owner, we believe that he would not be requesting demolition were it not for the action by the city council. He's merely following your lead to demolish that property, and if it were not for the fines that you are imposing or intend to impose, he may take a different development strategy. All we're asking for is some time.
And I would agree with you. And I would agree with you. However, that's not a fight that I'm going to get in the middle of, so that you know. Okay?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Edwin.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Lisa Morris-Hibbler, Deputy Director of Neighborhood Services Department. Your Honor, just for item 70, we do have a video. Excuse me. We have a video, and I just wanted to concur with the statements that the Attorney Jory Scholl made, that the stipulations from April 21st have been adhered to, with the exception of the demolition of the Moulin Rouge casino facade, security hutch, bell tower, and signage, which was pending today's outcome.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else want to be heard?
One other comment, Mayor.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that staff recommends a review in 6 months, but reserves the right to bring the item back before council if necessary.
All right.
Council, sorry, when there are allegations made about ownership of the property, and because we're in a public forum, I just have to make the record very clear about our position on that issue. Obviously, we are the owners of the property.
Right.
The title report does not reflect that there's any lease or any third party that has an ownership interest in the property. And I would also remind anyone that wants to assert that they have an ownership interest in the property that there's an action in Nevada for slander of title. So we take that very seriously. We're in the process of trying to find a buyer for the property, and those kinds of allegations can cause us serious damage. So I don't think that you should be saying those things lightly.
Okay, how about the sir? How about the allegation that, but for the council directing that there be a tearing down of the premises, that you would you would go forward with some development plans.
But-
Everything I've heard has been to
Here's
the
what I will
contrary.
say. We want to have the best relationship we can possibly have with the city, and we are taking this action because we want to have a good relationship with the city, and also that we want to make sure that the people that are in that area are happy with the state of the property, because we know that anybody that wants to buy this property is going to have to be contented with the situation
And
out there.
if my memory serves me correctly, it's been your client's position from the get-go that you have no intention at all to develop this property, that you are in this solely to sell it.
Their objective has been to sell it. They have had some discussions with third parties about the possibility of developing it, but their primary objective has been to sell the property. So yes, that's a fair statement.
All right, fine. Yes, sir?
My name is Dick Taylor, and I've had a long-term relationship with the Moulin Rouge Motel.
Please, show the gentleman some respect, please.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm just saying that the audience should show you some respect as you showed them when they spoke. Yes, sir. Go on, Mr. Taylor.
All right. I think what our committee, and I'm on this committee, is desirous is to meet with the ownership. We did not get notice about this all coming down except for 2 weeks ago. So if you could hold any decision that you make off for 30 days, then we'll have time to sit with them and discuss it. We do have a document we'd like to enter into the record, however.
Fine, the clerk will accept the document.
It's referenced in your supplement. This is the 15-page document referencing the 99-year lease.
All right, very good. That'll be made part of the record. All right, would anyone else like to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilman, may I make some remarks?
Please, Mayor.
This is a sad moment in the city's history, because there's no question that the Moulin Rouge symbolically has stood as a beacon as to the city's position as far as our history on segregation and desegregation, and that's a lesson that should never be forgotten. However, Councilman Barlow has been adamant, and I concur with him, that that area in Bonanza just has to be developed for the benefit of the entire city of Las Vegas and the residents who live close and nearby. And without joking, I can tell you that I've been to at least 3 or 4 groundbreakings at the Moulin Rouge for projects that on their face were wonderful. It would have brought back the old days. It would have it would have created energy and vitality and business, and each and every one of those projects just dissipated and turned into dust. And what we have there now is we have a structure that has been deemed by many to be unsafe, has been deemed by many to be an attractive nuisance, and certainly is not conducive to development in the area. And when Councilman Barlow came to me and discussed this with me, and we rode by there together, the two of us sort of shook our heads at the same time that even though it's a terrible shame that there's no alternative but to take the position that the Historic Preservation Commission has taken, permitting the excavation of that particular area. So I do it with a great deal of sadness, but I deal it because we have to look to the future. That will not preclude signage, memorial, an honorarium, anything to remind us of where we came from and where we have to keep on going. But as far as those structures are concerned, they will stop any kind of development that the councilman has been pursuing so diligently. So that's my 2 cents, Councilman Barlow.
Mr. Could I just
Thank you,
ask
Mayor.
one-
Yes, ma'am. Go
Just
ahead.
a question. I wonder, some of the things that they showed us, part of the awning and yes, well, not, that's tall. I don't know if you could save that, but, you know, the base, the round pillars, the pillars that they had, they showed us that. Is there a way of saving those things at all? If you have to tear down the other, is there a way of saving those things which were pointed out in the PowerPoint?
The one thing that has been saved, of course, is the iconic
The sign, yes.
sign, Moulin Rouge, which is part of our neon museum and is over in the Boneyard, and will be treated with a great deal of respect and appreciation. But as far as preserving those buildings at that site, I would say that would probably be counter active to what the councilman's trying to accomplish.
Well, I just thought maybe the pillars, there was some, I didn't understand the meaningfulness of it, but there was something under one of the awnings that she mentioned. There are stamps that show when something was made or are signed by certain people, and I don't know if that's what she was getting at, but in any case, I'm just wondering if there were things that are of extreme importance or that would show well at least a taste of what the Moulin Rouge was, if you have to go in the other direction, if you have a taste of that, and maybe we could store it for a while at the Neon Museum until there might be some place that we could put it. I'm not as familiar with it as you are, but I'm just saying I do respect and recognize history, and I know that there are sometimes small things from bigger things that can still give the impression of what once existed.
Councilman?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Before. I just, an observation and then a question. Everybody recognizes the historical relevance and importance to this site. My question is that nothing we do today, if this council approves this action which allows for the demolition of the structures we're talking about, nothing changes the historical site and the symbolism of this street and area, so that we still have control in the future. Any developer that wants to come in and develop that land, we still have some control and oversight of what goes on this property. Isn't that right?
That is correct, and that's one of the reasons I asked for Courtney to come to the microphone so that we can have that discussion, Councilman. So that's a very good point that you bring up. But prior to Courtney, Mayor, if you don't mind speaking, I see Mr. Jory has come back. You have something additional you would like to add to the record?
Just really quick, I wanted to advise Councilwoman Tarkanian that you had asked about whether or not there's anything within the structure itself that can be preserved. We had our contractor go through and look, and they've determined that one of the pillars, these rose-colored pillars that were shown, could be preserved, and that's going to actually be taken and set aside. So that is somewhat responsive, I think, to your question earlier.
Okay, we appreciate that. Courtney, if you just state your name for the record and your title and position, please.
Courtney Mooney, Urban Design Coordinator and Historic Preservation Officer for the Planning Department.
And Ms. Mooney, there has been conversation today brought forward as to the historical nature of the structure, the historical nature of the site. And I know that there were conversations with yourself and others through an email conversation. And I believe you were communicating with a gentleman from Northern Nevada from the State Historical Preservation Office. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, and if you can just share with the council and those of us here today, what was the nature of that conversation and the outcome that came out of that conversation based on the information that was brought forward here today?
Are you referring to the listing status of the property?
The listing status of the property, that is correct.
I contacted the State Historic Preservation Office to find out what the process is for delisting a property that's been listed on the National Register. Because the State Historic Preservation Office is the one that would receive any applications for delisting, they then that application would go before the museum board, and then it would be moved forward to the National Register of Historic Places for review. Anybody in the community can apply to have any property delisted. However, I mean, it was correct. Ms. Duncan was correct when she said the process is exactly the same for listing as it is delisting. However, it does need property owner approval, for one thing. The other thing is that it does have to go through the State Historic Preservation Office for approval. So it is very labor intensive. It's as labor intensive as getting something listed. So normally, every so often, the State Historic Preservation Office will look at properties to see if they need to be delisted. They don't do it, I think the last time they did it was about 10 years ago. They don't seek it out, they don't initiate it. Sometimes it'll just be based on a community, someone from the community that will submit the application. So a property does not automatically become delisted, and I think that's the important thing. Along with the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register, it also does not automatically become delisted. What we have discussed at the Historic Preservation Commission meeting was possibly amending the nomination or the report to relist it as a site rather than a property or a building. And so that way it would continue on as listed on both the local and the national registers.
Okay. And also within that string of email conversation, there was a conversation as it relates to the 99-year lease claim. Can you speak to that as well?
I actually cannot.
Okay.
No.
Do you recall the conversation or the statement in which the state historical preservation officer had to say in relation to the 99-year lease claim?
I recall that he stated that it was a city matter.
That it was a city matter.
Right. It was a local matter.
And not a state matter.
Right.
Okay. Which entails, says what as it relates to the site itself, as far as the delisting?
I don't think that I think the conversation that you're referring to did not have, it was not connected to whether or not it would remain listed or not. I think the conversation that you are referring to is the one regarding the 99-year lease, and I don't recall the listing being part of that conversation.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
But I don't believe that that has an impact on the listing.
Or whether or not the site will remain historical in nature on a state as well as a national level. Would that be accurate?
Right.
Okay.
It will remain.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor and Council, if there's no other comments, I do want to share the same sentiments that you shared, Mayor.
If I can, on that 99-year lease issue, just so the record's clear, I did get an email from the state historic preservation officer, and he unequivocally stated that there was no such lease on that property. So I just want to make that clear. I can get the email if you wanted to make it part of the record if you'd like.
Yes, if you will.
I
If
don't
you
have
could
it
research,
with
if you
me,
could
but-
pull that email up and bring it to the clerk, and also share it when you receive it so that we can make it a part of the record, because I believe that there's a lot of allegations taking place, and I want to make sure that we have everything in place moving forward so that we'll have the appropriate documentations to retrieve at a future date should we need to.
I'll make sure I get that to the clerk and insert it as part of the record, Councilman.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, and with that being said, and I thank you for that update. And as I stated, Mayor, I share the same sentiments. I mean, this is a sad day in the sense that such a historical site as the Moulin Rouge and all of the rich history and colorful history that it has, we're at a point to where the site has become a true blight to the community. And one of my major pushes in 2007 upon being elected to serve the great constituents of Ward 5 was I would put forward a true effort to clean Ward 5. And so I started a Clean Ward 5 campaign. And that campaign is all about ridding the community of trash, glass, debris, and blight. And at the corner of H and Bonanza, this site, unfortunately, to the number of fires that have occurred, the site went down very fast. And so many residents in the community, outside of the community, would contact me, see me out on the street, and say, what in the world are you all doing with that site over there? Why is it still standing? Why is it that I get a code violation for having high weeds or parking my car on the grass, but you're not doing anything in regards to that, that major ugly elephant at the corner of Bonanza and 8th Street? And they were right. And this is not to take a swipe at the current owners, because this has been going on for quite some time. But the city had to make sure that we approached this accordingly, to make sure that we did everything within the span of our code and the laws to rid this community of this blighted site. And I want to thank the current owners for stepping up and doing the right thing. Initially, they didn't want to do anything, but unfortunately, this council had to bring forward some infractions to get their attention, to say that we're serious about this matter. We have major developments taking place. This is in the redevelopment area. We're having discussions in respect of the expansion of the redevelopment area, but the community is asking the question, why are we attempting to expand the redevelopment area when in fact we're not doing anything on the north side of the freeway to bring development in? Well, how do we do that? Well, we have to clean up these sites because we have major development taking place out in the on the south side of the freeway inside of the Symphony Park, and we have plans to move forward to bring about some development, some much needed development and infrastructure on the north side as well. So it starts with cleaning up these dilapidated, blighted properties. We have our broom and our dustpan, and we're going to sweep it up and we're going to get it clean. Because in order for a developer to come in to actually see this site for what it truly is, it's a beautiful site. It's a large site. It's a large parcel. In order for them to actually see it for its true beauty, I believe that we need to make sure that it's clean. And we're moving in the right direction to accomplish that task. Now, there are individuals that don't support the movement, and there are a number of individuals that do support the movement. I believe that we are moving in the right direction to build our community, develop and redevelop our community in the best way possible so that the residents who have lived in this area all of their life, who are up in their 70s, 80s, and some of them even 90s, still live in this area. We still have to protect their quality of life. And I believe that I'm doing the right thing by doing just that. So today, moving forward, staff, Lisa, if you will bring back the recommendation that you shared with me as it relates to this site, I'm ready to make my motion.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Barlow, if I could, please.
Thank you.
I certainly support what you're doing. You've done a yeoman's job representing your ward, Ward 5. I just want to put on record, I also represented this area at one time, and I'm kind of like the mayor. I've been to 4 or 5 groundbreakings over there for different new developments. We want to come in at this site. But I just want to put on record, as far as I know, today is the first time I ever heard of a 99-year lease for a museum. I was completely taken back when I heard that. I've never heard of it before, anywhere, anytime. I just want to put that on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And Mr. Mr. Farlow, I apologize, Mayor. I did mention that I will answer Mr. Farlow's question. And his question was, does the current property owner have any plans to redevelop this site? The answer, to my knowledge today, and they're here and they can speak for themselves, but from what my understanding is, no, there is no plan to redevelop the site. That's why they are here today, to clean the site so that either they themselves or a future developer, after they sell the site, will come back before the city, come back before the community, and talk about what plans they have to develop this site or redevelop this site moving forward. So the community will have an opportunity to share in the conversation and the discussions as we move forward. But as of today, we're here to discuss the blightedness of the site and all of the conditions that was applied to the current owner on April 21st, this past April 21st. And so this is the review of all the conditions that this council put in place for the current owner.
Okay. Your question of Dr. Morris? Your question?
Yes, the recommendation that you have brought forward.
Is a 6-month review. Is a 6-month review, and that is with respect to item 70.
Okay. Then my motion at this time, Mayor, will be to follow staff recommendation of a 6-month review. Well, we have to go to 69 first. 69 first. Okay, then I would move to I would like to move forward to allow the current owner to remove the structure in the bell tower assigned to item number 69.
So basically, your motion is to deny the appeal.
There we go.
My motion will be to deny the appeal. That is accurate.
Let's vote on that, please.
And Councilman Barlow, you would help, would you please ask him, however, if there's anything there, and maybe with some of these representatives that are concerned, if there's anything that might be historically worthwhile, would he not demolish it, but just set it to a side that they could place it someplace else?
I would amend my motion to that, and if that's something that you can agree to, Mr. Jory, we would greatly appreciate that, because and let me point out also that in my opinion, one of the greatest assets that this site has is the sign. And I was able to remove the sign with the city's assistance and move it to the Neon Boneyard, I believe a week or so prior to the devastating fire that took place last year. And so we're looking forward to hopefully the new developer developing a beautiful site back at this location. And I, just like many others in the community, would love to see that sign come back to the site as well. And if not, we'll be happy to keep it within the city's archives as a historical sign and possibly place it in one of the city's development features or highway median landscape or whatever we can do to really light that sign back up, because it's a true piece of the Las Vegas history here in Las Vegas, and so that's very important to us. Secondly, if in fact there's a pillar or things that you all identified during the demolition that is key to the historical nature, if you don't mind preserving that, I'll be happy to work with you to appropriately store those artifacts as well. Is that something that you can agree to, Mr. Jory, on behalf of your client?
I'm happy to, sorry.
Councilman, if I can just pipe up real quick, Dan Stowe from the City Attorney's Office. Really, we're here today to just hear the appeal, and the council has the authority to either approve or deny the appeal.
Okay.
All these other conditions are really not appropriate for either approving or denying an appeal from the Historic Preservation Commission.
Well, let me say this. Highly take it into consideration. Is that fair?
I believe that's fair, and
Okay.
we've had our contractor actually go through the site to determine what could be cost effectively set aside and what couldn't. And as I expressed to Councilwoman Tarkanian, they determined that the pillar itself, that
Okay.
would not be difficult.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you.
The motion.
So my motion right now, Mayor, will be to deny the appeal.
All right, let's vote on that. Post.
May I still make a comment?
That's over. I close the public hearing. Motion carries.
And as far as item number 70, Mayor and Council, I would like for Ms. Hibbler to provide us with staff's recommendation.
A 6-month review.
6-month review. Okay, then for item number 70, I will take staff's recommendation and move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilman, if I might say, I greatly appreciate your saying that about some of the things that might be historically worthwhile. And I know construction people go through a project, but they don't have the same eye on it as perhaps those who are looking at it historically. So if they could maybe work together in that, I think it would be beneficial.
Item 72 is hearing and possible action to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice and order to no, 72, we're going forward with it. Yes. 72 is hearing and possible action to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice and order to comply located at 4561 East Bonanza Road. The property owner is Hector Camacho, and this is in Ward 3. Gentlemen, we got Mr. Smith and Mr. Camacho.
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title IX dealing with nuisances. A nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 9.04.010 dealing with nuisances. City of Las Vegas Fire Code 556, 19.04.010 auto repair major, 19.04.010 auto major repair minor, 19.14.030 prohibited signs, 19.14.090 special event signs, 19.04.010 5 zoning violations, 9.04.010 illegal businesses, 6 illegal businesses, 9.04.010 7 graffiti, 7C graffiti, 9.04.010 7A high vegetation, 9.08.040 litter depositing, 9.08.100 litter container replacement, 9.08.210 mandatory service and uniform administrative code, 301.1 building permits required. A copy of the nuisance and order was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the nuisance and order to comply filed by Hector Camacho, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the notice and order to comply. And in front of you, if I may, I believe the city clerk has some documentation for each and every council person, because this case has gone on so long and the conditions that we're asking you to approve us to place on this property are so numerous that this is a two-page document. So as she's handing those out, I'll kind of go over. This is an appeal of the...
Mr. Smith, if I could, Your Honor, please. Yes. Just for clarification also, I've always allowed people to hold items in my ward in abeyance. We have held this in abeyance one other time before, so this is the second request for abeyance.
It is. This is an appeal from the property owner.
May I say something, please?
You'll have your opportunity.
Okay, because the reason I asked for a bait because I don't feel good. I have a surgery 2 weeks ago, and I took pills. I'm not ready. My surgery altered my blood sugar, and my sugar is over 200, and my high blood pressure go up and down. And you can call the doctor, and Dr. Rafael. Okay, I don't feel good. That's the reason I don't have anything to contest it. That's the reason I ask again, and you can look my eyes. Okay, it's not and I can bring a doctor's certificate if you need to.
Your Honor, Mr. Camacho, I respect you with all my heart. I always have. But now wait. But we have held this in abeyance. The last time he was going to Argentina or somewhere.
Yeah, that's what he did. When my son he paid for the surgery, and that's
no. This is the last time we held it in abeyance. There's always a reason, Mr. Camacho, why you can't do what you've been asked to do. We've had many meetings on site, not only this site but other sites. How many man hours have we put into this at this location?
Hundreds. But with
hundreds of hours and man hours that the city has spent trying to get this into compliance. You've always got somebody that is not doing what you asked to do. There's a reason for you not to comply. I've had cars for sale down there for years, illegal cars for sale, and we can't even get that stopped. I can go on and on and on and on and on. I want to go through with this today. I don't want to.
My health. I'm sorry. I'm not going to take a chance. I let up to you have to do what you have to do. I'm not going to take a chance for my health, and I'm not faking. I'm a man to know and to fake reality. I can defend myself. Okay, I can bring other stuff, but I was not ready to do it. Okay, I got people. He was with me the day you show up. Okay.
I got a two half sentence request at 5:15 last night to hold this in abeyance. You could have asked 2 weeks ago for abeyance, but you waited to the last minute. And I do have a heart. This council does have a heart. I will allow you. Okay, Devin, with your permission, please. I will allow you until our next council meeting. I will hold this in abeyance until our next council meeting. You can have somebody here either representing you, or you can be here yourself representing this item. And that's the best I can do.
When is the next council meeting?
August the 4th.
It can be the next one.
No, August the 4th.
I'm going to the reason I try to take care of myself better. I change my weight
Your
here
Honor,
and
I make
stuff
a
like
motion, we
this.
hold this in advance till August the 4th, please, and we will have a hearing on August the 4th,
All right,
definitely.
and that's the motion. Let's vote.
Okay.
Post?
What is so funny?
Yes. Motion carries, and I'm going to suggest to you, if something comes up, you better have a certified a certified doctor's report that we can send the marshal out to verify.
Yeah, I will.
Under oath. That's what I'm saying. Or else,
Well, no, we got plenty of time here on August the 4th.
okay, fair enough.
No.
But I mean, if he has another excuse, it better be a substantial excuse.
I get
No problem.
what happened
I hope you
today.
feel
I'm going
better.
to get it to your office, Mr.
I hope you
Mayor.
feel better.
Thank you.
All right, item 73.
Are you going to strike then item number 76 because it's the same property and owner?
I don't know until we get there.
Yes, we will do this evening on item 76.
All right. Item 73 is hearing and possible action to consider the appeal regarding nuisance notice in order to comply, located 5517 Ghost Rider Court. The property owner is Gloria Means, and this is in Ward 6.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is the subject property was determined to be a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title IX, dealing with nuisances. A nuisance notice in order to comply was mailed to the property owner to correct the public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 9.04.010, dealing with nuisances, Title 19 zoning, and Title 6 business licenses and state requirements under NRS 449. A copy of the notice and order was also posted on the property. Today's hearing is to consider the appeal of the notice in order to comply filed by Pastor Darrell Wilhite and Gloria Means, owner and responsible party. The recommendation is the City Council approve the notice in order to comply.
All right. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself.
I'm Christina Brown. I'm the community manager for Iron Mountain Ranch. I was asked to come and speak on behalf of the residents that have communicated to us their concern for the property, stating that they have had up to more than 20 individuals who stay overnight. Mattresses are left outside at all hours, health and concern issues. Unfortunately, we tried to get a hold of other homeowners to attend this meeting. Due to the time frame, they were unable to make it, so I'm just here on behalf of them.
All right, thank you. Did you want to be heard, sir? This is not a public hearing, but I'll hear from you. Please identify yourself.
My name is Troy Gillian. I am one of the homeowners. Councilman Ross, how are you? Normally, I wouldn't take issue with this, and I wouldn't take up your time. However, there is a history with this quote-unquote Pastor Darrell Wilhite. Councilman Reese, you've dealt with him before in 2006. Got him out of Las Vegas. He then moved to Henderson and set up another group home slash whatever you would like to call it. My issue with this is that he cannot continue to do what he's doing now. There are at least 6 families in the neighborhood that have small children under the age of 10. None of them come out and play because of the fear of the quantity of individuals and the character of the individuals that are in this house. Code enforcement has come out. Unfortunately, I think the individuals in the home are getting very good at avoiding code enforcement hours. Typically, at about 7 o'clock at night when I come home, I notice a large van roll up, approximately 16 people step out and spend the night. And then the next morning, about 6:30 in the morning, they leave. And oddly enough, code enforcement comes out at 12 o'clock in the middle of the afternoon, and there's no one home. So they've gotten around it several times. Pastor Darrell Wilhite has quite an extensive criminal record, ranging from DUIs to larceny, forgery, drug possession. He just had a DUI 3 months ago. I understand, and I believe that maybe his intentions are honorable. However, when I have 20 drug dealers, thugs, murderers, felons, I don't know who is in this home. That terrifies me. I was notified 2 days after I closed on my house. 2 days. I was notified that I had this house down from me. I just moved here from England. If I would have known that, I wouldn't have lived here. This is not a good environment, and we need to get this man out of our community. I understand the need for these. There are locations to help people. There are organizations in place to help people, but in this neighborhood is not it. They need to leave. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay. Basically, as I understand it, this is an appeal from a finding of nuisance notice and order, correct?
Yes,
Nobody's representing the appellant, correct?
No.
These are people speaking against the appeal. Is there
Correct.
anybody here who is representing the appellant? Well, I don't know why we're even going to a hearing.
Well, if I may, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we allow enough testimony as to what's gone on with this location to establish the record.
Fair
This
enough.
guy's done this. He's doing it again
No
somewhere in the county, I
I got no
believe.
problem with it. I just,
And I think
no
that's
one's
the
here,
difference.
he's going to lose, but if you want to make a record, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Counsel, I'm Officer Ray Burney with Las Vegas Metro Police Department, Northwest Area Command. I work for the Community Oriented Police Unit. This is my supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Alvarado, and he's the sergeant of our unit. We were contacted by Councilman Ross. We've worked with most of your council members at different projects. This was brought to our attention because it is in Northwest Area Command, the far north end, and it was brought to our attention what his conduct was, what he was doing. He's running a drug rehab, homeless shelter in a church in a residential neighborhood, which is completely illegal. And there was an uproar from the neighbors, all people who live and work in that community, and the same allegations that the young lady from the residential representative stated about massive amounts of people coming in and out. So we began our investigation and come to find out, obviously there's information I can't release in public about his past. It's not a very pretty past. His behavior, he was kicked out of Las Vegas homes. He went to Henderson. Unfortunately, Henderson did not follow through with the felony fraud and forgery and counterfeiting charges that they had on them. When he went to Arizona to do the same thing he did here, I believe the Tucson area, they decided to drop the charges. Otherwise, we'd have felony convictions on him right now. He went to Arizona, was kicked out of Arizona, came back here. He operates a similar home, besides the one on Ghost Rider Court off of Koval Lane. I've had two subjects that were inside the home supplied us very recently, as of Saturday, with information that they moved out of this Ghost Rider address. They're no longer occupying that address. However, I believe it's very important that the city attorney's office pursues criminal charges and civil litigation so we can control this man's behavior, because he keeps having a pattern of behavior doing this.
Okay, but we've got to be careful. We're going way, way beyond the appeal issue here. I appreciate what you're saying, but we've got to be very careful under the open meeting law that everything's properly noticed and posted. We get the idea that this fellow may not be upstanding.
It's to the point of being dangerous, endangering other people's safety and their well-being.
Okay, I think the record's very clear on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, you guys have been awesome. Sergeant, thank you for his help and all the officers working on this. Vicki, your team as well. Devin, you know how tough this has been. Troy, remember what I told you at the Homeowners Association, and today's the day. Want him out, got him out. Thank you for coming down too, young lady. And if you could leave your information with us, at least with my city attorney over here, I'd appreciate that before you leave. And Mayor, thank you for keeping us on track.
Okay, but Councilman, what I'm interested in is assuming that we uphold the finding. How is the nuisance abated?
Well, that's why we're trying to establish that record. I think what's going to happen is we're actually going to have to take this guy to court.
I know, but how do we close down this? This is the very thing that we were talking about a couple of hours ago regarding these group homes. How do we close this down?
I can address that, Your
All right,
Honor.
how do we close it down?
Well, what we're going to do, I did want this record to go forward so that we have it for injunctive relief with the district court. I mean, that's where we're going to end up going. This almost identically happened in 2005. Mr. Wellhite set up the same kind of home in Councilman Reese's ward. We had a hearing. He was ordered to cease and desist immediately. He failed to do so. We had to sue the property owner, Mr. Wellhite. And then we gathered all of the evidence from the neighbors, got letters, notes, written statements from everyone, and the judge shut them down.
How long does this take?
You know, we've got to file a complaint. We'll get a motion on order shortening time. I would hope that we can do it within 20, 30 days.
Because I don't want those kids being petrified anymore. That's not fair. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Troy, you got to do me a favor. Go back, talk to your neighbors, tell them what's going on today, what happened. Because a lot of them were concerned about coming. A lot of them were concerned about testifying, even shooting an email to me about support of what we're going to do today.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. Councilman Ross, just one quick question, sure, with your permission. With all that we've heard today about a pattern not only in Las Vegas but Henderson and the county, is he violating any criminal laws? It seems to me that there are laws there that are being broken, and I understand what we can do civilly, injunction, lawsuits, and stuff like that. But I'd be very curious to know whether he's violating any criminal statutes, and if so, why isn't our city attorney filing criminal violations?
I think, once again, I appreciate the councilman's question, but I'm going to ask Mr. Scott for an independent opinion. Are we going outside the notice of the open meeting law?
I think it's all kind of wrapped up into the same type of a nuisance issue, and that kind of pertains to the nuisance if criminal activities are occurring.
Okay, because I don't want to give this guy an out saying that we did something wrong that he can use as a defense. That's what I'm concerned.
I think it all pertains to the nuisance.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, then.
The simple answer, Councilman, is that everything that they've cited as a civil violation in the notice and order, which is what we're here to talk about today, is also a misdemeanor under our code. So the reason the city attorney's office has not filed criminal charges is because, frankly, they're not fast enough. That process is way too slow to address this issue. The fastest process that we have found with years of experience is bringing it before the council, making the record, taking it to district court, and shutting them down.
Well, I'd like to hear Mr. Jerbick's opinion on that, with all due respect to you, because it takes him about an hour to file a criminal complaint and go out and either issue a citation or make an arrest and get him into municipal court within just a couple of weeks.
We could certainly get him in municipal court.
Councilman Ross, I'm supporting what you're saying is, let's move on this guy quick.
Well, if I can, Mayor, this guy, Councilman, is on Metro's radar. It's only a matter of time. I believe he's got a lengthy history already, whether they're misdemeanors or gross misdemeanors or whatever. He's on the radar. And I know our fine men and women of our department are out there doing what's necessary to protect our citizens, and that's what's important to me for the neighborhood, because that's a genuine concern. Your Honor, I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm going to move on agenda item 73 to deny the appeal and order the cease and desist of all illegal activity outlined in the notice and order dated on June 23, 2010. I'm also requesting that all the inspection fees, late fees, abatement costs, and daily civil penalties outlined by staff be imposed as a lien against the property immediately, and if the occupants and Mr. Wilhite fail to comply, I'm directing the city attorney's office to take all necessary legal action to enforce the council's decision in this matter. That's my motion.
Let's vote.
Could you also ask if they have that pool cleaned or drained or something?
Yeah, Vicki, you know where we're at with that swimming pool? Is it clean?
It is.
Is it drained?
It is now clean.
All right.
All right, let's vote.
Thanks, Steve.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 74 through 76 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve consent agenda items 74 through 76?
Your Honor, if I could, I'd like to pull item 76, and I'd like to have that held in advance for 2 weeks and have a hearing on it at that time.
All right, that's the motion on 76. Let's vote. Opposed?
And on items 74 and 75.
Well, then, here we go again. I'm
Let's
telling
raise
you.
just one question.
Not now. No, let us have our vote first.
Okay.
Opposed?
And on items 74 and 75, Your Honor, make a motion to follow statute of limitation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote. Post? I know it's impossible. You know, I'm going to take this machine, I'm going to throw it at you. This is the worst piece of equipment I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how much money we spend for this, but I'm pushing that button, and I'm pushing the button, and my vote doesn't show up. So, Ms. Fretwell, I'm holding you personally responsible. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what Councilman Ross said I should do in order to correct this. I'm going to take my finger and wet it and put my saliva. The motion carries. Okay, did the gentleman? Oh, okay, he disappeared. That's not a bad thing. Okay. Items 77 through 83 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Do any of the council members want to have any item 77 through 83 removed? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to read all of them into the record and take one motion. 77 is ZON 38056, the applicant, the City of Las Vegas. The owner, School Board of Trustees, requests for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic on 10.21 acres and 6333 Fargo Avenue in Ward 1. 78 is ZON 38057, the applicant, the City of Las Vegas. The owner, School Board of Trustees, requests for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic on 10.10 acres at 7101 Pinedale Avenue, Ward 1. 79 is ZON 38058, the applicant, City of Las Vegas. The owner, School Board of Trustees, request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to CV Civic on 17.82 acres at 300 South Torrey Pines Drive in Ward 1. Number 80 is ZON 38059, the applicant, City of Las Vegas. The owner, School Board of Trustees, request for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic on 8.83 acres at 1100 Lena Street in Ward 3. 81 is SUP 37949. The applicant is Bell Independent Living Homes, Inc. The owner is Clester and Odessa Nelson. Request for special use permit for proposed 987 square foot social service provider at 1176 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 5. 82 is VAC 37529. The applicant is City of Las Vegas. The owner, County of Clark, petition to vacate public rights-of-way generally located along the west side of Martin Luther King Boulevard, approximately 280 feet south of Cary Avenue in Ward 5. And finally, 83 is VAC 38252. The applicant owner is Abraham Schiff. Petition to vacate a 11-foot public drainage easement extending 120 feet south of Fremont Street, approximately 300 feet east of Main Street in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for all items. All items are public hearings that are now declared open. Does anyone want to be heard on any of these items?
If I could, yes.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I want to be heard on item number 80, please. Just a clarification. This is an existing school that's been there for many, many years in the area where I live. I guess many years ago they built this school and it was residential, it's own property, and all this is a cleanup. They're trying to get all of them rezoned so they'll be in the same zoning code, and so that's the reason we're doing this. It is an existing school. They're not going to build anything there. The 8.3 acres is a school. That's just going to stay a school.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say the same thing for items 77, 78, 79. I've had many calls. People are worried that they might be going to put in a hospital or something else, and nobody is planning at this time to tear down any of those schools. As Councilman Reese said, it's only cleanup language because at the time there was an oversight and they didn't go to CV instead of R1. And all it is cleaning up the oversight that they had in the past. There won't be any changes in the foreseeable future. There's no changes, and they don't plan any changes. It was just cleaning up language.
Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearings then. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve all these items with staff conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Tell me. Motion carries. Thank you. 88 is SUP 37871, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Chronic Tacos. The owner is Trails Village Center Company. The request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,728 square foot supper club at 1910 Village Center Circle, Suites 1 and 2. This is in Ward 2, and the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. Mr. Dushoff. This is a public hearing, folks.
Yeah, 3320 West Sahara, Matthew Dushoff, on behalf of Chronic Tacos.
What kind of name is that?
It is a chain out of Los Angeles. You know, they come up with these funky names, and now they're moving here.
All right, so I won't attribute any other meaning than that. Correct?
Yes, please don't.
All right, fair enough. Folks, the public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Wilson?
You know, Mr. Dushoff, I'm from Los Angeles.
Yeah, what's your point?
You talk about funky names, and they come up with things like that. You're absolutely
They don't
right.
have a football team in Los Angeles. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Dushoff, I appreciate you and Dr. Fuller. He is one of the principals in this business, coming in to see me the other day. Briefly, give us about a 2-minute overview of what the business is and why your client is applying for a supper club license.
Yeah, Chronic Tacos, again, is a company they're out of Los Angeles, and they're opening up here. This is going to be one of many Chronic Tacos. They are, I guess, a mix, a little bit higher end than a fast food restaurant. If you haven't been there, do yourself a favor and go. Their tacos are absolutely amazing. It is a fun atmosphere is what they want to do, and bring in a type of atmosphere where families and everybody there can go enjoy themselves in I don't want to say jovial because I think that misleads you, but in more fun atmosphere where everybody's having a real good time in this restaurant. It's you basically going to go up, you're going to pick up your food, you're going to go back down. There are no waiter or waitress services here. And you go pick up your food and you hang out there and you eat really, really good Mexican food. And it is a place that, again, they're going to open up more in the city. They're going to open up in Henderson, and they're going to open North Las Vegas in the county as well. And they're very excited. You met Dr. Fuller here, who has ownership interest in the other ones out in Los Angeles. They're doing very well there, and this one here is doing extremely well. They look forward to working with the community and, again, opening up more and more shops as we go out. They would like a supper club because they'd like to have the opportunity to do the same as they are doing in Los Angeles and have an opportunity to be a full supper club. I understand from our conversations that you would be interested in the supper club, but yet with the caveat that for at least 6 months be just beer and wine. I spoke with a good doctor, and he says he does not have a problem with that.
And let me stop you right there now,
Okay.
because I don't want our viewing public to be misled. What you're applying for right now, which is the supper club special use permit,
That is correct.
does not allow you to start serving alcoholic beverages.
No, it does not, but it would give us the opportunity, once the liquor license and everything gets done, to serve. Once we get this, no, tomorrow we won't be serving alcohol at Chronic Taco.
When do you plan on making applications? Is it for a business license to be able to serve alcohol?
If I may, yes, as our conditions on the SUP, and what we state is that the approval of the SUP does not constitute approval of a liquor license. This is the allowance for alcohol to be served at this location, and then the individual persons, the licensees, then go and apply for their license, which is a separate action.
Through the City of Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dushoff, thank you for your presentation. My motion is going to be for approval, but I want to say on the record right now, I want to be very explicit with you and anybody that's listening. I live about 300 yards away from this location. I've lived in this area for almost 15 years. I'm very familiar with this area. I moved into this area before the shopping center was in this area, so I'm very, very familiar with it. I want your client's business to succeed. But as you can see from the drawing that's on the screen right now, there is a baseball park and other type facility right across the street. And there are neighborhoods surrounding this shopping center. And I've been in Chronic Tacos. I've eaten there 2-3 times. I've visited just to take a little view of what's going on another couple times. And I'm very, very concerned about the serving of alcohol in this location. Because you're right, this is a fun place, and fun means generally, and I don't want to offend senior citizens, but a lot of younger people are going to go in here. Yeah, Mayor, me and you, we're senior citizens. I saw the way you looked at me.
No, I'm looking at the councilwoman, not you.
Okay. Well, this is a great, great restaurant for everybody, but the atmosphere invites a younger crowd, and there are going to be a lot of people visiting this location to enjoy the Mexican food, but I know what's going to happen. I know we're going to have a lot of young people in there enjoying beer and wine if we approve a beer and wine license, and I'm very, very concerned about people that become under the influence of alcohol and then leave that location when there's a lot of families and mothers with kids in strollers and a baseball park across the street. So my motion's going to be for approval today, but you and I, with your client, are going to have more discussions about potential conditions when you come before us with your application for a business license to serve alcohol.
Understood. Yeah, and again, we spoke with our client and with you as well regarding that. He understands your concerns, and they will not, because I understand it is a violation of your municipal code to serve people who are intoxicated, and they will not be doing that. Management has been told over there, once we get, if we do get or have the opportunity to get our liquor license, they will not be serving intoxicated people over at Chronic Tacos.
And wouldn't it be nice if all proprietors followed that law and stopped after 1 or 1.5 drinks? It just doesn't happen.
Understood.
So you and I are communicating, and we're going to have further discussions, but I just want you to know, and anybody that's watching, that I have very, very big concerns concerning the service of alcohol.
Mayor and Council.
Okay.
Yes.
Just for the record, Councilman, we've advised you, since you do live in the vicinity, that this won't affect your property any greater or lesser than anyone else's in the neighborhood. So we've advised that you can vote on this item.
Can I still go there and enjoy the Chronic Tacos?
You can still go there as long as you pay for it.
And also pay for the last 3 times he's been there.
For the record, I've paid each and every time. Okay, my motion is for approval of this special use permit.
Okay, let's go, please.
There you go.
Yes.
And we were talking about historical, just real quickly. One of our great historical citizens lost his wife this past week. Close friend of mine, Rich Little. So if you guys have an opportunity in your hearts to think about him and his family on his loss of his wife, Marie, thank you very much.
Okay, 89 is SUP 37892, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant owners, Taka P. and Tazy Mihahira, request for special use permit for a 3,508 square foot group residential care facility for 10 senior citizens with a waiver to allow a 1,481 foot distance separation from another group residential care facility where 1,500 feet is the minimum required at 6640 West Cheyenne Avenue. And this is in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. And it's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Council. Matthew Collister of Collister and Associates on behalf of the applicant. We are in support and willing to accept all of staff's recommendations. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the use that we're requesting here.
Okay, I have no questions of you, Mr. Collister. I'd like to ask Mr. Lewis, how does this fit in with our earlier vote today, if at all?
This application was filed prior to today's vote, so this application would fall under the rules that are current up until today.
Very good. Okay. Did you like to?
We just have I have an engineer that has renderings and shows where the neighborhood if it's necessary.
All right, if you could turn it like that. There you go.
That work?
Looks very nice. Yes, thank you. All right, public hearing. Yes, ma'am.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. This right here is not too far from my new adult daycare, Almost Home. And I support this because if I tell you, because I'm out there in the medical field and I see it, it's a need for this. Your convalescent homes, they have waiting lists before you can even get in. And this right here is, and I have a couple people that's soon going to be able, going to have to go in here where there's someone that can watch it to take care of them. And am I going to work closely with them, Councilman Anthony? Yes, I am. Now, if Beatrice Turner pick up the phone and call you, say it's a problem, then it's a problem if I pick up the phone and call you. But yes, I'm going to work with them from helping get their staffing to the whole 9 yards to see this take place, so when they finish this, they can go forth and do the rest of it.
Beatrice knows is a dear friend and ally that we appreciate her support in being here today.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Have you received the new conditions that Ms. Wheeler, have you seen those yet, or do you need to read those into the record right now?
If I may, Mayor
Yes.
and Councilman, I did not send these out. We worked off of the meeting notes from the community meeting notes where they agreed to certain things, and so I believe this is not new information for them, as this was all discussed at the previous meeting. So I can read in the proposals if you wish me to do so.
That'd be great.
With regard to condition number 4, will simply be clarified to show that the facility shall be limited to no more than 10 senior citizens, 55 or older. And then 2 new conditions, that staff will be limited to 1 licensed supervisor, 3 caretakers, and 1 cook. There shall be 1 staff person on site 24 hours per day. And that a revised site plan should be submitted showing the following: a maximum of 6 parking spaces plus required handicap parking, and a revised landscape plan for a rear yard, adding 12 shade trees, walking paths, shrubs, and seating areas subject to approval of the Department of Planning and Development.
Is that agreement?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Very good.
And it's going to be quite lovely when it's done. Councilman Anthony, and I hope you'll be able to come out to the grand opening to see it, like you didn't come to mine.
Well, my suspicion is if we live long enough, we're all going to end up in one of these.
All right, very good. Then my motion is to approve this agenda item with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please.
With all conditions and amended conditions.
Okay.
You know, if I could before I vote, please. I just want to understood, those in the audience and those watching, that he's not a customer of mine.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Just as a point of interest,
Yes, sir.
the other group residential care facility that this is within 1,480 feet of, what is their customer base? Do you know?
Is it also 55 and over?
55, a senior type of facility?
Yeah. It's similar.
Okay, I was just interested because we had a very spirited discussion
I heard it.
about group homes this morning, and I'm just trying to get
I was hiding
a
outside.
handle on what's happening here. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, items 90 and 91 and 92. 90 is GPA 37823, request to amend a portion of the Centennial Hills sector plan of the Grand General Plan from L, low-density residential, to SC, service commercial. 91 is ZON 37824, request for a rezoning from RE, residence estates, to C1, limited commercial. 92 is SDR 37940, request for a site development plan review for a proposed 4,195 square foot financial institution general with drive-through with a waiver of perimeter landscape buffer requirements to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along the south property line where 15 feet is required. The applicant owner is CT1 LLC. The project is located on 1 acre at 7204 West Craig Road. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. These items are in Ward 4 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Warren Hardy with the Hardy Consulting Group, 5070 Arville, Suite B, 4B, representing the applicant, CT1. CT1 stands for Craig and Tenaya, 1 acre. Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to go into great detail. This has been dealt with ad nauseum. You've each been kind enough to meet with us individually on this issue and our concerns, but if I may just take about a minute and a half and provide some history of what brings us to this point today, because I'm afraid I'm here to look a gift horse in the mouth a bit, and I want to explain why. My client purchased this property a little over a year ago. We weren't aware of the history surrounding that piece of property west of Tenaya and the commitments that were made that no no commercial development would occur west of Tenaya. We initially came in with an application for a fast food restaurant. We heard from the neighbors. I heard from the city councilman from the area. I heard from the commissioner from the area. We withdrew that, and rather than immediately go back and pursue another project, we reached out individually, not through phone calls, not through letters. We hired a firm to knock on the doors of the surrounding neighbors to find out what they would like to see at that area. Frankly, everything came back acceptable except a fast food restaurant. But the one that was off the charts in terms of favorable reception was a bank. When you consider those who said absolutely yes, we want a bank, or those that say we don't really care, 94% of the residents of that area preferred a bank or had no opinion. So we began to pursue a bank. We did find a developer that can bring a bank to that corner. I went down and submitted an application for office zoning to accommodate that bank. When that word got back to the developer that we are in contact with, he said no, because the surrounding area is all, the commercial in the surrounding area is all C1, we will require C1 zoning before we will be willing to sign the contract. We're not in a position to debate with that. We're not holding any cards. There are plenty of corners in Las Vegas that will accommodate a bank, that will accommodate C1 zoning, or are already zoned C1 to accommodate a bank. We're in a bad position. We have this tenant on the hook, and we're going to lose them if we can't provide C1 zoning. I've talked to many folks about the history of this. I've been told there are going to be 200 or 300 neighbors, residents in opposition to this. There were 6 who attended the Planning Commission, 3 in favor, 3 in opposition. The 3 in opposition were from the Pet Cemetery, which is immediately next door. I would submit to you that the cemetery next door is operating a commercial enterprise. I would submit to you that they are the ones that created a commercial situation there. They have set the precedent. And in setting that precedent have rendered my client's property completely useless for its currently zoned application. I understand the position of the Planning Commission. I don't disagree with the position of the Planning Commission that zoning accommodates a bank. I can't stand here before you today and tell you that if that bank falls through, that something else won't be applied for under C1 zoning. I will tell you that's not our intent. We hope to land this bank in this economic environment. We believe it's not a choice between an office complex or a pet hospital or something. We believe it's a choice between the bank that we currently have on the hook or a vacant house. We believe those are our choices. I've made this point to you individually. I just wanted to provide that for your record. And so we're here today, as I said, to look a gift horse in the mouth, to say thank you very much to the Planning Commission for the zoning. Certainly zoning puts us in a better position than we are now. But we feel like in this current economic environment, if we lose the bank that we have on the hook, that's going to stand vacant for who knows how many more years. So we're here to request respectfully that you grant C1 zoning for this so that we can reel this bank in. And again, I would ask you to really consider 2 things as you consider our request. The first would be that the precedent for commercial zoning west of Tenaya has already been provided, and it was provided by the Pet Cemetery, which is operating a commercial enterprise. The second thing I would ask you to consider, and this is the thing that I've had a little frustration with trying to get across, I believe, due to the diligence and expense of my client, the work that I have helped them do, we have addressed the concerns. I don't know if any of these folks are here from the neighborhood, but the 200 or 300 people that we're supposed to develop in opposition to this, I believe we've addressed their concerns. I believe we've reached out to them. I believe we've satisfied their concerns. So with respect, Your Honor, I appreciate the time to provide that history. I have Brad Schultes here, who's one of the property owners who can answer any specific questions. But we would respectfully, again, look a gift horse in the mouth and ask for C1 as opposed to office. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for either of the gentlemen?
I have a question.
Mayor Protem?
Just a quick question. You got this fish on the hook, okay? What's the name of the bank?
We're not contractually able to disclose that at this point.
Well, I feel like that if you're asking me for C1 zoning when they can have the bank in the office zoning, then that's good enough. If they can't give us the name, then I can't give them the C1 zoning. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions for Director Wheeler. What is the pet cemeteries in the county, or is that in the city?
County, sir.
Now, I'm understanding that the pet cemetery, it's a business. It has 2 crematoriums, or what do you call those things?
Crematorium.
If that were in the city, what would that be zoned?
It can be either residential or commercial, sir.
No, the crematorium, what would that be zoned?
Within a cemetery, it can be allowed in residential zones.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Or commercial zone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I ask these questions because, Mr. Hardy, it's not my ward, and Councilman, you know that. I grew up out there. I mean, I remember when that area was still dirt. Craig Road was a dirt road heading up the mountain there. I remember that. And something's got to be built here. And I'm just, with all due respect, Councilman, I don't know what you're going to do with this, but I absolutely believe that the C1 is compatible with that corner because of that pet cemetery. And because if that pet cemetery was in the city, I think it'd have a different zoning designation on it. And all the other corners are. I mean, Mr. Hardy, I wasn't opposed to the fast food. I think those folks out there. I watched the Planning Commission. I watched that go down and saw what the Planning Commission did. I saw the 3 people for, the 3 people against. Something's got to be built there. That house is an eyesore, and it's not doing that area, especially those businesses in that area, any good. So anything we can stick over there that's going to create some jobs and create some economy, I'm full support of the C1 designation.
What are the chances of you going back to the bank and having them satisfy the question of the Mayor Pro Tem to have disclosure? What are the chances of that taking place?
We certainly ask. We could certainly ask that. We did indicate that that was a bit of an issue. We'd like to be able to share that information with the Planning Commission, and we're denied. But I certainly understand the reasoning behind your position, Mr. Barnett. Mayor Pro Tem.
Because so much of this is almost dealing with a good faith commitment. Because if they're not going to go forward and we don't feel that the bank is of the stature that it's going to be able to perform, then basically we're giving your client a free roll on a C1, which is much more valuable than an O. And I think I would feel much more comfortable to be in accord with your position if we found out who the bank was.
I will endeavor to get that information released, and I will mention too, Mr. Mayor, you had mentioned that we ought to look at some stipulation under C1 zoning. It can only be a bank. We're certainly happy to.
And I don't know whether
but
that's...
we're unable to, according to legal counsel, we're unable to provide that now.
Yeah, and I asked the city attorney that, and they told me that they can't arrange that.
Unfortunately, because we'd be willing to accept that stipulation, and we will go back.
Very good.
All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question.
Sure.
I have a question for Margot. Margot? As far as the bank is concerned, isn't it possible for a bank to go on something other than C1? And if so, what are those zonings?
Yes, sir, Mayor and Councilman. The O zoning is allowed
And O
for
represents
the bank.
office?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the bank is allowed to be built here. Were the council to concur with the Planning Commission recommendation and go with the O designation, O zoning, and then the site plan could be built at this location.
Okay. Is it possible, Margot, to go with O? And I think you just answered the question. The O. And what was the designation?
It's O both for the general plan and the zoning.
For the GPA, the general plan, and the zoning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And final question, Mr. Hardy. And I know we were to circle back, but we didn't get an opportunity to do that. But what was the reasoning behind not going with the O, or the recommendation of wanting to go with the C1 versus the O? Because I believe, after speaking with staff, that there was a meeting that took place, and everyone agreed, including yourself, to my understanding, unless you want to clarify that from that meeting, that everyone walked away with the impression that O would be the most appropriate, and upon reaching Planning Commission, the recommendation from the representation from yourself was to move in the direction of C1. Can you clarify that?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Barlow. Yeah, we never did say or stipulate that O was sufficient for us. We have always indicated that we needed C1 zoning. And I'll stipulate and acknowledge that this is a zoning that is beyond what we need for a bank. And I am asking you to take a leap of faith. So I guess what I'm asking you to do is to take, because I think you really need to do this as policymakers, take your vision, your focus off of the bank, because there is a possibility that that bank will fall through and it should be something else. And it may end up being something else. And so I'm simply here to argue that given, in light of, if you can see the property, in light of the fact that everything surrounding it commercially is C1, that C1 is an appropriate zoning. Put the bank argument aside. C1 is an appropriate zoning. A C1 application is an appropriate application for that corner. And that's really what I'm left to argue, because I can't make the case that, I can't promise you that that bank will be there. I can't. But I can say that in fairness to my client, C1 is an appropriate zoning for that area. So that's the argument here. With regard to, I never participated in a meeting where we agreed to O zoning. We were appreciative to get the recommendation. It's obviously better than RE. It does give us some hope going forward. And in terms of our due diligence, when we, prior to reaching out to the neighborhood and canvassing the neighborhood, we did a lot of due diligence to see what would work. And office space really doesn't work on that location because of parking. Most of the other things just don't work. A bank, we felt, obviously has great support. We believe that most of the things, based on our conversations with the surrounding community, that they would find objectionable would have to come back at some level, most of them, for a special use permit. So, we are asking you to take a leap of faith, but we're asking you to consider what the surrounding zoning is. We believe this is an appropriate zoning for this property based on what's already there.
Right, and just in closing, so that everyone understands my position, after looking at, and not only too far from this location, after looking at it from the aerial and looking at the zoning, the C1 is on the east side of the street.
Correct.
And residential, if we can go back to, the overhead here, and the residential to the west of this site is RE residential estate, and everything else is R1 on the west side of Tenaya. And I can actually see by going to C1 that we can possibly start to erode some of the residential fabric on the west side of Tenaya, which these homes are fairly new to Las Vegas, and that would be a major concern of mine versus if it were on the other side of the street where more C1 is actually located, and to start to chip away at the residential fabric of Tenaya. At this time, I believe that it's not conducive for me to vote in favor of your wishes. So my vote, I'll tell you up front, would be not in favor of your request.
And Your Honor, I would agree with that analysis if we were a block one way or the other, either side, but we're in an island here, that there is obviously no application for residential in our location. I don't think anybody would quibble with that. So to really put us as an island with O designation when we're surrounded as far as commercial, I think we all agree that has to be a commercial use. And to limit us to O in searching for that application, I think puts us at a significant disadvantage. And that would be my parting point.
If I just may jump in real quick, and I don't want to debate this longer than what is already being debated. If, in fact, for me, a palatable level for me would be if, in fact, you had a developer on the line bringing a project forward. But for me, it's a matter of you're asking this council to sign a blank check, and that's not a check I'm willing to sign today.
And I stand guilty of that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Farlow, did you want to be heard?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Your Honor, for the last 2 years, I've watched all of my representatives from the President of the United States on down, jumping through every damn hoop that the banks want us to jump through, giving them all the money that they want, whatever it was. On the nightly business, on the news hour last night, they interviewed a fella that went in and reviewed how these banks are making their money, because they're rolling in the profits. It was on payday loans. It was on rent-to-own, finance and rent-to-own places. It was on Section 8 housing, and it was on the low-end credit cards where they could squeeze every dime that they could out of people that really need the money. This is the kind of weasels that we're working with. This Weasley outfit won't even give us a name. I mean, what does that say about you? They won't even stand up and say, you know, I'm XYZ Corporation and I asked for this. I just think, I mean, hide behind their attorneys. I just think this is the... I'm just so mad I can't even...
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your comments, Mr. Hardy. You did sum up to a certain degree what's been happening, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. This thing actually started about a year ago when I first got on the City Council, and when it first came up, told these gentlemen to go out into the community and talk to the residents, and I will tell you, this particular agenda item, I received more emails and phone calls and letters than any other agenda item I've had since I've been on the City Council, and overwhelming opposition to changing this to a commercial piece of property. The residents in that area were up in arms over it. And what was very interesting is I learned a lot about pet cemeteries, but the people that bury their pets are very emotionally attached to them. I mean, I have 2 golden retrievers, and I treat them like my kids. And they go to this pet cemetery, and they go there to mourn their pets. Some people have been buried at the cemetery with their pets, and the last thing they wanted was a commercial enterprise to be built there that would disrupt their mourning. There's a nonprofit organization called Friends of Canine, which supports the Las Vegas Police Department Canine Unit. There are canine dogs that are buried there. They were absolutely against this. They didn't want an intense commercial enterprise. Started out as a Carl's Jr. If this is changed to commercial, it could become a Carl's Jr. They didn't want that 24/7 noise disrupting what they were doing at that pet cemetery. So it wasn't even close. It wasn't even a close call. So I told these gentlemen they need to take a look at what the residents said and what the pet cemetery and the people that do service there said. So they withdrew it. They went back, and they came back to me and said, we found a bank that we can build there. And what's interesting is, and I agree with Councilman Ross, I mean, there's never going to be any residential property built there. It's just not, it's not conducive to residential. So we found a middle ground. They said they have a bank. The bank can be built there under the zoning of office. The last thing I'm going to have is a bank tell me how to zone this piece of property for them. If there's a bank that can be put there, it can be put there under office. They went back onto the community and talked to the residents, and the residents were fine with it. A bank is Monday through Friday. It's not very intense. It's not loud. It's not going to cause any disruption in that neighborhood. The folks are fine with it. So that's what was sent to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted to approve office. I think that's a great middle ground. What I don't want to take a chance on is changing this piece of property commercial. The bank falls through and the Carl's Jr. goes there. That would cause nothing but problems. So I've spoken to Mr. Hardy, and I told him that based on our conversation today that I was going to follow Planning Commission's recommendation and staff recommendation for approval of office. And I'm assuming everyone's okay with that up there?
Warren Hardy, representing CT1. Certainly, that's preferable to the zoning we currently have. We can absolutely do nothing. That at least gives us a shot to pursue another office tenant. So again, that's why I indicated that I'm here to look a gift horse in the mouth to ask for more. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this is a perfect example of somebody that wants to do something. They go out in the community, they work with the community, they come up with a middle ground that fits in that particular neighborhood. So with that in mind, on item number 90, my motion will be to follow the Planning Commission staff's approval to, if I'm saying this correctly, to change the general plan from low-density residential to office. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's my motion.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And 91, my motion will be to follow the Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval to rezone from residential estates to office.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And then 92, is that one good to go? I can just make a motion to approve 92? Is that right, Margot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, my motion will be to follow the Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval on 92.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, 94 and 95. 94 is VAR 38195. Request for variance to allow 26 parking spaces where 45 parking spaces are required. 95 is SUP 38194. Request for special use permit for proposed 473 square foot massage establishment with the waivers to allow a 60-foot distance separation from residential zone where 400 feet is the minimum required, a 362-foot distance separation from an existing massage establishment where 1,000 feet is the minimum required, and for access to the site from a 60-foot right-of-way where an 80-foot wide right-of-way is the minimum required. The applicant is Stephen Cosberry, MD, LLC, and the owner is La Jolla Plaza 2. The project is located at 2851 El Camino Avenue. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 1. The public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Yes, hi. This is my name is Dr. Stephen Cosmary, and my address is 2851 El Camino Avenue, Suite 101. We're asking for variance because this is an unusual use for the massage license. It's specifically for the patients in my pain management clinic. We do not have any outside advertising. There's no signage. We're not competing with the other massage establishments, and it's specifically only for medical massage for these patients that are in my practice.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the doctor? All right, hearing none, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Darkanian.
Doctor, could I ask you, how many massage rooms will it be that you'll be adding?
We're looking at 4. Well, we have a license for 1 massage room right now that we're currently using. We're looking to add 3 additional massage rooms.
I have a great concern there because of, number one, the parking. That is a very congested parking area. You'd be 19 short of the needed. And I would think you might have some difficulty with people even having pain coming there and then having to walk some of the longer distances. I go through that business park quite often. I know many others who do, and everyone has said the same thing. It now has fewer parking spaces for right now, before what you're talking about, for the number of cars who come there. So what I would suggest you do is maybe to discuss, as I've discussed with Margot Wheeler, the head of our department, our planning and development, and maybe you could talk with her and see if maybe we could come to some type of situation where you didn't have 3 additional rooms that might be bringing in that much more traffic.
Well,
I understand you're not a massage parlor such as the others. I understand that. But you also have, 3 different things, waivers you're trying to ask us. The residential area is very close, and then we have all kinds of massage parlors in there. It lights up like a board, by the way. If you put it right there, you'll see 10 or 15 lights from massage parlors right around that same area. So I think we first should have to look at the traffic, and then we could consider the other situations.
Let me just address each of those concerns. Currently, we are not offering massage therapy to anybody who is not currently a patient of the practice or at some time might be a patient of the practice. So you have to be a patient in order to have the massage therapy recommended. We do the massage therapy typically at the same time or the same day of their appointment. So they'll park, go to their appointment, and then stay for their massage therapy either before or after we have their appointment.
Can I just answer that part right there? I have used some of this type of pain relief, and what happens is you may see me, the doctor may see me, and then the physical therapist may see me, or the person who gives the massage. However, then when I go there, someone else is coming into the doctor. So we're still having a lot more people coming in.
Yes. Prior to this, in August of 2009, we had 4 massage rooms at that time, and we didn't experience any parking difficulty. Currently now, we're not experiencing any parking difficulties. We do have handicap parking available and adjacent to the office there, so the patients who need that don't have to walk a long way. There is no one that is parking out on the street because of a lack of parking spaces currently.
Well, I can only tell you, driving through that, it's congested. It's difficult to find a parking space, and it's not just myself who finds that. I have many others. So I have a concern. I would suggest you might talk with Margot Wheeler. Today, I would, if it came up, I would have to recommend denial. I will tell you, it's also not a very welcomed item in that area. You have, I think, maybe 2 pro and 25 against. And so you haven't talked with the neighbors in that area, and that we do have the parking congestion, and you might be interested. I'd be glad to share with you some of the comments that came in from people who live near there as far as adding this. But you might want to do this, giving yourself more time to be able then to talk with the people who live nearby or correct some of the problems that are there. But I would have to say today I would move for denial. And I'm giving you a chance to see if it might be fixed. What you have today does not fix it for me, is what I'm trying to say.
There is as we're looking at the picture of the office building, on the north side of the building is another row of parking that is virtually vacant at all times. And it's not apparent on this picture. So the parking congestion, and I'm there typically Mondays through Fridays, just doesn't seem to exist. This is adjacent to another large, extremely large office complex on Paseo del Prado, and there is a lot of congestion in that parking complex. However, there is no pass-through to this parking or this office building here. The building that shares this parking space with us, which is just to the west of this, is about half vacant, and many of their parking spots are unused and unfilled because of the vacancy of the office building there. I'm not suggesting that we use their allotted parking spaces, but
really you couldn't. You're not supposed to use theirs. You're supposed to use just what you have.
You're exactly right. However, the congestion...
Doctor, may I make the suggestion? What the councilwoman is offering you at this point is an opportunity to meet with Ms. Wheeler from our planning department and try to see whether you're able to work out some kind of a disposition so it'll place the councilwoman in a more favorable state of mind when she comes to voting on this. And she's saying basically she'd like to put this over for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever you prefer. You'll have a chance to speak to Ms. Wheeler and then come back before us. And I think a lot of good could come out of that.
I'd like to take that opportunity.
And can I add to that, Mayor?
That's what you were saying, wasn't it?
Yes, I just wonder why you make the offers they can't refuse.
Because I come from a certain background that you don't share. That's the only reason.
Mayor, with your permission, If I may, Doctor, did you go and visit with the councilwoman? I mean, have you talked to her about this?
I have not.
Just to add to that, I'd suggest you go have a. She's a wonderful lady.
I'm sure she is. I haven't had a chance to meet with her. We have. We were informed that we did not have licensure in August of last year, and we have placed applications. We filled out all the paperwork. Now it's July. We have been waiting patiently for an approval, and I believe that we've done everything that we can. I wasn't made aware that these steps were even available to me until this point, and now we're almost a year into the process of seeking these approval for these applications.
All right, as I say, do you think you'd be able to meet with Ms. Wheeler within the next 2 weeks? And Ms. Wheeler, do you think you'll be able to meet with the doctor within the next 2 weeks?
If I may, Mayor and Councilwoman, the Councilwoman mentions that there has been considerable contact with the neighbors and cards brought in. Certainly, we often will recommend or make the suggestion to an applicant that a neighborhood meeting might be called for. I would look to be going in that direction, and therefore 30 days would allow time for that meeting to occur.
Okay, I think it's a good idea that the doctor and you meet. You could give him a little direction, tell him how these neighborhood meetings are set up, work with the councilwoman, and
that would get us to
we'll see the doctor back here in 30 days. Hopefully all the homework will be done, and we'll be able to get a just result. Okay? Is that your motion, 30 days, Councilwoman?
30 days is fine. I just want you to understand, you don't have hardly any support for this in that area, and I was going to say what Margot said. It's important you meet with the neighbors.
I think that the support is not going to come from the neighbors. However, the people that are supporting this are my patients and the people that are treated at the pain clinic and find that they're getting benefit from the
and that will be
therapy.
That'll be part of the things that you'll discuss with Ms. Wheeler. We're trying to help you here.
We are trying to help. I just want to say also, though, that 30 days is really a very short time to get a neighborhood meeting set up. If you think you can do it, I think that you'd need more time than that.
2 weeks we can't, 30 days we can.
You think we can?
Yes,
Okay, then the 30 days. I move to obey this item for 30 days and immediately begin setting up the neighborhood meeting. Thank you.
Very good. That's on 94 and 95. August 18th will be the date. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Okay?
Right. Thank you.
Very good. Now make sure you follow through.
Absolutely.
96 and 97. 96 is VAR 38114. Request for variance to allow a 9-foot tall menu board where 7 feet is the maximum height allowed, and to allow an incidental sign clearance arm that is 13 feet tall, 27 square feet in area, and contains a logo making up 67% of the sign area, where 7 feet in height, 12 square feet in area, and 50% logo coverage are allowed. 97 is MSP 38116, request for a major amendment to a previously approved master sign plan. The application owner is Seabreeze Village, Roman numeral 2 LLC. The project's located on .52 acres at the northeast corner of Buffalo Drive and Vegas Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 1. They're public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Steve Rosenblum. I represent the property owner as well as our tenant. I'm from 13580 5th Street in Chino, California, 91710. The application before you, while staff's report is, for the most part, very accurate, I think it's a little bit confusing. What we're looking to do is just on a drive-through menu board, you allow 7 feet in height, but unfortunately, with the square footage that the code allows, it would make it to where if you're driving any sort of SUV, which are some of the most common vehicles now, you just couldn't read the bottom of the menu board. So we're just looking to make an average height that would fit the majority of traffic today. Otherwise, it would be literally sitting on the ground and you couldn't read the bottom items on the menu. We're not asking for an increase in square footage whatsoever. Secondly, the other item that is part of our plan is a drive-through clearance arm, which you should see on screen right now. That drive-through clearance arm is simply to make sure nobody crashes into the building. Unfortunately, with today's environment, again, taller vehicles, we try and show that there's a clearance there. Above the drive-through window, we have canopies and rain cover, because as you know, there are occasional monsoons coming through out here that tend to get crashed into. And so we're just letting people know that, hey, don't go through here with a vehicle larger than 9 feet.
Whoa! Now you're maligning my community. What monsoons, which will cause crashes?
No. I lost track of what monsoons, which will cause water to go into people's windows. Rainstorms. Did I misspeak? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just thinking. I'm sorry. When I'm out at Lake Mead, I know I get lots of rain sometimes.
Well, that's not in the city of Las Vegas. We don't have any monsoons.
I apologize. I'm incorrect.
And if we have them, we don't call them monsoons.
All right. Heavy rain on occasion. But it simply, we don't want people to get their cars wet. And the whole reason for the clearance bar is so they don't ruin their cars and make sure that there's 9-foot clearance. So, apologize for my mistakes there.
We're kidding you. Okay, anybody like to be heard on this? Or any other questions of the gentleman? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian, it's a busy day.
It is a busy day, and, I don't have time with all the people who do come to me to be able to call those up who don't. And you also did not come to my office. And there's a little bit of a problem here. The residences are about 40 to 2 saying they don't want you. And they're saying it, why must we always try to uglify our city? Why don't you plant some nice palm trees and flowers in that area to help beautify it? But one of them that I thought was most worthwhile said, I oppose a variance because the existing regulations are sufficient to advertise this location. The entire building for the new business is a conspicuous advertisement, and no one has trouble seeing it, nor the adjacent businesses. Now, I have about 40 of these that are against and about 2 or 3 that are for. And again, I would suggest you come and talk with the neighbors and let them see what you're... When I first saw this, I said, oh my Lord, you have all this signage coming up again, and I felt the same way the neighbors did. There's a possibility, however, that the neighbors wouldn't see that much of the signage. Some of it is where the board is, and so forth and so on in the inside. But that's something that I think you should discuss with the neighbors.
Certainly. And
I feel very strongly that residents should have a voice in things like this.
Absolutely, and we understand. And I did receive many of those comments, and when reading them, I thought, I guess I was a little confused because most of the comments were directed towards the monument sign, which is legal and conforming, and we're not discussing in this hearing. We're talking about a menu that's not visible from the street, and it's not really advertisement. It's just simply a menu that shows the food items.
But you're talking about the 2 other parts of a sign too. I didn't see where my comments necessarily said monument sign. I just believe that you should have a meeting with the neighbors. It's not that much time.
Sure.
You're from out of state, and we understand.
Doesn't bother me at all.
Your company,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying. Okay, and I just feel it's important that the neighbors be involved in this.
Sure.
And so I would like to obey this also for 30 days, so I can give the mayor a nice long agenda in 30 days. And so let's obey it for 30 days, and let's, perhaps you could call my office, and we could tell you how you go about setting up a neighborhood meeting, because you would be the ones who would set it up. We don't influence it. You set it up, you present the situation. We will let you know some of the people who were concerned so you can make sure they're contacted, and then we'll move from there.
That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so my motion is to obey for 30 days.
Okay, that's both 96 and 97. Let's vote on that, please. August 18th, right. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck. 98 is SUP 38137, a special use permit Going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Futura Envia, Inc. The owner is Thrifty Payless, Inc. Request for special use permit for a financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 60-foot distance separation from a residential use where 200 feet is required, an 820-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified where 1,000 feet is required, and to allow 900 square feet of floor area where 1,500 square feet is required at 3882 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Rick Porter with MSB Compliance Solutions. I'm representing Rosa Ortega with Futura. She couldn't make it here today. She had a severe family illness. So she called me yesterday and said, can you show up?
Okay. Yeah. Did you want to address us?
That they would like to have this permit that they can do the check cashing service at their location. It's not a loan or payday loan. It's actually an added service to their customers who are Hispanic, who are sending remittance money back to their home country.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions of the gentleman? Folks, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. At the Planning Commission, they had a picture of this, a photograph. Do we have that in the backup?
There is a drawing.
I have no idea.
There it is.
There it is.
Is that the one you're making reference to?
But I don't understand my notes now. Thanks.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. All right. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian. All right. I'll open up the public hearing.
Sorry, we just don't want to get this meeting over too quickly here. Juanita Clark from Charleston Neighborhood Preservation. We're asking no, please, to all three waivers. This clever financial institution requests being 140 feet too close to residential, 180 feet too close to another financial institution, and be 600 square foot smaller in area than that required for 1,500 square foot, which is required. And so for those variance reasons, we are against that. We think that things need to follow what the rules are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, since I opened it up, anyone else want to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
You have here, as she mentioned, three significant differences as far as what our ordinance says. I get asked over and over again by people who live in my ward, why do you make these rules and these ordinances if you don't follow them? And I explain, well, sometimes we need to make changes in things because it's not something that the applicant can control. I think you have too much here, and I would move for denial.
In any kind of response to that, two of the requests are for close to residential property, and if you look where the location is on the plot, it's a very large area. And the residential area is all the way across the parking lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, you also didn't come in and talk with us about this, which isn't your fault. But if you would like to obey this also, I'd be glad to obey it.
Sure.
I'd like to see the mayor work hard.
Okay.
The mayor.
Well,
the mayor's missing this August 16th meeting. It's going to be the most boring meeting I've ever seen in my life.
You know what? Usually when we obey and we work out everything, it goes quickly. It's just that
I'm sure they would have no problem with that. It is a secondary service to their
Would you mind if we waited a little longer than that?
That's fine.
Let's move it for 3 meetings, Margot, so we make sure, well,
Make sure the mayor's here.
2, excuse me, you're right, 2, so that the mayor will be here.
So how long is that? 30 days, did you say?
August 16th.
Okay, that's fine.
August 16th.
How do I get in touch with you or have Rosie get in touch with you?
You can call the office here.
Okay.
My extension is 229-2299, but if you just call the central office, ask for my office, the central number.
Sit down and talk.
And would be glad to do that. We'll share because again, I don't even have one in favor of this. I didn't even have one citizen who lives near there in favor.
Are all your citizens banked?
Are all my citizens banked?
Yes. Do they have banking services?
Well, I don't know if all my citizens have banking services.
Well, this is not the time to discuss it.
Okay, very good.
Let's
do it later.
Let's vote on the motion, and hopefully Ms. Wheeler will have nothing to do the next 30 days.
Well, she won't have to work on that. We will.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Item 100 is SUP 38240, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Walgreen Company. The owner is F. Quentin Brown. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a 79-square-foot accessory packaged liquor raw sale use within an existing 13,905 square foot retail establishment at 6101 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 5. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions of public hearing, which is now open. Yes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Jennifer Roberts of Lionel Sawyer and Collins, 300 South 4th Street. I'm joined by Greg Borgell, also at the same address. We are here to appeal the Planning Commission denial for a special use permit to add accessory package alcohol off sale to an existing Walgreens at Lake Mead and Jones. It's my understanding that the Planning Commission was concerned about the oversaturation of alcohol in the area. However, I would note that there are only 2 locations in the concentration of commercial properties in this area that serve alcohol for off-premise consumption. And that is the 7-Eleven, which is across the street, and the Walmart neighborhood grocery store. 2 entities that really cater to different customers. 7-Elevens cater to more people that need immediate convenience for food and beverage items, and grocery stores that serve more perishable items. This location does meet all separation requirements to schools, churches, daycare facilities, and city parks. Another thing that the Planning Commission expressed concern about was whether promises were made by Walgreens about serving alcohol at this Walgreens. I have researched the past approvals that were made on this property, and I have found no representations made in those records about not selling alcohol. There were 3 cards that were filed in support of this application, and no neighbors did attend the Planning Commission meeting in protest.
So it's your representation to us, because that's something that was disturbing to me during our briefing yesterday. They indicated that Walgreens made a commitment not to have alcohol at this particular location and the next location as well. And that bothered me, because we rely on the kind of representations that a company like Walgreens makes. But you're telling us you couldn't find anything in a transcript before the Planning Commission?
I found nothing in the transcript before the Planning Commission for this location as well as the other location. So nothing.
All right, well, if somebody could enlighten me as to where.
Mayor, they won't normally draft a verbatim transcript unless it's requested. So you'd probably have to request the transcript from the city clerk's office in order to know that for sure.
Okay, well, this was just brought to my attention.
It was I'm sorry, it wasn't the transcript, it was the minutes. I did request any transcripts. I requested the video. The original approval on this location particularly was in 1995, so they didn't have the video or audio records. I did call the city clerk's office and requested that. But the minutes I did request.
Going back to 1995, what kind of records, if any, would we have which would reflect the verbatim discussion that took place before the Planning Commission?
That far back, sir, we would not have the audio tapes. They expire. The city attorney's office at that time set a 10-year expiration. So in 2005, we would have destroyed the tapes.
And
we have the minutes. We would not be able to go back and do a verbatim.
I see.
We may have an audio tape, a videotape. I'd have to check the record. We may not.
All right, well, the representation is that you do not have it based on council's representation to us. Do you recall the incident? Yeah. I'm just wondering where that information came from, because it was made very explicit during our briefing that was in fact commitment that was made by Walgreens, but
Your Honor, may I join the conversation? Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street. There were two items on your agenda today for Walgreens, item 99 and item 100.
no, 100 and, yeah, 99, that's correct.
Which was held.
In our discussions, the statement that a representation was made that Walgreens would not have liquor, that was made by someone with reference to item 99.
Oh.
Now, in that instance, we've also researched that record where there was a transcript and no such public commitment was in fact made there either. But that concern was not expressed on item 100, and so I think in your briefing you probably heard the two of them together. There's been no representation that I'm aware of that Walgreens ever said on this site that they wouldn't do it, but we researched it anyway and found no such record.
Well, based on the state of the record, we'll ignore that particular factoid
Thank you.
in making our determination. Any other?
Just to summarize, Walgreens is really looking to add less than 100 square feet of floor space. The condition that the staff recommended to not sell singles is perfectly acceptable. Walgreens is not interested in selling singles, 40s, fortified wines, anything like that. The addition of alcohol is just merely a convenience to our customers so that they don't have to drive to a different location, to a different site to get their conveniences. Walgreens understands the rules about consumption on the premises and would enforce that. Staff recommended approval of this item, and we ask that you follow staff's recommendation.
Well, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Folks, the public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. At the Planning Commission meeting, there was some people came up and commented about Walgreens policies. And one of their policies, and I'd like to have the applicant explain this, that when it comes to shoplifting by minors on liquor, that Walgreens' policy is that they don't prosecute or they won't carry that on. And at the Planning Commission, the person's brought this up, that if a company does not prosecute, this word gets out and it causes more of it. If there's no, I'm searching
Deterrent effect.
Right. Thank you very much.
I don't have the corporate policy in front of me on shoplifters, but definitely they know the rules about minors and obtaining alcohol, but I can clarify that. I'd be happy to clarify their shoplifting policy and report it back.
And, Your Honor, this may not speak exactly to Mr. Farlow's point, but the very small area that they're going to display beer and wine, if approved, is in the rear of the building where it's under constant supervision from the 1-hour photo center that's manned, as I understand it, constantly. It would be a very difficult location to shoplift from. Now, that doesn't speak to the prosecution question about which I have no information, but this is a supervised, guarded, in the rear of the store situation, which would be a tough shoplifting target.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard before I close the public hearing? All right, the public hearing is closed. Councilman Barlow.
Move to approve, subject to all conditions.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
101 is ROC 38439, review of condition. Public hearing. The applicant is Discount Smog Stephen Murphy. The owner is Foster Day Corp. Request for review of condition number 4 of a previously approved special use permit to either delete the condition or extend the time period from 30 days to 2 years for the issuance of a building permit and receipt of an approved final inspection for a relocated smog testing facility located at 2401 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is anybody here on behalf of the applicant or the owner? Seeing none, Councilman Barlow, what's your pleasure?
To follow staff's recommendation.
And that would be to deny?
That is correct.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please.
Your Honor, before we vote, I just must disclose that I provided some professional legal services for this applicant probably 15, 18 years ago. I don't think it would affect my judgment one way or another, but I do want to disclose, and out of an abundance of caution, will abstain.
All right, let's vote, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. 102 is DIR 38691, Director's Business, public hearing. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, presentation of the annual report on the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan. The staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Mayor and members of council, I'm Flynn Fagg with the Planning and Development Department, and I'm here to report on the city's 2020 Master Plan today. As you may be aware, Nevada Revised Statutes requires each of the cities in the state of Nevada to adopt a master plan. And more specifically, the master plan is to have a total of 18 required elements. I'm happy to report that in August of 2009, the City of Las Vegas finally became compliant with Nevada Revised Statutes in adopting the last 2 of the 18 required elements. And so as part of our progress report, we're happy to say that we are now fully compliant with NRS relative to the city's master plan. However, that doesn't mean that we're done and we don't have to worry about it anymore. As things change in terms of how the city operates because of legislative changes, it's important that we continue to update our master plan. And so as part of the Long-Range Planning Division's work plan, we will continue to update the individual elements of the city's master plan every 5 years to make sure that we address current conditions in the city. If I could have the next slide, please. NRS Chapter 278 requires us to make an annual report to the Planning Commission and to City Council regarding the city's master plan. Again, emphasizing the fact that once a master plan is adopted, we don't just put it on a shelf and forget about it, but rather it is our duty to implement the master plan. Just so you're aware, in the city's master plan and its 18 elements, there's a total of 504 goals, policies, and objectives for us to implement. Of those, 378 are ongoing, meaning that they require us to either monitor things or are part of annual studies that are required. For example, the annual population estimate is one of the things that is an ongoing portion of the city's master plan. The remainder 126 goals, policies, and objectives require us to either perform studies or are capital projects that we're responsible for implementing. In the past year, we have either adopted or updated 4 elements. Back in August of 2009, we had the Transportation, Streets, and Highways element. We had an update to the Land Use element and then completed the Rural Neighborhoods Preservation element. And then earlier this year, we had the Economic element and the Population element. Next slide, please. And then you're also aware, you had on your agenda today, the Safety and Seismic Safety element, and then an update to the Historic Properties Preservation element. That was done in order to address legislation that was passed during the 2009 session relative to the definition of historic neighborhoods. Next slide, please. In the coming year, as part of our work plan, we are going to be updating the conservation element and then also the water element. One of the things that I need to add here is that in updating the city's master plan, it's not something that the planning department does in and of itself, but rather we rely on the other city departments to help us, and certainly with the conservation element and the water element, we will be relying on other departments to assist in that process. Next slide, please. One of the things that you may not recognize is that a lot of the projects that you see coming before you from various other departments actually help to satisfy or to implement the goals, policies, and objectives of the city's master plan. Let me give you a few examples. Earlier this year, we completed work on the Floyd Lamb Park Visitors Center. That was a project that was done in cooperation with the Historic Preservation Commission. Field operations donated a lot of their time towards that project, leisure services, public works, and other departments. And so it really was a combined element. But work on that project helps us to satisfy, again, some of the goals and objectives that are in the historic properties and preservation element. And so projects such as that, the survey that we're doing of the South Ridge neighborhood currently, placing the Berkeley Square neighborhood as on the National Register, those all help to satisfy the goals, policies, and objectives of the city's master plan. Next slide, please. Another thing that has been a big accomplishment is the development of the ACE Downtown Connector Line here in downtown Las Vegas. Now, we often think of that as being just an RTC project, but what we don't realize is all of the work that goes into that project in terms of coordination. Public Works reviewing the construction details, timing of signals, etc. Planning Department, making sure that the Downtown Centennial Plan standards are included as part of that project. The Office of Cultural Affairs, assisting in terms of public art at the stations on the BRT line. All of these things help contribute to the goals, policies, and objectives that are listed in the city's transit element and help us to achieve some of our goals relative to the development of transit in downtown Las Vegas and elsewhere throughout the city. And then finally, next slide, please. Some of the other accomplishments that we've had in the past year, you've probably seen some of these plans come before you in terms of funding or approval of the plans. Trails projects. Public Works usually takes the lead on these projects, but it does require the coordination of other departments. The Teton Trails Park, the Angel Park Trailhead, the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead, all of those have been accomplished in the past year. And what those projects do is they help us to satisfy the goals, policies, and objectives of our recreation element and our trails elements. So again, we have made progress on the city's master plan in terms of implementing the master plan. And this is not a singular effort of the Planning Department, but rather it's a joint effort by all of the departments in the city and working together and helping us to implement the adopted master plan for the city. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Mr. Fagg?
I just have one comment, Mr. Fagg. You did that without notes and a teleprompter. I'm very impressed. No, and all the departments, I think we all understand the importance of the plan and all the departments working together, and it's just part of good management and good leadership is what I have to say. So,
and we appreciate your support as well.
Thank you. At this time, are there any other questions? Thank you for the report. Can I have a motion, please, accepting the report? All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Well, I'm in a little bit of a quandary. I've been furnished a document which apparently was requested by myself, I guess, and council ratification from Mr. Still concerning the email to which he made reference. I understand that that's been lodged with the clerk's office, correct? I do not understand the message that's on here. I don't understand what this means. I feel that Mr. Still on his way?
Yeah. Mr. Still, I think, may be on his way, but
right, well,
maybe I can try to explain
it. All right,
it.
fine, but let me do this, please. I think that, to be fair to everybody, I'm going to not recall the items, but I'm making reference to items 69 and 70, which are HPC 38520, the public hearing and possible action regarding the appeal from the Historic Preservation Commission, and also 70, which is the motion for review to which Councilman Barlow moved to have, I believe, within 6 months, based on Dr. Morris's recommendation. But this document is lodged. I would like for Mr. Still, if he can, to give us a brief synopsis, or Mr. Lewis on his behalf, but whatever you're saying, I want it to be the official position of the city attorney's office and not speculation.
Well, we're waiting for Dan Still, so we can do one of two things. I can tell you what I think it means, or we can wait for Dan.
No, Dan is the one, Mr. Still's the one who
Very well.
was involved with this discussion and this document, and I just want to make sure that all the parties, if there's going to be an appeal of our ruling, know what this means.
Why don't we do this, Mayor? Why don't we just leave that out of the record, since that wasn't part of the appeal? I know that he had referenced it as being an answer to one of the questions, but it wasn't part of the appeal record.
I don't think that's fair, with all due respect, Mr. Scott. I think I have to make it part of the record, and based on that, I'm going to just make it part of the record. And, I believe that the parties should be advised that it is part of the record. If they want to examine it and seek some relief based on it, that they certainly have that opportunity.
And that's fine. And I know he did reference that in his presentation.
So you
that we were going to make
correct?
it part of the record, and we have done that.
Okay, and just so they'll be able to find it, it appears to be a communication between Mr. Still and a Ronald James, and they make reference to certain matters that Mr. Still referred to.
And actually, it's also in reference to Ms. Duncan's inquiry
Ms.
to
Duncan
Mr. James.
she started the process by making an inquiry at 7:42 a.m. on Thursday, June 24th. Mr. Still was in action as of 9:45 on that date, and continued in action up until 10:07 on that.
That's correct.
All right, with that in mind, then we'll go on to 103. Madam Clerk, please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. And this is the time for 104, citizens' participation. Public comment under this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council, and no subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Mr. Farlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. On the nightly business report last night, there was a take on the neighborhood stabilization program, of which I think the city of Las Vegas is involved with too. And they highlighted Chicago, the city of Chicago, and what they were doing. And in that process, Chicago was having some problems. And they said that I believe they said that they needed some congressional help, that there's some stuff they needed passed. And I just believe that first of all, I would ask if we were having the same problems that Chicago was, and if so, I think that we need to notify our elected representatives in Washington that we need them to get in back of us and support this.
Thank you. I don't know the answer to that question, but if the manager would check that out, that'll be fine. All right. Anybody else like to be heard in citizens' participation? All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to item number 105. 105 is council member recognition. Would any member of the council like to be recognized? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. The first Tuesday in August, council members and folks watching at home, we always celebrate the National Night Out. I know several of the council members probably have some events coming up, but that's Tuesday night, August 3rd. I will be at Spring Mountain Ranch Homeowners Association from 6 to 8:30, which is at 8450 North Fort Apache. Of course, we'll have Metro representatives out there, Fire and Rescue, Nevada Highway Patrol. We're even going to have the federal park rangers out there, D&E, and some animal control folks as well. So, folks, if you're in the neighborhood or in any of our neighborhoods throughout the city of Las Vegas, please plan on going to one of our National Night Outs. Also, Friday, August 6th, is the Ward 6 Centennial Hills Back to School fair that we have every year also, which we held at the Centennial Hills Park, the Butterfly Park, which the kids usually call it the Butterfly Park. After that, we'll be having movie in the park and watching Planet 51. So, folks, it's free. We've got some great stuff for kids to get back to school with, some free supplies, and great way to start the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard at this time?
Yes, Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, my monthly coffee with the councilman is taking place August 5th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. At the Starbucks located at Rancho and Bonanza. Please come out, and we have a great time every month, and I want to thank the mayor for leading the charge with his coffee with the mayor, which has actually turned out to be a great idea for me and the constituents and the business owners of Ward 5, because it gives my residents as well an opportunity to speak with me in regards to the various issues and topics of discussion that we have. So please come out August 5th, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Starbucks location at Bonanza and Rancho. And in addition to that, August 14th is the annual Ward 5 Back to School Fair taking place this year out at Lorenzi Park inside of the Sammy Davis Jr. Amphitheater, and that will be from 9 to noon. And you may arrive early so that you can get your wristband for your free backpack. We'll have a lot of vendors out that will be providing a lot of accessories for the parents as well as the children to make sure that our children return to the classroom with all of the tools necessary in order for them to be productive. So August 14th, Lorenzi Park, Sammy Davis Jr., 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Anybody else?
Sure.
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. As in previous meetings, I have another child in Southern Nevada that is missing, and I want to bring it to everybody's attention and ask you all for your help in potentially finding this young lady. This information is provided to me every council meeting prior to the meeting by Nevada Child Seekers, and is also available on their website at www.nevadachildseekers.org. Today's child is 15 years old and has been missing since April 27th of this year. And I want to emphasize that these are local kids. These are kids that at least at one time lived in the Las Vegas area. Charita's only been missing for about 90 days, and she is a runaway and was last seen at McCarran Airport. She's 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighs 125 pounds, has hazel eyes, strawberry blonde and brown hair. She was last seen wearing gray pants, a black tank top, a gray jacket, and carrying a duffel bag. She also uses the name Bianca Moore and has been seen in and about the area near Boulder Highway and Lamb. The more people looking for this missing child, Charita, the better chance we have of returning her to safety and to her family. So if you know where she is, please contact Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009 or Las Vegas Metro Missing Persons Unit at 828-3111. Be on the lookout for Charita. Thank you.
All right. Would anyone else like to be heard?
I'd like to compliment the councilman on remembering to do that each month. That's very good, very nice. And also, I just want to say that on August 3rd, we're having our National Night Out. Also, we're doing it in conjunction with Commissioner Weekly, because our areas overlap. And we're very proud that our National Night Out will be one of only 10 in the United States, where the National PTA will be attending and advertising and donating backpacks and things like that. So I think it's a compliment to us that we have the PTA recognizing Las Vegas in that way.
Very good. Okay. Anybody else want to be heard? No. The council meeting's adjourned. Thank you very much.